I remember looking at the loot train attack. I said, this is bigger than Bob. And David and Dan said, how can it be bigger than Bob? I said, it's bigger than Bob.
It's definitely got a bit of that Western feel, but then you throw dragons in on top of that, and it makes it an incredibly complicated one to shoot.
It's like a time travel movie where, like, what if somebody had an F-16 that they brought to a medieval battle?
There you have Daenerys Targaryen unleashed for the first time in Westeros, and she is going to show them what she can do.
With every time that something goes wrong, more Targaryen comes out, more fire comes out. So she starts to take matters into her own hands.
When you have a big battle sequence, especially one where you have multiple points of view, you have to figure out how you balance those and what is this sort of chief point of view that you want to lean on. And I chose to focus on Jaime, that it was about being on the other side of a dragon attack, trying to hold together his troops in the middle of watching the world change forever.
It's just complete annihilation. And like he sees the horror of so many men just burned to ashes. There's nothing you can do, which is scary.
She keeps losing battles and being weakened without ever striking back. And there's only so much of that Dany can take. There's only so much of that anyone would be able to take.
We're now left with our heroes, and our heroes are on opposite ends of this chessboard. Tyrion has the most complex set of emotions about this battle of anyone, because he's got the woman he serves on one end, and he's got his brother who he loves on the other end.
And it's a real struggle for him. Every piece of his being is wishing he can intercede, but he can't. And I'm seeing firsthand my family lose.
She's the aggressor, and Jaime and Bronn, through their POV, we see that it ain't pretty conquering. And the hope is that the audience doesn't know who to root for in that sequence.
Something like the loot train involves a lot of different departments, all working at sort of the very extremes of their abilities, I think.
This was a difficult challenge because there are so many different looks and phases of the battle that come into play.
There's a lot of continuity to make sure that we're in the right space, in the right part of the process, reflecting the right amount of burn.
And then do it in between the cracks of everybody else doing their job.
Because the entire sequence is a wagon train and involves 27 wagons and their various bits of dressing. We have to reshuffle the entire set constantly, which means dressing 180 degrees or 360 depending on the camera movement. So it means we have to be very particular when it comes to dressing our burnt elements, our unburnt elements, our partial burnt elements.
There's so many stages to consider, but it's definitely a hell of a lot more fun when it gets into the bloody battle.
We have a dye that we're using, which is an eco-friendly dye, which dyes things black to make it look very charred and burnt. And we're using several forms of ash as well to dress in and make it all look authentic, along with charcoal and stuff like that.
Maybe when you're watching it, it doesn't necessarily stand out, and that means we've done our job because people just accept this is the world and that's the environment.
We are the front line of defense, and detail is our job, so we're very happy about it.
When I get to a sequence like the one we're doing right now, I take a deep breath and go, oh boy, that is going to be a lot of work.
We had every toy you could possibly imagine in the making of it. We had 4 cameras most of the time. Sometimes we had up to 7 or 8 cameras.
We've gone through 3 different tracking vehicles for different purposes on this. We've got basically a souped-up pickup truck with really good suspension for all our charges, Dothraki charges and what have you. We've got another electric vehicle called a shadow tracker, and we've got a jib arm on that. And then finally, we've got basically a souped-up dune buggy with a stabilized head on it that takes all the bounce out and gives us a nice, steady, smooth shot to use over the particularly rough terrain.
We needed to sell speed, and we needed to shoot elaborate dragon points of view.
To do those kinds of shots, we're relying on 2 different camera platforms.
One is what's called spider cam. This is basically a camera rigged to a cable run between two construction cranes, and they can move the camera very quickly from one end to the other, and the camera can go about 70 miles per hour.
We also used a company called Flycam, which is like a souped-up drone. It's like a small helicopter. They were also able to go very fast and have a much more solid image to be able to work with than you would get from a traditional drone.
So we can fly over things safely and also have interactive effect on the ground and capture all those elements that will have a dragon either in front of the lens or above the lens.
The battle is going to rely very heavily on visual effects at the end of the day. There's a lot of different beats to the attack.
Sort of like cowboys and Indians and fire-breathing dragons all rolled up into one.
There's Drogon breathing lots of fire, setting lots of things and people on fire.
To give an idea, in season 6, which was our biggest season up to that point, we had 11 shots that featured Amelia riding the dragon. In the loot train, we have over 80.
It's very new ground that we're trying to figure out. This dragon who's, 100 feet up in the air, who breathes fire of a column of 30 feet wide, that you're like, okay, how the hell are you gonna do that?
You've got Amelia on the back of a motion base that's animated to fly in concert with the animation on the dragon.
So that the thing she's moving on is moving around as if she was really riding on Drogon, but in a stage in Belfast in front of green screen.
So being on this theme park ride, which is kind of what it is, and you're strapped in, then looking like you are controlling it, when there's so much going on, you just got to harness every single bit of imagination you have and just use it. I mean, can you even imagine being on the back of a reptile that's breathing fire at your command? That's huge.
One of the most complicated shots was this strafe run where the camera's over the back of Dany as she is blasting the shit out of this line of Lannisters and loot train carriages.
We had to have spider cam fly a camera in real time and in perfect sync with 100 feet of ground explosions that are huge.
Sam is our effects guru, and he's kind of a madman in the best possible way. And, one of his responsibilities is setting things on fire. Which he's really good at.
The strafe run was 150 feet long and it had 15 rows of charges. We tested it in Madrid back in August. We only tested a short section of it, minus the cuts, because we were still making those.
All the effect has to mimic as though the flame is coming from the sky. So we'll always size up the flame later in post. We'll shoot elements of flame against black, but Sam here has to make it feel that the impact of the flame is pushing along, so it has a travel to it.
I mean, we've been blowing things up on many days, but working out the timing of that was quite a process.
In the end, we went with a fuel mix and explosives to give almost like a machine gun sort of strafe, but closer together. And as each one exploded, it would then engulf the next and the next and the next, so you almost get a seamless line of flame just growing through.
Because it was only one take, there was a lot that could go wrong. There was a lot of materials used and a lot of pyro used as well. So it's the excitement of when that button is pressed. It's the euphoria you feel afterwards. Knowing the hard work that's involved, it all comes to that point. That's the pride, that's the excitement, that's the reason.
George Martin's often said that the Dothraki are kind of an amalgam of American Indian tribes and the Mongols. Both peoples who were, phenomenal on horseback, and they were just much faster and so unorthodox in their battle approach that they could literally ride circles around their enemies.
I think there was a line in the outline that said, and it's down to Camilla to do her tricks. I was like, thanks, D&D. Okay, where are we going to go now? Let's think of some ideas. What can we bring which has never been seen on screen before?
She said, what about as the Dothraki are coming down, if they all just stood up on their horses and started shooting arrows at them? And I thought, That sounds great, but that's not possible. She said, no, it is. We build these special stirrups and we can do it.
So I sent a team out here with the horses, and they started rehearsing the action and shooting a previs, which was then sent back to Northern Ireland, and then we could start putting that in front of people.
You've got almost a metal shoe that you put your foot into, and then you have one foot on the side of the horse and the other foot on the top of the saddle.
So we have these guys standing up, and we're endeavouring to try and create something that somebody hasn't seen before.
And it's extraordinary. It's like a wave rising up from a still ocean, and all these guys perfectly coordinated rising up, and I love it. And it shows us that the Dothraki are horse masters, because we really haven't had that opportunity before.
So much of these battle scenes now has become visual effects that I hope people realize that much of this is actually being done. It's really, stuntmen standing up on horses with bow and arrow, shooting arrows, and it's an impressive thing to see.
There is something about a guy on a horse, standing on a horse, charging. There's something pretty impressive where you go, well, you don't just do that.
And we were kind of thinking to do something Mad Maxy. When they come in, it's crazy. They're coming in different shapes. You don't know where they're coming from, and they're just these absolute madmen on horses. And that's what we tried to recreate on screen for the loot train sequence.
Ready, and 3, 2, 1, action!
This battle was the most fire-intensive one we've had.
We burned more stuntmen than has ever been burned in a single shot and in a single sequence.
The dragons have grown. They're the size of a 747 now. So you'd think then that the amount of people they burn in one go would increase.
We have potentially the most burns, full burns ever done on TV history, which is burning 20 men in one shot, which we have coming up.
And there was a few raised out eyebrows when I suggested 20. And it wasn't just because it's a record, although it is. It was because we just needed to see the scope of what was happening. So that was quite a challenge.
The difficulty with 20 people is just that you ramp up the safety aspect of it, because there's more people in harm's way, there's more that can go wrong.
That was quite nerve-wracking for many reasons. Obviously, when you have that amount of people collected and they're all on fire, you get a lot of heat gathering in the centre. So I was really concerned about the guys in the middle. And I wanted to make sure that we get the guys on the outsides as far away from the guys on the inside as quickly as possible.
We're using Tamar poppers. There's basically like a camping cylinder, and we put it inside a metal cage so that the shrapnel won't hurt anybody. And we basically put a pyro charge on that, which explodes the gas popper, creates a 15-foot fireball. And we put one of those with each performer. It just means that when you light them, they really light.
During this whole process where you're on fire, you do have to hold your breath, and that's the key point, is to keep your heart rate down so you can hold your breath throughout the whole scene.
Riley's big on making it as calm as possible, If someone's on fire, it's quite a high adrenaline thing going on, and saving your breath is very important, so you've got to be calm.
We are a show that doesn't sit on our laurels, so we do try and top ourselves each year, although we seem to make it more and more difficult for ourselves as we go on.
There's just a fear factor, of course, that we see a man on fire. Never mind 20 guys in one go. It's scary.
When we start making these huge battles, it's so hard to imagine that we're ever going to finish because there's so many moving pieces, but it's ultimately just, one shot at a time and figuring it out from there.
The cameras and the actors and stunts, and it was very much an all hands on deck sequence as much as we've ever had, and everybody did an excellent job of fitting all the puzzle pieces together.
This is big cinema, and to get to work in all those genres all rolled into one fantastic world, that's the part I like.
You never know what they're going to throw at you. Last year we completed Battle of the Bastards, and it was like, oh yeah, how about this year? So it's good. They're always up the ante, and I love that.
It naturally gets bigger, this show. It just does. It's not me doing it. They write it.
It's a unique challenge in that you'll never really be able to do that kind of thing again. And, the next time I get to work on some other show, it'll be so boring. Where's the cable cam? Where's the, 5 cameras and the 20 burning guys?
You're on.
The Silence ship battle is one of the ones that is a very elaborate scene to shoot. It was so well conceived by Mark. The whole thing was very wisely centered around Pilu's performance, Gemma's performance, and Elfie's performance.
I tried to stay with individuals within the chaos of the boat battle, and then it was the decision as to who we follow. Initially, it was all about Gemma's character, Yara, but in shooting it, Pilu's Euron was such fun. Pilu is such an incredibly charismatic, he's such a great kind of heir apparent to Ramsay, is such a great baddie for this season, and so fantastically physical.
Euron, it was just like analyzing how many people do I have to kill, and what do I have to do now? But the first hit, and blood just came like, and I was like, yeah, this is awesome. I don't know if I can say fucking, but that was a fucking awesome week.
Good energy. Here we go. Set. Good. Out. 3, 2, 1, action!
Acting alongside Pilu is such a joy because we have a great respect for how tricky it all is in terms of the physicality, and he's so respectful of anything that will or won't hurt, but I'm also very game for him to go for it, so it's convincing. So between us, we work very well together and we communicate very clearly with one another before we're doing things, what we're doing and how we're doing it, and that's how we've managed to stay safe.
Silence is supposed to be a very different kind of boat.
It's the mothership, it's his command ship, and it's supposed to intimidate people when they see it, and it's supposed to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies.
The boat itself is a projection of the personality of the man who built it. It's a big fuck you boat built by a big fuck you guy.
My ship's like 5 times bigger than their little tiny boat. You know, it was like their boat was this big and mine was this big. And I don't think it has nothing to do with, you know what they say about guys with big cars. They like speed, and so do I.
The boat itself doesn't really come into play as a real thing that people need to interact with until it's connected to Yara's ship. And so we decided that the best way to really put across the true size of this boat was to build a section of it, the bow section that rams into Yara's boat.
We designed a big naval ram that was on the front of that boat that would then crash into Yara's. And that was an opportunity to then reintroduce the Kraken. And obviously also we had the Corvus itself that could also, be this very aggressive thing that then latches onto her ship.
The Corvus is that long walkway that descends and smashes onto Yara's ship, and they often would be built with these kind of claws on the bottom so that when they hit the deck of the enemy ship, they would stay there.
We built the Corvus so that it became lightweight and very strong. The trouble we had was the fact that we had a stuntman standing on the end, which meant that we had to control it with a winch system. But the winch system was obviously a controlled fall, so we ended up managing to double the speed in the end, which made it more dramatic.
Fire is one of the hardest things for VFX to replicate, and so they'd always rather have real fire on set. Even now, with all the advances in visual effects technology, real fire just looks better.
We created ember guns. We had a couple of moments where like a projectile would go crashing through a mast, and the whole sort of section of the mast would come collapsing down. So we had big drop rigs up in the rigging. During the battle, where they fired these burning projectiles at the Yara's crew, our effect there is really flares fired down wires.
Action.
One of the major challenges in the boat sequence was how to, sell the idea that this was happening at sea, that they were floating on water, and yet we're in a car park in Northern Ireland.
The visual effects process and bringing a scene to life that doesn't really exist in a real practical world takes a lot of creativity and imagination.
The most challenging aspect of the sea battle is the number of shots. It's a very quick cut scene, and it's about the pacing, and it's fast. I mean, it's like a machine gun. We had green screen 60 feet high, all the way around the ship. So there isn't really a direction that the camera can face that we don't have to do something.
The boat at Banbridge is quite restrictive. You know, we had 40 stunt guys on there, 6 cast members and the crew. So that was quite a challenge, you know, and it was very wet and it was very cold.
The set itself became almost comically crowded with everybody doing this dance. We agreed that the violence should be brutal and feel unchoreographed, that it shouldn't feel structured.
I wanted it to feel like the violence of a riot or football terraces when there's a flash of, violence and it just kicks off.
In a lot of fight choreography, it's challenging to achieve that if you're trying to do a specific fight beats. And also long takes, by their nature, make people exhausted. So one of the things that we did to achieve that was no take was more than 10 seconds long. So all we were asking the cast and the stunts to do was to go nuts for 10 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Hugely challenging for everybody. Difficulties of filming on a wooden boat in the rain because it gets so slippy. Chicken wire was stapled to the floor to stop us from slipping over, and there's so much going on out of shot.
Is everyone okay?
It was just insane because there's so many people. It's very different when you're practicing one-on-one with a stunt double or with another actor the day before in a stunt tent to when you get there on the day and they're like, oh, by the way, we didn't mention you can't stand here because this is on fire and we're gonna flood the boat and don't slip over and you're on a deck. You're like, oh, okay. So there's a lot of things to consider.
The key moment, I suppose, for me at least, in the sequence is Yara coming up onto the poop deck area and really that moment of looking out over the stern of her ship and seeing the enormity of the attack and knowing that all is lost, really, and that the only thing to do is to, fight to the last, like a good Iron Islander.
When Yara gets taken by Euron on the boat and it has the axe to her throat, initially she feels like Theon's back, it's okay, he'll do something, he'll do the right thing, and then the change that happens in his eyes, she realizes that he's not going to stay. I think she's heartbroken at that point.
And it really all comes down to close-ups on 3 people and where they're at the end of this experience. We'd maybe fooled ourselves into thinking that Theon was out of the woods on his whole Reek experience, and as we were writing it, we realized that you don't just get over what happened to him. That's something that's going to be a part of him for the rest of his life. And this is a place that triggers the worst of that experience as he sees people around him doing the kinds of things that Ramsay used to do to him, and to see Euron's pure psycho glee about the whole thing, and when Theon jumps overboard, that laugh that's the character's encapsulation, is that shot that, that's why this is somebody you should be worried about.
Enemies to the east, enemies to the south, enemies to the west, enemies to the north. Enemies everywhere. We're surrounded by traitors.
This year, it's like game on. It's happening. Everything is happening.
You see things on a scale that you don't see on other shows. But for me, it's always the intimate story, the character story, what links these people.
As big as it gets, it's still about these characters and what they're going through.
This season includes such a convergence of storylines.
All these characters who were never together before are now together, and as we get towards the final season, we really feel that everything is converging in a way that's very dramatic.
This is a season, for me, in which it's no longer a Game of Thrones, it's a game of survival.
Traditionally, we'll have a big battle towards the end of the season, and this year, we have battles starting in the 2nd episode.
It all starts now. Winter is here, and it's all hitting the fan from all directions.
Nothing on the show does what you want it to do. Are we all gonna die? I don't know.
Everything for Dany up until this point has been, I've got to get to Westeros, I've got to get to Westeros, I've got to get to Westeros. Well, now she's gotten to Westeros. What do you do now?
On that journey there, she's able to kind of really think through, right, what's my first plan? But she's going into Varys' world, she's going into Tyrion's world, and she needs to know, are they going to be true to her, their new leader, or are they suddenly just gonna get back into old habits?
You served my father, didn't you, Lord Varys?
I did.
You didn't serve him long. You turned against him.
Varys is the one who I think Daenerys has never quite been sure of. Because, you know, she maps it out pretty clearly. It's like, well, let's go through it. Let's talk about who you've been serving your entire life. It doesn't bode well. It kind of shows sort of like a fair weather friend.
She needs to make sure that he's on her side. And the same thing with Tyrion. He swore that he would help her defeat his family. She knows he hates his sister. She has no question about that. But now he's going to have to fight his brother and actually destroy his family.
It's incredibly complex being Dany's hand and going and fighting my own family. It was easier when it was Joffrey and Tywin, but now that it's Jaime, it's not so easy of a decision to make. Funny thing about this show is the women have all come to power. You think it's sort of this male-dominated show, but if you look at who's leading the pack, they're women, and that's a pretty fantastic spin on it all.
I don't think there are that many situations in film or television where you see 4 women sitting around a table discussing power and strategy and war. So we thought that was fun and took it out of the realm of your general medieval war council scene, which isn't going to be a bunch of old grizzled guys with gray beards slamming their fists on a table.
When we were planning that scene out, we were very well aware that it would be a massive ensemble and there'd be a lot of competing agendas. And it made sense to us that Olenna and Ilaria and Yara would be more like the fire-breathing warmongers.
We should hit King's Landing now, hard, with everything we have. The city will fall within a day.
I think everyone in that room has a very strong idea about how to do things. All that Yara's ever done is taken or pillaged, but maybe it's interesting to her to go this way. I don't know. I think she believes in Dany. We all saw that chemistry.
Tyrion's plot of attack is not to attack, really. He wants a solution without everyone dying, because he has a heart. There's all these people who really have no part in these wars, for lack of a better word, civilians.
One of the things that's constraining Dany is that she's a moral person and she's being advised by a moral person in Tyrion Lannister, and so it would be easy for them to just go and conquer King's Landing. You know, if the 3 dragons fly there and attack, they could burn the city down and it would take one day and Dany would rule and the Lannisters would be defeated. But that also means killing tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of civilians, and Dany's not willing to do that.
I am not here to be Queen of the Ashes.
Cersei has no moral qualms about doing anything and everything that's necessary to maintain her grip on power. So there are certain strategies that are available to Cersei that aren't available to Dany.
She starts to form her plan, then her game plan.
You invited the Greyjoys to King's Landing.
I invited Euron Greyjoy, the new king of the Iron Islands. I think the Euron connection for her is she sees someone who she can, again, this is Cersei's thing. She's always cleverer than everybody else. She can always manipulate better than anyone else. So she thinks he's equally as ambitious as she is and ruthless, and she can control him and use for exactly what she needs. You know, she has no intention of giving him what he thinks he wants from her.
Euron is a different kind of character that we haven't really had on the show so far. He has goals and has things that he wants, but Euron's way of going about getting the things he wants is a lot more rock and roll.
This is the life. Power's not something that's given to you. It's something you have to take. That's what I like about this character, that he takes what he wants. And you know what? It's always more fun to play a baddie than a good guy.
To have somebody traipse into the throne room and just have so much fun. It was a really fun scene to write, and it was an even more fun scene to watch Pilu bring to life.
I was slightly jealous, because I always say to Dan and David, can I just ride one horse, please, and one sword? I'm resigned to a life of chairs and talking. So every time I see anybody doing anything cool, you know, and he comes down the stairs and he's all in leather and you're like,
I find it very upsetting, you know. He comes in here, he has the coolest looking outfit of all. He looks like a rock star. And he has the funniest lines.
So here I am, with 1,000 ships and 2 good hands.
Euron Greyjoy has built the largest armada in this world, probably the largest armada anyone's ever seen in this world. He's a wild card, but he is a wild card who is naturally aligned with Cersei and Jaime.
He's one of those guys that if he's got a challenge, he needs to take it, and he needs to prove himself. So why not kill your queen's enemy? And we needed a good sea battle in this series, right?
In this show in particular, the sets like never cease to amaze me. The amount of work that they put into them, the amount of detailing, you feel like you're on like a massive ship.
It's everything, actually, for the actors. If you go into the surroundings and they're there and it's live and it feels organic, then you don't need to do anything as an actor. You just need to be there.
The Silence is a massive warship that needed to be designed for the sequence where Euron hits Yara's boat. And so we designed a big naval ram that was on the front of that boat that would then crash into Yara's. And we had the Corvus itself that could also be this very aggressive thing that then latches onto her ship. The other big thing about Silence was its scale. We wanted to be able to establish a much far superior, bigger boat.
The boat itself doesn't really come into play until it's connected to Yara's ship. And so we decided that the best way to really put across the true size of this boat and still make it possible and functional was to build a section of it, the bow section that rams into Yara's boat.
They only built it like the front of my ship and the side of it. And it was like 5 times bigger than their little tiny boat. You know, it was just this, it was like their boat was this big and mine was this big.
It was such a great, humongous, mean-looking thing. So it just seemed like the personality match with Euron. It was so spot on. It was so right for that character. The challenge beyond that is then to sell the idea that this was happening at sea, and yet we're in a car park in Northern Ireland. But I needed to have water, and Sam's first ever was, well, we'll just blast a load of water against the sides and it will splash up. And it blew me away. I loved it. Then we're going to have fire here, and up on the sails, and fire everywhere, because Sam is obviously a pyromaniac. So there's a lot of elements in there. The whole thing was a dance.
I wanted it to feel like the violence of a riot or football terraces when there's a flash of violence and it just kicks off. Nothing should look choreographed, and that's what we were trying to do with the sea battle. Euron's just a brute. The actor Pilu, who plays him, just relishes in the fighting. It's a fun thing for him to annihilate people.
I have an axe, right? Of course he has an axe. He doesn't fight with a sword. He has an axe. So the first hit I have, and blood just came like... And I was like, yeah, this is awesome.
The key moment, I suppose, for me at least, is trying to achieve a sense of loss and betrayal in that final moment when Yara realizes that her brother is broken and will not come and help her when Euron has the knife to her throat.
I think initially she feels like Theon's back, it's okay, he'll do something, he'll do the right thing. And then the change that happens in his eyes, she realizes that he's not going to stay. I think she's heartbroken at that point that he's done that when they've gone through so much together and she's made so many attempts to save him.
The laugh Euron gives as he's got his niece and she's crying, it just, to me, that's the character's encapsulation. That's why this is somebody you should be worried about.
As ruthless as Cersei has been to Tyrion, and as much horrible history as they have with each other, the Cersei that Tyrion left in season 4 is a very different Cersei as well. She's the Cersei that blew up the Sept and took the Iron Throne. And I think she's underestimated by these invaders.
He definitely underestimates Cersei, his sister, and I feel he's guilty of being maybe over too confident because his strategy fails with Casterly Rock.
Jaime has had a long history of failure on the show. This is someone who was supposed to have a very bright military career and future, but he spends most of his time in those initial seasons as a prisoner of war because of his initial failure in season 1, where he's outsmarted by Robb Stark. Jaime learns from that mistake that he made, and he anticipates that Tyrion is going to strike not against King's Landing, but against Casterly Rock.
The Siege of Casterly Rock is so much about what doesn't happen, how it goes contrary to expectations. So in order for us to understand that it doesn't play out the way Tyrion expects it to, you really need to hear Tyrion's expectations. So he's kind of narrating us through it.
The gates of Casterly Rock are impregnable. The fight up the walls will be hard. We will be at a disadvantage.
Casterly Rock was a location that we tried to find in many different places. When we were in Spain, we were looking for it the whole time, just like we were looking for Highgarden. And then what we ended up with was right under our noses. And that was our River Run set that we used last year. One of the advantages we had was that also because Mark did shoot it last year, he knew what to do to make it look different.
Even though we only see it once this season, it still obviously has to be a living, breathing entity. So with only 40 foot of battlement to actually put live actors on and ladders up against, that was a huge challenge for the visual effects department.
Where are the rest of the Lannisters?
Jaime makes this strategic decision to give up Casterly Rock, to use it as a decoy, to lure the Unsullied over there, to take it and to get them on the exact wrong side of the continent. And meanwhile, he goes after Highgarden, which is much more valuable because Highgarden's the Tyrell stronghold, which commands all the most fertile regions of Westeros.
When we're in Highgarden, that's a lovely location that they found in Almodovar, Spain. It's a great old castle. There are shots where we see it where Jaime's approaching it. Those were shot completely differently, and we shot a plate of the castle and put it into that scene. And then Olena's look out of her window to see Jaime's forces arrive. Olena was shot on a stage, and of course, Jaime's forces were all shot here in Spain. So it is sort of combining a couple different things from a couple different locations.
The taking of Highgarden was structured like that specifically for a visual and tonal variety. Having already seen the taking of Casterly Rock, the writers and I felt that if we were to then repeat another, battle sequence, then we'd basically be repeating the similar beats. The important emotional beat it was to get Jaime and Diana's character, Lady Olenna, into the same room. That was what the real battle was.
Your brother and his new queen thought you would be defending Casterly Rock.
The truth is, Casterly Rock isn't worth much anymore.
It was a ruthless, smart choice by him, which Tyrion later praises.
Abandoned the family home, completely unsentimental. Father would have been proud.
It's nice when Tyrion isn't always right. It's great when these characters make errors, make mistakes, proves them more human.
Enough with the clever plans. I have 3 large dragons. I'm going to fly them to the Red Keep. When everybody else's plan goes to pot, the only thing to come out is like, I'm gonna do this my way. And the way that I do it is to be a dragon.
She wants a victory. She's tired of holding back while Cersei stabs her in the back repeatedly over and over and over again. And she sees an opportunity to take out a large part of Cersei's army without burning down castles, without incinerating villages. And she wins a great victory and destroys much of the Lannister army.
I think one of the pitfalls of this genre is that they're action sequences which are simply there to be action sequences. This is a character-driven show. Every single scene must be about one of the characters, and we can't stop applying that rule when we get to the action sequences.
When you have a big battle sequence, especially one where you have multiple points of view, you have to figure out how you balance those and whose eyes do you want to primarily tell the story through. I chose to focus on Jaime, that it was about being on the other side of a dragon attack. You have Daenerys Targaryen unleashed for the first time in Westeros, and it's about Jaime Lannister trying to hold together his troops in the middle of watching the world change forever.
Dracarys!
The loot train is certainly bigger than anything we've done up to this season. There's a lot of different beats to the attack. There's Drogon setting lots of things and people on fire. There's the sheer scale of how many Dothraki and how many Lannisters there's supposed to be in this scene.
We have 200 extras, we have 60 or 80 horse people, and it needs to look like a cast of tens of thousands.
We had to alter the environment a little bit just to fit, the 100,000 Dothraki on horses that needed to attack these guys.
As each season comes along, the dragons and the CGI gets more impressive.
To give an idea, in season 6, we had 11 shots that featured Emilia riding the dragon. This year we have over 80. The dragons double in size every year. And the dragons were huge last year, and this year they're twice again. So the dragon buck, which is the practical thing that Emilia sits on, is also twice as big. Environmentally, we're changing the skies, so the overall progression of the scene is, beautiful sunny skies to completely claustrophobic black smoke and ash and dark and, hellish situation.
There's nothing you can do. There's just nothing you can do. So the only thing he does try to do is to take her out.
What gets the heart racing, hopefully in that sequence, is Jaime Lannister grabbing a spear, riding for Dany. He wants to kill her. And you don't want him to. At the same time, you don't want her to turn around and torch him.
This is the first time we've ever had two sets of main characters on opposite sides of the battlefield, and it's impossible to really want any one of them to win and impossible to want any one of them to lose. And Tyrion has the most complex set of emotions about this battle of anyone, because he's got the woman he serves on one end and he's got his brother who he loves on the other end.
Seeing my family lose and his brother Jaime perhaps about to be killed, it's a real struggle for him. Every piece of his being is wishing he can intercede, but he can't.
There was a very slight chance that maybe, just maybe, he could get there in time and kill her. He would die, there's no question about it. He knew that he was not going to survive that.
This whole sequence, you're suddenly like, oh my God, I'm living out these kind of dreams I had as a kid. And it's amazing to be put in this situation and have so much going on with the fire around me. It's like, yeah, don't have to think about acting so much. You're just like, yeah, I'm there.
Just see the skill of the stunt guys, of the writers. I mean, what they do in camera is amazing.
And they're performers for a reason. They're really talented at what they do. And they'll have ideas about how this would make this fight better, or this would raise the stakes. The horse department is the same way. Camilla, who's the head of the horse department, she brought some great ideas to us. She said, what about when, as the Dothraki are coming down, if they all just stood up on their horses and started shooting arrows at them? And I thought, well, that sounds great, but that's not possible. She said, no, it is.
We made these little leg frames to put one foot in to enable that, because it's pretty impossible to do without some assistance. So we have these guys standing up. We're endeavoring to try and, create something that somebody hasn't seen before.
This battle was the most fire-intensive one we've had. According to Rally, we set the world record for setting most stuntmen on fire in a single shot, and it looked like it. It was pretty damn impressive to be there on the day watching that happen.
The dragons have grown. They're the size of a 747 now, so they're big. So you'd think then that the amount of people they burn in one go would increase, and there was a few raised eyebrows when I suggested 20. And it wasn't just because it's a record, although it is. It was because, we just needed to see the scope of what was happening. So that was quite a challenge, and it's not been done before. The most I've done before that was 6. Now 6 seems like a sedate number.
George Martin's often said that the Dothraki are kind of an amalgam of American Indian tribes and the Mongols, who would often fight more traditionally organized armies and make them look foolish because they were just so unorthodox in their battle approach. So definitely got a bit of that Western feel, but then you throw dragons in.
One of the things we wanted to do with the Dragonfire now is to sell how powerful a weapon it is. We've seen younger Drogon burn people, but now he's the size of a 747. The diameter of his dragon breath is 30 feet. And so if you're in the middle of that, you are completely gone in an instant. And that was one thing I wanted to do early on, was to tell the story of the power of that. The special effects department, led by Sam Conway, did a brilliant job of building these charcoal paper figures that turn into dust the minute that you turn them on fire and blow air at them. And so we have some of that happening throughout the loot train. And then later we see it with the Tarleys.
When you're watching Dany execute the Tarleys, you know, hopefully there would be some argument about what she's done. From her standpoint, she's not acting insane in any way. She's just being tough, which is what she needs to be to win. And that's one perspective. Tyrion has a different perspective, and hopefully people watching it will have their own, and they'll decide for themselves whether they think what she did was just or immoral.
I think this is an argument that the show is continually presenting both sides for. Always, it's asking you, the audience, to question what power means, what it is to have it, what it is to keep it, and how is it best exercised.
It's when his son steps forward and throws himself in with his father. That's really the place where Tyrion's counseling, don't destroy the entire future of this house because of the father's decision. And she decides that she can't let him go. It's that that really, I think, starts to make Tyrion maybe a little bit uneasy.
Tyrion is most definitely genuinely concerned for Daenerys. From then on, she's questioning my loyalty to her. And I think Tyrion is questioning his own loyalty to her.
I am her hand, not her head. I can't make her decisions for her.
That's what I used to tell myself about her father.
Who's that for?
Jon Snow.
What's it say?
Nothing good.
The letter from Bran says that the army that's marching now, and there's no more time. The clock is ticking. So that forces Dany into a decision and Jon into the decision of, what do we do now? We can't sit on this island anymore. Like, the other war is starting, whether we want it to or not.
Like many of these situations on the show, the one who figures it out is Tyrion, you know, which is the only way you're going to prove it to people is to show it to people.
Very often on Thrones, one of the best things is the sets we have around us. And in the Dragon Pit scene, the atmosphere there, it was just so incredible.
Italica is a phenomenal location. It's not often you would ever get permission to shoot somewhere, you know, where the Romans built and that still has Roman concrete. It's unbelievable. Just as somewhere that you might go as a tourist, it's something that you ought to see when you're in that part of the world, let alone as a film crew, be able to go there and shoot. It was such an enormous honor and something that I'm still quite shocked we were given permission to do. I know for Team Podeswa, it was very difficult to shoot.
This is one of the more complex scenes I've ever been asked to shoot. You have almost the entire cast of the show in one place for a very long sequence with very important and very specific beats to capture. You have, like, Cersei seeing Tyrion for the first time in a long time, her mortal enemy. That's a moment. The first time Euron sees Theon, and, you know, what's that moment? So do that times 500. And that's kind of what this scene is. You know, you've got a dragon coming. Many people have never seen a dragon before.
Of course, Dany arrives on a dragon. And she tries desperately to not be impressed by that arrival. And everyone else, obviously, as you would, is standing up in awe of this. And then, you know, in walks this young beauty of a queen, and she's immediately beyond frustrated on many levels. And then all she gets from Dany is apologies.
We've been here for some time.
My apologies. And that then drives her in the scene. She can't bear it.
It's this quiet, subtle battle of the death stares, really, between the two of us. It's, yeah, it gets kind of intense. And then you have the moment with the White where Daenerys has seen it and she's aware of it and it's frightening, but she is just watching Cersei. Like, she just needs to know that this has affected her so that she can know that we can lay all our cards on the table and believe that when she says that she will have a truce, she means it.
After they see the dead men in the dragon pit, Jaime realizes that all of these crazy tales that people have been telling, including his own brother, are true, and that there is a war coming that's threatening everyone. It doesn't matter what side you're on. And he takes Cersei at her word when she says that the Lannisters will fight alongside the North and Dany against this threat. And I think a part of Jaime is even happy to do so. He's always been tagged with the moniker of Kingslayer and a traitor, and he finally gets to be on the right side. And then Cersei takes that away from him.
The Starks and Targaryens have united against us, and you want to fight alongside them. Are you a traitor?
I made a promise.
Jaime leaves, and she never, ever, 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 ever thought that would happen. She sees it as a total betrayal. I just think we leave Cersei ready to roll into season 8, where I just think she's gone.
We don't know what the repercussions of this are going to be, but we know something big is going to happen next season.
Last season, we had a pretty triumphant ending with Dany finally sailing west towards Westeros with her fleet. But this one is definitely much more horrific, and so much of the pressure falls into the laps of our VFX geniuses.
Of course, whatever we can shoot, we did shoot. We have the Night King on a motion base on the back of Visceron. We had a piece of wall fabricated by the special effects and art department teams that we blasted it with a flamethrower that was mounted on a 3D motion control cable cam rig. We shot elements of whites on green screen that will be the basis of the White Army traveling across. We shot tons of plates in Iceland at an environment that replicates the just north of the wall at Eastwatch look. So all of that will come together, and a lot of it is virtual.
For the Ice Dragon, we looked back at the models that we created when Tyrion visited the 2 sick dragons, because we'd gone down a long road of what do the emaciated, starving dragons look like. And they're sick, and they're holding their heads in a different way, and their ribs are poking through the skin. So we started with the season 7 Viserion model and sort of combined it with the season 6 sick Viserion model. And then we did a lot of research on, ice buildup on cars and buses, basically. Where does the snow and the ice build up? And then we transferred that to the dragon because he's obviously flying always in the snowy, icy environment. The hardest, I suppose, would be the collapse of the ice wall. It's so digital, and it has so much particle sim work to do, which must be exactly right, or the whole sequence fails.
This sequence is a real testament of just the dedication and commitment of that whole team of people working around the world to make something that's impossible and unreal seem so real and so present.
We write, and then the wall comes tumbling down, and it's really easy to type those words, but it's really hard for them to make it look good.
Couldn't think of what would be a greater season finale than the wall falling and the army of the dead marching on the living. Since season 1, one of the tropes of the show has always been the wall can hold off the army of the dead. So the wall breaking, how could you ever top that?
As a season closer, it's phenomenal. It's like the whole paradigm shift. Okay, the wall is not going to protect you. The enemy is coming. Winter is here. It's snowing in King's Landing. It's like, all right, fur is going to fly. Something's going to happen.
Watching it take shape and come together and seeing how much fun the actors had with it, that's what really thrills me about it. And the characters are going to a place that they never have before. They're facing the conflicts they know will decide their fates, and it's all getting real.
A day in the life of the art department, bro. I was thrilled when I read the outline and realised there were so many new locations and so many big builds this year. As a member of the art department, you just want to build everything. And I mean, that's what we do and that's what we love.
One of the things that separates Game of Thrones from most other shows is the way it looks. And the way it looks is almost entirely the primary responsibility of Deb and her insanely talented art department.
I'm the first in, apart from the producers themselves.
Debs and myself, we lead a team of art directors, concept artists, assistant art directors, graphic artists. That is the fuel that feeds the construction shop.
The two other art directors that we have, they're always first on the ground.
Whatever they throw at us, you have to come up with a creative answer.
You create worlds, you create something that is different from reality.
It's best also to start the concept artists at this point as well.
The construction department will break down into carpentry, plasterers, painters, sculptors, metalwork, rigging department.
And then over the following weeks, everyone else filters back through.
12 beds ready for the infirmary.
Beautiful.
Props will break down into furniture, drapes department, and a painting department.
Beautiful. And this is as it was in previous seasons, isn't it? We also have the greens department who'll make sure that all of the ground surfaces have been taken care of.
It's a lot of cajoling of a lot of people to make sure that they can kind of do what we want them to do.
This year we're absolutely filled to the gills with people on computers, people on drawing boards, people drafting graphics. It's all happening in a very small space. You just can never let the machine stop. Don't stop the machine for anything. Dragonstone is certainly the piece that I'm most proud of. It's probably the most original work that we've managed to achieve on the show so far.
Dany coming home was a really interesting sequence. What was really lovely about doing it was that doing it for Game of Thrones, you're doing a sequence like that, you can really do it properly. Like, you can really take your time with it. You can really give it its due as a real moment.
It's about 5 minutes of screen time where no one's talking. It's not like an action sequence where you've got the excitement of people fighting. It's just people walking.
The place itself is really the other main character. It puts a lot of weight on the art department.
We had so many elements that we had to somehow knit together to create the whole Dragonstone world.
Dragonstone this year was a combination of some of the most beautiful locations in Spain you've ever seen.
The arrival is shot in Zumaya. You then get up onto the platform, go up a set of stairs, turn around, and then we're on stage here in Belfast, and those are the massive dragon gates. And then once she goes through those doors here, then you pick her up again in San Juan, where she goes up the steps to the castle. It's like a whole tapestry of locations that we had to knit together to work for Dragonstone. Looking for the space where Dany would land when she would first arrive home, we had to find somewhere that was very special for her. And when we arrived at Zumaya Beach, the geological formations there are so unique and so special and so interesting that they have a weight to them that none of us could ignore.
That leads to these dragon gates that Deb designed that are massive and spectacular.
Our main job for Dragonstone this year has been the exterior of the entrance gate, which is flanked by two big dragon head gate guardians that we've carved.
They started sculpting way early, just because something like that is a very time-consuming article to get ready.
The Dragonstone gates, which they built for about 10 seconds of footage, which was huge, like twice the size of double-decker buses on end.
That leads to this raised stairwell that goes over the water and leads all the way up to this monastery where we put Dragonstone. That is such an unusual and incredibly beautiful place.
Here we are, we're on Stage B, Titanic Studios, and this is going to become the Dragonstone. Previously it was marine, all the big marine sets were here, now we're Dragonstone. I think we're 2/3, 3/4 of the way through construction, but we're doing pretty well. It's ambitious, so it was always going to be tight.
Zumaya Beach ended up influencing the design of the interior sets.
We sent a couple of plasterers out to Spain, and we call it a squeeze. What it is, they take an imprint of rock wall, and they'll make a huge rubber impression of that texture. They can bring that back here, and then we can make our own plaster versions. So basically, we're bringing a bit of Spain back with us.
We're at the back of the set, and this is one of the corridors that is running down one side of the main set. We're just building up in various stages here, so we're fixing the set to the location. And these corridors are going to be the areas where Daenerys and Tyrion and everyone are going to be walking up and down to get from A to B once they're in the Dragonstone castle. So here we go, we're going down the tunnel, and we're approaching the entrance to the main hall. And we're going to have a beautiful pair of elaborate gates here, push them open, and then bang straight into the main audience chamber of Dragonstone. Which is something that is completely different to anything we've seen on Game of Thrones before.
David and Dan were very clear with what they wanted the audience chamber to look like.
A lot of research was done into how the audience chamber would work for the script, how it would look in reality.
I wanted this set to sort of start in the cave and grow out of it. And then we were able to bring in those beautiful geological formations in those side corridors.
That seems so appropriate for Dragonstone, since the castle itself is meant to look a bit like a dragon, you know, and have those sharp edges and scales.
What was really key about the audience chamber, you wanted to come in and you wanted to be impressed, and I also think you wanted to be a little bit terrified. There's something about the entire architecture which is unsettling. It doesn't really seem to be able to support itself, so you're always a little bit anxious and nervous.
They wanted a huge floor space, and there was going to be a few top shots, so the floor had to be interesting, of course. So we tried different shapes to the floor, and we just found the hexagon shape worked really well.
I think there was almost 850 floor tiles to make and create and texture and paint.
We did a seal in the floor as you enter the chamber with a three-headed dragon.
That's probably my single favorite set we've ever built. Without a single visual effect in play, it looked so epic and grandiose and gothic and broody and slightly off-putting in the best way.
This is a former, a basic throne shape. And this afternoon or in the next hour or so, this will go right up here. That will sit right here, dead centre. So Daenerys will be framed with this window. And then behind her, massive great rock formation that goes all the way up into that corner.
It's going to be dramatic.
Yeah, it's really dramatic. Yeah, the angles are fantastic.
The way it was designed, the way the light flows into that room, the throne built out of the rock. It has such a visual impact, that room. I think it's a really special set.
By carving the throne into that rockwork itself, I think makes a very strong statement. It's not a piece of movable furniture. It's something that's tied to the building. It's something that the building was actually built around. And that was something that was really exciting to me.
I'm just so thankful that I have a throne with armrests. Oh, and a back. It's very exciting.
It felt like we were doing something special right from the beginning. So when you watch the crew walk in and when you see their faces, it's enormously satisfying to realise that we got there and it worked.
For decades, House Lannister has been the true power in Westeros, and the seat of that power is Casterly Rock. Grey Worm and the Unsullied will sail for the Rock and take it.
So here we are in the Dragonstone map room. It's slightly changed from the original. A few new improvements. We've made it higher. We've put this header through there so you can shoot up. And we've got a tunnel out the back now so that we've got a direct access out to the castle. There's going to be a lot of dialogue in here this season, so they want it to be lived in. So we've got a fireplace to get a bit of ambient light at night time. But I think the big change is that we designed a new dragon as a sort of logo for the new audience hall. But they liked it so much, they wanted to do the new design on the wall here. So we've taken the old dragon out, and we're now sculpting a new design of a dragon in.
Dany has her map table that's been established from going way back to season 2. That's Stannis' map table that was originally built by Aegon Targaryen.
This season, the map markers were made slightly larger than normal. We had this quite cool idea of thinking about World War II maps and how there was the Air Force and how that you'd often have like planes. And so the idea was that the dragons would be higher and have 3 dragons on the table that would be like your Air Force, your Game of Thrones Air Force. And then you'd have your foot soldiers, which would be the Unsullied, and they were designed a bit like pawns, so it kind of became like a cross between a chess set and a war table.
Each map marker was individually thought of and what would visually for the audience be represented. So it was like a clear indication of who was what was where.
We initially would start with a sculpt out of clay, and then it'd be a moulding process, and then a clean-up process to refine all of the details. They would then go through to our props painting department, and then they'd be delivered safely onto set and locked in a cage until they were allowed onto the map table.
Gav, who makes all the props, he improved them really. He had to carve them in 3D and I'd done them in 2D. So it's great, it's like a partnership working together. My favourite thing might have been that dragon map marker. I'm really attached to it.
Enemies to the north. Ned Stark's bastard has been named king in the north, and that murdering whore Sansa stands beside him. Enemies everywhere. We're surrounded by traitors. You're in command of the Lannister army now. How do we proceed?
We're talking about places that don't exist, and so we've been trying to educate the audience from the very beginning, because it's so important to know where is King's Landing in relation to Winterfell and so forth. And so much of this season is strategizing between two opposing queens, in Daenerys and Cersei. And we knew that Dany was going to have her map table, and we wanted Cersei to have her equivalent.
We thought that a painted map on the ground next to her council chamber, that seemed like a good idea.
Jim Staines and Rhiannon Fraser, they created a beautiful map for the King's Landing map room. That was a wonderful piece.
The art department, they create this world, and it's extraordinary to play in it.
The first thing I heard about it was, before I even started this year, was there's a map on the floor, and I knew where it was going to be, so I thought, well, okay, big. And then doing a lot of drawing and painting and feeding those into the computer. We had a large print made first, and then we had two guys come in, Dave Packard and Greg Winters, who came in to actually paint the image that I designed onto the floor.
We knew that Jim Staines, the graphic designer, would create something amazing, and he worked so hard on it, and through many, many different iterations of it. We decided it was only right that the person finishing up the map at the end of the sequence would be Jim Staines. So the man who is firmly but politely dismissed at the beginning of the scene by Jaime Lannister is indeed Jim Staines, who designed and created the map to begin with.
Have you ever been down here, Your Grace?
No, I can't say I have.
We had this incredible location, the old shipyards in Seville. We created a dragon skull room in the basement of King's Landing.
We have to create a feeling that dragon skulls have been stored there, semi-abandoned. It isn't a ritualistic space.
The process of creating the dragon skulls was initially receiving a concept which revealed several dragon skulls of different shapes and sizes, all in kind of relic form.
It was, wanting them to look as much like real skulls as possible. So there's a lot of research that they did into lizard skulls and dinosaur skulls, trying to get all the bone structure just right.
We'll use any artwork that the art department have generated, and we'll use a whole bunch of real-world references as well. For textures, we have a sheep skull to look at how the surface texture looks. We try to basically bring everything back into a reality using reference from the real world. The large dragon skull, that had a digital 3D sculpture done at the art department, and then we took on the task of translating that into a pretty large polystyrene carving.
The sculptors, without a doubt, the best thing that they did this year was that giant dragon's head. To watch that take shape, to see them draw it first, a massive drawing, and then to watch a team of sculptors create that giant thing was really thrilling.
It's about 30 foot long and 11 foot high and about 16 foot wide.
Balerion the Dread, the beast that Aegon rode across the sea. His flames forged the Iron Throne and brought the Seven Kingdoms to heel.
There's a lot of work that goes into it. All in all, there's going to be at least 2 months' work. More if you consider how much a drawing, an idea, and the conceptual, detailed sculpting would have been.
One of the main issues we had was each skull had at least 20, maybe even 30 horns and up to about 70 individual teeth. The workload was quite intense, really.
We'll cut it up and send it on lorries to Spain and reassemble it on the location.
The sculptors who've made them here in Belfast would travel out to Seville and get to fix them back together again.
The finishing work, the attaching the horns, which were sent separately, they were all attached within that skull room.
There must have been 50 dragon skulls down there of all different sizes and different states of disrepair.
The scale was from sort of handheld size skulls up to, with the horns on, up to about 10 feet in length.
While they were making the skulls, we ordered crates up from construction, then we crated them up. But the crates were quite useful as well, because we needed more dressing for the skull room than we thought. So the crates, which were intended just for shipping, ended up broken down, repainted, stenciled and dressed in. So that was quite handy.
I think many people, when they watch it, will think it's a visual effect, but it wasn't. Like, we literally had that big a place with that many skulls.
I think it's one of the most successful spaces that we've ever worked in.
One of the biggest sequences in this show to grapple with was the sequence in the Dragon Pit.
With the Dragon Pit, basically, it started with the location that they had found, the Italica Colosseum.
Italica was a city built, I believe, as of the beginning of the 2nd century. And this amphitheater, I believe, held up to 40,000 people for games. Right now, what we see, the ruins of it, I think they're more or less 25% of what it used to be.
It's not often you would ever get permission to shoot somewhere where the Romans built that still has Roman concrete. It's unbelievable.
The fact that they've managed to find it, get access to it, and then dress it in a way that serves the story, it's remarkable.
When you read the scene, you try and imagine a place for it, and then you see the photos of the location, you think, gosh, this place exists. It really felt like dragons had been there. We had a lot to work with. We were really adding in small sections of construction to tell our story that it was an abandoned space and that it had served a different purpose in the past. We built a platform and a podium for this very powerful scene that was going to take place there.
We were very much involved in the canopies and then the choice of fabric that we used. Because it was King's Landing, we wanted to use the deep burgundy red of the Lannisters. So we created 3 different platforms, and then the hero platform had a fabulous damask pattern and had more detailing on the columns. The chairs that Cersei actually sat on were like lovely leather embossed chairs with arms that had a bit more stature.
We had to fill in the pit where the animals were kept and the gladiators would wait before the fights in Roman times. The existing Roman architecture, we weren't allowed to touch it at all with our set. So logistically, building a structure on top of that, it took quite a lot of time, and it was very closely supervised by archaeologists that worked at the site.
What I loved about the space and what I fought really hard for was to be able to have the hound with the white come up from below. Cersei enters at ground level and Dany enters on her dragon from above, so that you understand the way the space works very clearly. When she arrives on that dragon, I mean, that's an amazing moment in the history of the show. That needed, you know, the appropriate sort of space for that to happen.
Bernie and our location gang in Spain had found Almodovar Castle, which seemed like a perfect match for Highgarden.
This year, we've had quite a variety of amazing locations. We've had 2 different castles, one which was standing in for King's Landing at Trujillo, and then the one that was Highgarden, which was Almodovar.
We knew it before we even arrived, that this was Highgarden. We arrived at the gates of Highgarden that day.
We've been hearing about Highgarden for quite a few seasons now, and you try and imagine where you'll find a place that will fulfill those expectations, and here was this really beautiful castle, literally with a garden that was high up, an amazing, amazing setting.
The morning we shot there, we came up at sunrise, and there was a mist across the fields there that was just magical. It was Tolkien-esque, it was extraordinary.
There were things to do there. A lot of our work has generally been taking away anything that's modern and build things to disguise the things that we couldn't safely remove.
From an art department point of view, there was obviously a lot of, handrails that needed to be removed. Greens did a lot of work.
Hopefully, it's largely invisible work from the construction point of view. And then the set dressing, adding in all of the chests and the gold, telling the story that way. A lot of things that went into that location.
You have the big courtyard scene where you see the Lannisters going through and looting the place. And so we had some bullion that was made here by our modelling department with the Tyrell roses on them.
Manufacturing the ingots individually was a process in itself. And then obviously getting those gold plated was quite labour intensive.
We wanted to establish a certain amount of wealth that they had, that there was obviously something that Jaime would be interested in, you know, that the Lannisters would be removing and taking for themselves. So when you see that wagon train heading out of there, you know that they've completely cleaned the place out. The chamber where Jaime finds Olenna waiting for him, that was built in Belfast. There wasn't a room that was big enough to be shot in, that had enough sort of crew access, that allowed the camera the space that we needed there on location.
Will there be pain?
No, I made sure of that.
That's good.
My name is Samuel Tarley, sworn brother of the Night's Watch, training to serve as maester at Castle Black. I knew your father. I was with him when he died. You're not dying today, Sir Jorah.
Not many things can really get hired anymore from prop stores for this show. Everything's kind of designed very bespoke, whether it be a surgical instrument or a piece of furniture.
If we need to make 12 beds, for instance, for like the infirmary in the Citadel, they'll get concepted and then they'll get made and everything gets researched. What fabrics we'll use and materials.
Within the Citadel, we also had a lot of surgical instruments to make from scratch.
Something like Sam's medical instruments, David and Dan, again, were very specific about what they wanted. And then it started with Jess Sinclair, and she was there doing the concept art for these instruments.
First, do quite a lot of research to look at like most early forms of surgery. Looking at a lot of things from the plague was good, useful. And then also bearing in mind that Game of Thrones is often quite bloody, and David and Dan like quite gory things. So then you might up the drama to make it more so it'll fit.
It's that cross between sort of medieval, sort of, you know, we're in that sort of medieval-ish world, but at the same time, you know, we're in the Citadel, and what does that mean, and what sort of instruments would Sam use to operate on Jorah? Gavin, our props maker, he made all of those beautiful instruments that then get handed on to Kevin, and he ages them all. They then all get handed to Gordy, and then he keeps them all and is responsible for them, and he's made a lovely little pouch for them that is also part of the scene.
We wanted a look on them. I mean, they wanted to look sort of nasty and kind of, it's like, you know, you don't want anyone coming near you with those objects.
They have to look appropriate to that period, but yet at the same time, look real and convincing, as if you could perform an operation with them.
So those all had to be designed, all had to be made in-house, purely because they didn't exist. The things you would have found wouldn't have been nearly as interesting as the things we were able to dream up.
Hey, up. Where are you going?
In there. I live here.
Fuck off.
I'm Arya Stark. This is my home.
Walking into Winterfell for the first time, seeing this extraordinary exterior set, I feel a little bit like a neophyte because I just assumed Winterfell was a real castle, you know? And so I walk into this set and it's just extraordinary. I know from the pilot it was a real castle, and I guess I just kind of assumed that part of it was still shot. And now they built this thing and they made it bigger this year.
The art department this year have just done the most incredible job. The Winterfell set that I'm in at the moment is just completely built from scaffolding.
Every year, we get to see a little bit more because we add on courtyards and we add on catwalks and we add on interior spaces that give you a sense of what's going on inside these keeps with the corridors and the hallways and the different rooms of the castle.
This is Winterfell Gate. That's the front entrance to Winterfell. As you can see, there's quite a bit of damage that has occurred over the past winter. These sets were not designed initially to last 7 seasons. It's all plasterwork and timber at the end of the day that we construct sets of. They're not real. And as a result, there's always maintenance to be had. Out here is mainly kind of paintwork, but when you go inside, you'll see there's a lot more to be done. Obviously, we've had the Winterfell battle last season, Wun breaking through the gate. These are kind of the remnants of that action. We've put the original panels back because we want to show that they're preparing for the coming winter and for coming battles. This is obviously completely bare. There are no props in here. The greens will have to come. They will have to take a lot of the greenery out. We'll need to relay the floor a little bit. This is all weather. The floor is suddenly kind of quite uneven. It's just rain damage. So now we're in the second courtyard. Again, you know, quite a bit of damage. The steps have all collapsed. It's not that bad, actually. It's still in very, very good condition. The guys just need to replace a few of the boards on the walkway. But overall, it needs a really good repaint. In addition to the original courtyard from season 1, we built a second courtyard for last season, to which we have added a third courtyard this season. Deborah Riley, our designer, designs the sets. We then take these designs and work them into practical working drawings and then supervise the builds as well. These are obviously not the canals anymore as such. We are putting a window at the end here in order to kind of ring the changes that can bring us from the second courtyard into our new build, which is our new courtyard.
These are Mother and Father's chambers.
And? This year, obviously, we have more characters in Winterfell, areas coming back. Sansa and, of course, Jon Snow. As a result, each of them have a room. Bran has a room. Suddenly, instead of having 2 rooms, you need 4. Then also there's a lot of action in corridors. There's a lot of intrigue going on where people are following people. So, you know, all of that needed developing. This is Jon Snow's room, which used to be Ramsay's room. We've kind of rebuilt this slightly. There's a window here now. We've changed things around. We've changed the fireplace just to kind of do this a little bit differently. As you kind of find your way through, you'll find your way into Sansa's room, and from there, kind of all the other rooms as well. So this is Sansa's room here. Everywhere still some construction to be done. You know, the fireplace is still being built. There are certain things that can probably kind of do with a little bit more. This hasn't been finished yet. While they've started taking this down, aging this.
What's that?
Maester Welkin built it for me, so I can move around more easily.
It's a very good idea.
I have designed a lot of stuff for Bran Stark. He doesn't know it, but I'm his personal transport designer.
There was a lot of opinions on how it should look and how it should feel, and the concept artist went through numerous designs before that was actually approved for us to then make.
Now he's the three-eyed raven. He has quite an austere character, so you had to not design any decoration on it, and it had to be the Winterfell colours, quite pared down, and then using the wood and the leather, keeping it really simple, so it reflected his character.
It has to be practical, but it has to look period. So the trick is to kind of disguise the mechanics of it at times. Once it was done, everybody was happy with it, and it was comfortable also for the actor and was able to function properly.
The North needs to band together.
The Winterfell fire backplate, it's the second one we've made over the last 2 years. If it was something that you could just have hanging at the back of a set, there wouldn't be that much of a problem, but because you want to light a real fire in front of it, we have to use special fire retardant materials. We then have to generate a huge mold, which is very expensive, very labor-intensive. A prop like that is something that doesn't really get much camera time, but it's just all part of the process.
One of the great things about having a show that's gone on for many years, for all the departments, there's a degree of accretion where you just keep adding layer and layer and layer, and things become more rich and complicated and lived in, and that all adds to the realism of the world.
They have done such an extraordinary job. All of these sets are bigger than you can imagine and more detailed than you can really even experience frame by frame in a show. It's quite an adventure.
Silence was one of the early sets, and it had to be one of the wow sets, which it was. We had to create that really actually in about 7 weeks. Because we didn't have a lot of time, everything just had to go perfect on that.
We're in Banbridge doing the boats for the sea battle. Yara's ship and Euron's boat, the Silence.
Halka Richter was the art director of that set, and he was working with a concept artist named Philip Shearer.
The Silence was my favorite and my least favorite set at the same time. It was quite obvious that everyone's vision was very, very different. Someone imagined the ship to be like Chinese influenced, but these are also Ironborn. So some others were looking more like in a Viking direction. To bring all of this together was like the big challenge.
Through research, we started to look at Roman sort of biremes, triremes. We were looking at medieval ships.
The boat's an amalgam of a lot of different great warcraft that were built over the different centuries, so it's not quite like any one in particular, but it's a lot of different ones mushed together.
As we planned the battle out, we realized the boat itself doesn't really come into play as a real thing that people need to interact with until it's connected to Yara's ship. So we decided that the best way to put across the true size of this boat and still make it possible and functional was to build a section of it, the bow section that rams into Yara's boat.
The art department designed and built the first 50 feet of the Silence with the idea that visual effects would then extend that.
The great thing was, because Philip had worked in 3D on the computer when he was designing it, it meant that these ribs could then be farmed out and cut and perfectly delivered so that the boat would go together like it was out of a kit.
When the thing is then assembled, you get the skeletal structure of the ship, and then we just start to clad it. So it was very much a carpentry-heavy set. We have marine guys who will come over and help us on these things. All the rigging came through them. They'll splice the ropes, they'll hang the ropes, put the sails up, do whatever they can to get this car park ship ready for battle.
I work out the drawing to scale everything down to make the sail the shape it is. Then we ordered the fabric, which is now is a black acrylic canvas because it's got to be strong. There's also the special effects sail, then that's put up on the ship as well, so they can work out all the details in special effects.
If you look at Roman or Greek ships, they often had animal designs in front. Euron obviously has a kraken as a sigil. It kind of befits the character, and it makes the ship look so much different from any of the other ships that we've had before.
Being on that boat, my boat, they only built it like the front of my ship and the side of it, and it was like 5 times bigger than their little tiny boat.
Looking at it from the outside, it's quite extraordinary. It's so exciting to just be in the presence of something that's so well designed and perfect.
The Silence is Euron's mothership, and it's supposed to intimidate people when they see it, and it's supposed to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies.
Euron.
We are on the top deck. We wanted to make it look more like a fighting deck, so, you know, that's why the castellations, the idea that it's almost like a mini castle on a deck.
We fell in love with this idea of a thing called a corvus, which is a kind of like a bridge.
It was a device that the Romans used to enter an enemy ship. So they would lower the corvus, which had a spike that looked a little bit like the beak of a raven. That's why it was called corvus. Corvus is Latin for raven. It would literally sink itself into the deck of the enemy ship.
And the guys come streaming down and then run onto the ships to murder everybody.
We were such a great, humongous, mean-looking thing, so it just seemed like the personality match with Pilu's rendition of Euron.
It is quite clearly a warship. It doesn't transport people, it transports death and destruction.
The loot train is our biggest scene this year by far.
The loot train involves a lot of different departments, all sort of working at the very extremes of their abilities.
We're in a park called Los Barracas, which is a natural park here in Extremadura region of Spain. What drew us here originally was the strange rock formations, which are quite unusual.
Barracas was probably the last location we found because it was at the end of our 2 weeks tour. The end of 6,000 kilometers in a van. We finally found it.
What we were looking for location-wise was just basically the biggest field we could find. It had to have some water on it because there's the river comes into play. But really we just needed a massive field because we're gonna have the Dothraki galloping in. We've got a massive Lannister wagon train. We've got the dragon flying. You need a ton of space.
When I first read the outline, I did think it'll be exciting to be doing a battle, but there'll obviously be nothing for the art department to do because we have an amazing location and we'll put some wagons in and we'll set fire to them. And how wrong I was.
We initially received concepts of about 5 medieval-style armoured vehicles in horse and cart form. Then we hired 5 carts from England. We then had to sort of dismantle those carts, modify them in a way to work precisely with the concepts.
Everybody in Spain then did the actual set dressing that was associated with them.
One cart in particular, which we would call the hero cart, we had to work very closely with the director of photography along with the set decorator, as this cart needed to be lengthened so that certain camera angles could be established.
From a greens point of view, I think it's possibly one of the biggest sets that we've tackled.
It needed to look very lush and green before the battle actually commenced, so we sort of looked after that, and we did a lot of clearing. We've got lots of rock piles, artificial rocks that look very, very much like the ones that you see around you now.
You have horses charging down the side of a hill, so we have to take everything out. Stones, bushes, anything that could hurt the horses or the riders.
Usually on a sequence of this scale, we would take the back foot, it might just be blood puddles or a handful of things, but because the entire sequence is a wagon train and involves 27 wagons and their various bits of dressing, we have to reshuffle the entire set constantly, which means dressing 180 degrees or 360 depending on the camera movement.
We are providing all of the objects that are dressing the set, so the wagons, the things in the wagons, the urns, the pots, the dead animals. As a painter, we sort of age them and make them feel like they fit into the environment. And I think it's good that maybe when you're watching it, it doesn't necessarily stand out, and that means we've done our job.
It started off a big loot train and everything was intact, and then the dragon comes along and blows it all to smithereens. There's different stages throughout the 3 weeks that we're shooting, so we have a whole team of dressers that come and do the changes.
As this set's sort of gone further and further into the battle, and dragons have been and fires happen, and now what we're doing is we're making it look very charred and burnt, and lots of sort of crispy critters hiding everywhere.
There's a lot of continuity to make sure that we're in the right space, in the right part of the process, reflecting the right amount of burn, the right amount of damage. How you keep that going takes an awful lot of effort.
We have an eco-friendly dye which dyes things black to make it look very charred and burnt. And we're using several forms of ash as well to dress in and make it all look authentic, along with charcoal and stuff like that.
It's a big special effects bonanza. Everything that we provide will then have to be burnt over a matter of 3 weeks. So we're building carriages, we're building wagons, knowing that everything is going to end up as ash by the end of it.
This is going to be crazy. It's a big battle. There's lots going on. We've got crew doing lots of different things here. There's hundreds of extras and horses and fire. I knew it was going to be crazy and fun too.
The frozen lake sequence is so ambitious that I don't think any of us really understood what we were getting ourselves into. Bernie Caulfield and Chris Newman pushed to have it in this quarry, which is half an hour outside of Belfast. It's called Wolf Hill Quarry.
I remember we went there and it was actually a nice day. What we didn't realise was how bad the weather was going to get.
Start clearing out, please. Let's go. All the rain comes, heavy again.
Wolf Hill Quarry can be a very unforgiving environment, weather-wise, a lot more brutal, especially in November, December, than the places we shot in Iceland.
It's worth it to get those characters out there where it really is freezing cold. What you'll see on camera is exactly what it is. It will be a very raw, cold, freezing environment where these characters are utterly exposed to the elements.
We looked at the location and then it was like figuring out how you can create a frozen lake.
We worked with some engineering contractors. These guys came in with big machinery. We've done a lot of quarry work, and I know that one man with some of those big machines can shift an awful lot of earth in a day.
It has to have a flat surface. Ice forms in flat pools, it doesn't have a hill. So we had to concrete it so it was a hard surface, so no mud could leach into the fake snow and so on.
In the end, we put down 11,000 square metres in area of concrete, which is nearly 3 acres, to create that vast area of frozen lake.
When you stand up on the top and look down, it was like we were building an airport or something. It looked amazing. And I'm sure the people up in the International Space Station must have been thinking, what on earth are they doing there? It was, the scale of it is enormous. We built the island in the middle like we would build a set.
The island was built out of a mixture of real rock and then plaster work to actually get the shape correct.
The island in the middle had to be very specific to contain the action. So we had the area where Tormund is, where the Hound is, where Jon Snow is. You know, those areas all had to be kind of worked out.
Where we need a place for Jon Snow to fall down, so we need a little step in the rock structure.
And the same really for the Night King area. Deb wanted it to have a real dynamic to it, so we used our own plaster, fiberglass sheeted rocks, but they were done in such a way to give the thing a drive. It's moving forward, this thing. It feels present.
When I came to set for the first time and saw this lake, I understood it was concrete and that they had actually made it. That blew my mind.
That island they built in the middle of the lake, it looks like a real island, you know, and the way they've made the lake look iced over. Yeah, it's incredible.
And then, of course, you know, you can't talk about that set without acknowledging the snow team. They've been there for an inordinate amount of time, just snowing piece by piece by piece, so that what you end up with is very nearly a 360-degree set.
We try to shoot in quarries whenever possible because they're just massive open spaces that we can turn into our playgrounds for whatever we need.
We built some walls to take us from Iceland into this lake to sort of make believe that we were in the same environment.
When you film something in another location and then you're responsible for finishing that location off somewhere else, you know, you have to really do your homework and try and make sure that you match it as best you can. And so all I can hope now is that the conditions that they have in Iceland when they shoot the first part match the conditions that we had when we shot in the quarry.
For the frozen lake, we initially received a concept where numerous White Walkers were pulling a huge dragon out of the lake. This was going to be a very visual effect heavy scene, but still we knew that, you know, the actors required to appear to be pulling something heavy.
We created like quite a large chain. It was all about figuring out the size of the links and how we'd get enough tension on it.
We needed to manufacture almost 400 feet of chain, which I think was about 1,000 links in total.
And then they were all painted with like a rust finish, and they'll actually get snow on the day up there.
I can't believe the scale of this thing. This is an hour of television. I started in September. I won't be done till February. That's nuts. Game of Thrones.
When I go up there now and I see them filming, it's like, wow, did we really do that? You know, I still sometimes have to pinch myself.
Okay, let's go for it. Here we go. We're rolling. Set. We're set. And action.
We have a fantastical storyline which requires us to suspend our disbelief. And what the art department does in these sets is it makes it real.
The art department is this show. It's just such a major factor in why this show has worked.
Nothing happens here without us taking the time to discuss it and to really think about it. I hope the audience understand and enjoy that, because it's something that we take great pride in.
That's why we do win Emmys, because we obsess over a scroll that's in the back of shot and is totally out of focus.
Pretty much everything that you see on set is created by the art department.
It's great to see your work being appreciated, but I would say conversely that a lot of our work is invisible, and it should be invisible.
If I was the 5-year-old version of me and I found out what I'd be going to be doing, I'd be like over the moon. This is cool. It's like playing.
We're just creating worlds. That's great. Can't really get anything better than that.
The sets are so authentic that you feel yourself step into another world.
When you walk on a set that you've concepted, it's a very surreal, exciting experience.
I actually can't believe I have the job I have. It's fantastic.
Well, they're just all so real. Everything from the weapons to the dressing of the set. It's absolutely nuts. If I wasn't an actor, I'd work in the art department.
Working in the art department is like an extreme sport. It's a very intense environment where a lot of things are happening very, very quickly.
I don't know how Deb sleeps because she had so much work to do this season and she'll have so much work for the final season that it's kind of incredible she's still cheerful when you see her.
It's time to unleash the greatest moments of Game of Thrones.
The best thing I've ever seen on television.
As chosen by you.
A crown for king.
From a treasure trove of epic scenes.
I got goosebumps, actually.
Across 7 explosive seasons.
My TV is coming alive!
Of feuding families.
The Lannisters send their regards.
And cataclysmic vengeance.
These women are much more powerful than the men.
Everybody has a motivation to kill.
Villain or hero.
Characters very quickly taken out.
Death comes for all.
You're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
This perfect poetic justice.
As ice and fire unite.
Wow, that is an intense scene.
The endgame is in sight.
She's hardcore.
Who will claim the throne?
It's about survival, it's about power, it's about revenge.
The results have landed. So don't even blink.
I didn't see that coming.
As we reveal your greatest moments.
I love this show.
I was watching, thinking like there's like the fires burning, candlelight. I was thinking this is good.
At number 25, it's Melisandre's big bedtime reveal.
That was one of the best twists.
I did not expect that. I didn't expect it at all.
The Red Priestess has been hot property in Westeros.
For the night is dark and full of terrors.
I truly believe that she believes in the Lord of Light. She's 100%. She's got this blind faith, and that's why we like her. That's why I like her.
She's enticed the powerful to reach out and touch faith.
She's always used her sexuality to manipulate men.
Stannis was so bewitched, he sanctioned a terrible sacrifice.
Stuff that she's doing is grimbo, like nasty.
Now in this moment, we see the beauty is facade, but the magic is ancient and very real.
She takes off the red dress, and we're thinking, okay, where are we going with this? And then she takes off the necklace. And you see her reflection change in the mirror. What happened to the beautiful red-headed Melisandre?
She's got this young figure, but behind that, she's actually a very old woman that's been alive for many, many years, believing in this god. However, I feel like that scene kind of showed us she was starting to lose faith.
Not being ageist, of course, obviously old people should have sex, but it makes you wonder, like, she's getting sexy with all these young men.
They can't seem to resist her, can they? Apart from Jon Snow.
Undoubtedly a more powerful character with that aspect. That she can manipulate what she looks like and how she appears to people.
She's like a huge wealth of experience and so much magic that she can make herself incredibly beautiful. That's very powerful. You don't know what she'd do with someone else, and that's pretty terrifying because she can have that power over anyone.
You felt quite scared. You felt like, what's happened here? And cheated of the glory moment that we were hoping to see.
Bran is the firelighter who started the raging fire.
Next up at 24 is Bran Stark's downfall.
Climbed that tower against his mother's wishes.
He was this happy-go-lucky kid who just liked sort of living around the castle and being outdoors.
Everything went pear-shaped after that.
It's beautifully paced in that you know he's going to find something at the top of this tower and eventually comes across a scene that a young man should not see.
Being a 10-year-old boy, I don't know if I quite grasped perhaps the intensity of the scene back then.
You can see that Jaime's having sex with somebody, but then you kind of think that it must just be some wench that he's picked up from Winterfell, and then eventually her face is shown and it's his sister.
And the strange thing about he's this sugary character, but he's sleeping with his sister.
Obviously, I didn't see any of it while we were filming.
Stop!
But
Stop!
yeah, you certainly got that these were strange people.
Are you completely mad?
He saw us.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all right.
He saw us.
I heard you the first time.
You know, Game of Thrones, incest, violence, whatever, it's sort of not normal, but it's sort of, you know, the language of the programme now. But at the time, certainly it was hugely shocking.
We go steaming right ahead into all those taboos, and we completely shatter them and dance on them.
Quite the little climb, aren't you? How old are you, boy?
10.
10.
Jaime is trying to please his sister. She's in a complete panic, the fact that Bran has seen him, because she knows what it means. But he knows what it means too, and he knows that if the incest is discovered, not only will he and his sister be put to death, but their 3 children may very well too.
It's a measure of the lengths the Lannisters are prepared to go to achieve their goals, which, you know, they'll do whatever it takes.
I think it's a fantastic moment because it sets up the tone of Game of Thrones so well. In a conventional drama, Jaime might cuff Bran round the ear and say, go away, don't tell anyone about this. But no, what he does is far more shocking.
And he does it almost with a punchline.
The things I do for love.
There's no remorse, you know, there's just this relish.
A sinner comes before you. Cersei, of House Lannister.
It was Schadenfreude, wasn't it?
Cersei and the Walk of Shame.
And what an awful haircut.
At 23, it's Cersei's great come-down as she fights to hold on to her son.
She lost Tommen to Marjorie.
Take her.
Hell-bent on destroying Marjorie, Cersei empowers High Sparrow and his religious fanatics to help.
I am the queen. Tommen! Tommen!
In order to get Tommen back, she wanted to pretty much destroy Marjorie.
But she is sealing her own fate too.
It's like Downton Abbey on acid.
Bad choice. Very bad choice, bad deal. Terrible move. It was a really, really bad gamble.
What will we find when we strip away your finery?
And because she's dealing with people of faith, then they can't be bought.
And now comes a greater foe than Marjorie, as they bring out the big nuns to make Cersei confess to affairs out of wedlock.
The Walk of Atonement took 4 days in total in Dubrovnik Old Town.
To demonstrate her repentance, she will cast aside all pride.
Who would have thought we would have felt sorry for Cersei until the Walk of Shame, which was heart-wrenching. It was very, very tough for her. Very few women could have done what she did, complete that walk.
I felt complete sympathy for her and thought, and I felt absolutely zero satisfaction in her walk of shame.
It's such a sexualized form of humiliation, and one that, you know, would really bother Cersei the most of all.
ultimately, to watch Cersei's downfall, I mean, talk about moving and shocking.
Shame.
It was really, really an extraordinary piece of television.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
You really did feel for the absolute power at the beginning, to, you know, to being really fragile and humbled on the streets.
Shame.
Her subjects, the people in the city that she completely despises, has no respect for, get their own back.
I hadn't expected to find it so harrowing. And people coming out of nowhere, chucking themselves at you. And of course we had to do every section twice because we had Lena acting it, and then we had a girl called Rebecca who was her body double. Bless her.
It has to go on and on and on. This is not a short punishment.
They just had pots and pots of horrific bodily fluids. And you just thought, my God, that really looks real. Are you sure that hasn't been contributed to in some way? I think one of the reasons it makes it such a standout scene is because it is utterly relentless.
Not the typical violence, you know, a different kind of emotional violence against a character that we've gotten used to loathing, and then suddenly we want to save her from that.
And you see her trying to maintain this regal presence, but she can't.
She's bruised, she's cut, she's covered in spit and fruit and shit. It's a proper destroying of a character.
When we reach the Red Keep and I'm stopped and she carries on, you can feel, I just thought she was brilliant the way she played it. They were so tight in on her. And the way you just see her finally breaking down as she reaches that door.
It's good to have you back.
And then, boom, the twist. At the end, in comes Mega Mountain Zombie Man.
I felt complete satisfaction when she was swept up into the arms of my own killer.
Cersei Lannister has been for a long time my favourite character on Game of Thrones. I don't judge it by whether the character's a goodie or a baddie. I judge it by, I can't wait to see that character on screen again.
What's in there?
Fuck off.
Charming. And we'll have more great moments from the Seven Kingdoms after the break.
That's when you realise nobody is safe.
Welcome back to Game of Thrones' greatest moments, as voted for by you, the fans. At number 22, it's the moment that redefined TV drama and stunned us all.
It was at that moment you realised what Game of Thrones was really about and what risks the show was willing to take to kind of entertain and torment their audience.
Wrongly accused of treason and aware that Sansa has struck a deal to save his life, Ned, for once, puts honour aside and throws himself on the mercy of the king.
My mother wishes me to let Lord Eddard join the Night's Watch. Stripped of all titles and powers, he would serve the realm in permanent exile. And my lady Sansa has begged mercy for her father.
He does do what has been suggested to him, and that is that he does confess to treason. Although sticks in his craw, obviously, but he does do it. Because he's been given reason to believe that if he does that, okay, he may end up on the wall, but he will not be killed. But then he didn't reckon with Joffrey.
Sir Ilyn, bring me his head.
The title of it should be Don't Get Too Fond of Anybody.
Nobody knew, not even Cersei, knew what Joffrey was going to do there. And that's the power of drama, basically.
Now that Joffrey's in power, you see that there's a whole shift in this Game of Thrones. This is the person now in control, and he doesn't have mercy, and even his mum can't control him.
When he actually says, give me his head, That's when his mother goes potty. And that's when he really revels in the discomfort that he has caused every other single person in that square.
And no one is more distraught than Ned's youngest daughter, Arya, who bears witness to the horrific scene from agonisingly close by.
She's very brave. She does want to look. You know, her sister Sansa's crying, but she is just staring at her dad, willing it not to be.
Her desire to save her father with direct action, you know, is really part of her character. And of course, defines her, at least in that moment, from her sister, who had also tried to save her father, but by negotiation.
The children are trying to stop this happening, and it's not going to stop. It just brings a much more human aspect to a very barbaric scenario.
Once you've got Ellen Payne walking up the steps towards you, that's it.
You think, well, there's going to be something. There'll be someone will shout something. Arya's going to get there. There'll be something, definitely.
This is not a, you know, a Robin Hood movie here where 3 guys are going to swing over the fence and beat the 37 guardsmen who are surrounding the merry man who's about to be hung. I try to be a little more realistic than that.
That's when you realise nobody is safe in this world at all.
It's very brave. You know, they're not afraid of killing off some of the best characters.
The birds take to the air, and, you know, just the way it was filmed, it was tremendously powerful. That was the only scene that really has brought a tear to my eye.
That was the worst TV experience of my life up to that point. And Game of Thrones has given me at least 3 or 4 more of those.
What's in there?
Fuck off. The whole setup in the Dragon Pit was so very, very well executed. It was absolutely wonderful.
What I really liked about it was right before the summit, when all the characters reunited.
At 21, Cersei's foes come en masse to meet her.
All these amazing disparate characters, and this is the first time they're all being brought together.
How's it going? I've not seen you for ages. I'm glad you're still alive.
I never thought I'd see you again, my lord. Supporting the enemy, no less.
It's nice to see people who had tried to kill people, and people who had other people tried to kill people, and people who, oh, I know about you. You tried to kill... we'll talk about it later.
My favourite moments were the Hound and Brienne meeting.
Thought you were dead.
Not yet. 2 warriors kind of acknowledging each other.
She's alive. Arya.
And having a lovely little shared moment about their murder baby.
The only one that needs protecting is the one that gets in her way.
She's doing fine. Still murdering? Yeah, proud of her.
Every moment is full of tension. You don't know what's going to happen. You're waiting for the ambush by Cersei.
You have all these reunions from different sides, good ones, bad ones. It was just so well set up.
Brienne tough and Jaime Lannister. That was another nice moment.
I love it when Brienne Tough and Jaime share a look. I am firmly on Team Jaime.
The Hound meeting the Mountain.
Remember me? Yeah, you do.
I liked how he went up to his brother and he just immediately knew. He said, yeah, you're uglier than me now, aren't you?
What do they do to you?
Yeah, you're gonna get it.
Where is she?
She'll be here soon.
Cersei and Daenerys coming face to face for the first time. That's, you know, the clash of titans.
She was late.
Everyone expecting her to come in a different way, but she gets on one of her dragons and she swans in on the dragon as if to say, hey, I'm here, look at me, you know, I am the queen.
You could tell she really hates it when Dany comes in on the dragon. She's like, she looks at it like it's a little bit tacky.
She was always going to turn up on a dragon. If you have a pet dragon, you're going to land, you're going to drive it into the pit.
We've been here for some time.
And she makes Daenerys apologise to her. Nice opening move.
My apologies.
It was always going to be difficult when Daenerys and Cersei kind of got together.
But acidic greetings are swiftly forgotten when the allies play their show-stopping hand, presenting Cersei with hard evidence of the true peril, asking her to join them to help fight it.
I didn't expect it, A, to be there, or it to still be alive, and then when the hand kicked the box, it just started running out. That was wicked.
It is the visceral payoff that we've all been waiting for.
I mean, she remains fairly cool considering the zombie looked like it was about to eat her.
The Hound, who is this huge arsehole who's not scared of anyone, didn't want to go anywhere near it.
The Hound sort of goes White Walker, throws the White Walker out, chops the White Walker in half. And then Jon Snow comes out and gives like a White Walker TED talk. He's like, we can destroy them with flames. It just gave like this nice little demonstration of how to take out these whites.
And we can destroy them with dragon glass.
Well, while this one is like Terminator, like half its body on the floor.
Case proved. Now it's over to Cersei.
Even when she stares face to face with an undead creature, can that be enough to get her to move off of her own personal agenda?
There is only one war that matters. The Great War. And it is here.
At number 20, it's the moment fans had been waiting for since the birth of those little fire breathers. Daenerys finally takes to the skies on Drogon Airways.
On the back of a dragon has always been the symbol of the Targaryens coming to claim their power.
Ever since those eggs hatched, we just knew that one day she was going to get on the back of a dragon and fly off and cause havoc.
Throughout Game of Thrones, there is one love story that has gripped us all. One girl and her dragons.
They both start as innocents, really. And then they inevitably get bigger and scarier and bolder and braver, and you wouldn't want to cross either of them. Dragon.
She, of course, who thinks that Drogon is beyond her control now, suddenly they're reunited, which is an incredibly powerful moment.
And Drogon doesn't let her down when she's facing almost certain death during a civil rebellion in Meereen.
And you think, she's done for. But there's a little bit of you going, but she does have a dragon somewhere. And woof, in he comes.
I think for every viewer, we've been waiting for that, to see those dragons used to their full force.
Classic kind of from the jaws of defeat.
Daenerys has had these dragons for quite some time now. But that moment that she gets onto Drogon and rides him for the first time, that is her, more than anything we've seen her do so far, that is her claiming her birthright.
Who doesn't get chills when they see that moment? And all of a sudden, and she's flying off. Huh, yeah, it's classic.
Who wouldn't want to fly off on a dragon, let's be honest?
The dragon riders are what the Targaryens are all about. That is how they wielded their power.
She's coming to her own, this powerful woman. She gets on one of her dragons and she's a ruler, queen of the dragons.
She's a dragon rider.
She became true to her name. She was a fully fledged Targaryen at that point. It was brilliant to watch, and it was just exciting to think, is she going to get to go to King's Landing with, with these dragons and just, like, wreak havoc?
This was the showdown to end all showdowns.
In Westeros, you can't get family therapy, can you? The purest form of conflict resolution is to kill your dad.
At number 19, it's the nerve-jangling showdown between Tyrion and his father, who not only sentenced him to death for a crime he didn't commit, he also slept with the woman he loved.
Tyrion, put down the crossbow.
I think it's very significant that he's on the toilet. It sums up that he's trapped and he's vulnerable,
No guards in the loo. Not where you're sitting having a crap. There's no guards around.
But it's very humiliating for him as well. It's a private moment.
This is how you want to speak to me? Shaming your father has always given you pleasure, hasn't it?
All my life, you've wanted me dead.
Yes. But you refuse to die. I respect that.
He lives with a conundrum all the time. Does Tywin?
I'd never let them execute you. Is that what you fear?
Because it's very apparent that of his 3 children, Tyrion is the most compassionate, the most humane, and the most intelligent.
You're a Lannister. You're my son.
It's so tightly wound, this scene, because Tyrion's obviously, he's at the end of his rope. What's brilliant about him, he's so well portrayed, you can see yourself doing this.
I loved her.
Who?
Shay.
Not Tyrion. Put down that crossbow.
I murdered her. With my own hands.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
She was a whore.
And Tywin was like, who? The whore? And, you know, still insulting him, you know, doesn't respect him and his love.
We'll go back to my chambers and speak with some dignity.
I can't go back there. She's in there.
Are you afraid of a dead whore?
Tywin really has had it coming to him. The audience is expecting some kind of payback.
You shot me.
And the fact that that payback is at the hands of Tyrion with a crossbow, it's kind of right and proper.
I think Tyrion's sitting on years and years and years and years of anger and frustration and resentment.
And then, after he's been shot by the first arrow, Tywin's true colours come out.
You're no son of mine.
I am your son. I have always been your son.
When he releases that arrow, he releases everything into him. It's really so silent, so powerful.
Whilst sitting on the lavatory, what a way to go. It's a great death scene, I have to say.
Coming up, the quest for power reaches boiling point.
Viserys has to be the most deluded, arrogant character in the history of TV.
Welcome back to our countdown of the 25 greatest moments of Game of Thrones, as decreed by your good selves. At number 18, it's Season 2's epic Battle of Blackwater, and Tyrion's tactic of wiping out the opposition in one fell swoop has almost worked. But with King's Landing still under siege, it's time for him to step up and rally the beleaguered troops.
In that kind of world, as a man, you have to be tall and strong and powerful, and he's powerful, but in a different way. You know, he's fighting with his mind more than with his sword.
Prepare to land. Look, Grace, the dwarf has played his little trick.
I think in Game of Thrones, what it shows is that anything can happen to anyone. You have handsome princes who are the best swordsmen, get their hands cut off. You have children who are thrown from the top of towers. And here you have Tyrion, who is always seen as a half man and mocked, finally have this heroic moment.
They say I'm half a man. But what does that make the lot of you?
He doesn't look like a warrior, he doesn't look like a kingmaker. There's no way that he could assume the position of Tywin. But then Tyrion demonstrates that he has enormous courage.
He was the best person to speak to the people of King's Landing and to get them to protect their city. Because he knows what it's like to fight. He knows what it's like to have your back up against the wall.
The only way out is through the gates. And they're at the gates. There's another way out. I'm going to show you. Come out behind them and fuck them in their asses.
First of all, it's incredibly brave. He doesn't have to fight. There's no expectation of him to fight because of his disability. He steps forward and says, I am but half a man, but here I am standing up beside you. That's what I think of like a once more into the breach speech
would really be like.
They're not going to follow him if he shows weakness, and he wants to prove himself as a strong man leading an army. So he has to put on a good face in order to lead the army.
He's good at talking, isn't he? That's Tyrion's thing. He could talk himself out of any situation and he could sell anything to anybody.
Don't fight for your king, and don't fight for his kingdoms.
He's always got an intelligent thing to say to somebody or a joke to make.
Don't fight for honor, don't fight for glory. Don't fight for riches because he won't get any.
We don't expect to see him the leader. We expect to see him making kind of wry comments at the side, but suddenly, wow, it's him.
If he gets in, it will be your houses he burns, your gold he steals, your women he will rape.
I was lucky enough to be right next to him when he was doing it, and I don't know how many times we shot it and reshot it, but every time Peter did it, it was incredible.
When he says these words that I wrote for Tyrion, it's just like I pictured them in my head, just like I heard them in my head when I was writing them.
Those are brave men knocking at our door. Let's go kill them.
When I saw that, I was like, wow, I want to fight with him as well. He was really good.
At number 17, it's a golden oldie from season 1, as Viserys gets his reward for trading his sister for an army in order to reclaim the Iron Throne.
Go on, feel the fabric.
He's basically pimped out his sister, and he's quite proud of that.
Daenerys was this innocent girl who was protected, but not sold, actually, by her brother.
She's the only bargaining chip he has. He doesn't have any wealth anymore. He doesn't have any armies, but he has her, who he can trade to this horse lord.
Khal Drogo's army. I would let his whole tribe fuck you. All 40,000 men and their horses too, if that's what it took.
He was horrible to her, probably her entire life. And she would never be, she never would have turned into who she did unless he was dealt with.
Much to her brother's dismay, Daenerys and Drogo end up getting on rather well, and she becomes pregnant with his son. Jealous, desperate and drunk, Viserys finally decides to call in his debt.
Viserys has to be the most deluded, arrogant character in the history of TV. I mean, why would you start a fight with Khal Drogo of all people? The man is huge, and it's in his tent, and all his friends are around, so you're never gonna win.
Keep away from me!
Viserys, please.
Very often you get a scene like this where you think, oh, right, okay, it's all about to go horribly wrong. It's normally when someone asks for something they can't have, and Viserys is asking for the thing he will never be allowed to have, which is to be king.
Everybody wants the power of rulership, of being a king or queen.
Tell him I want what was bargained for, I'm taking you back.
And all the time we're being asked that question, who would make a good ruler?
He can keep the baby. I'll cut it out and leave it for him.
She's realizing and feeling this inner strength inside of her.
He just completely underestimates not only Dany, but Khal Drogo.
What's he saying?
He says yes. You shall have a golden crown that men shall tremble to behold.
She's really beginning to find, this is my role, this is who I'm married to, and this is where I'm going, and Viserys is not part of this journey.
I think this is when you realize that she's prepared to sacrifice anything for the greater good.
There was nothing more satisfying than seeing Khal Drogo play along with him and just say, tell him he can have it. Just to see Viserys' face.
Well, that was all I wanted. What was promised?
The stillness in him and the knowing is petrifying. He has all of the strength and he knows exactly what he's going to do.
You don't exactly see it coming, but you know something pretty bad's gonna happen. It's actually probably the most gruesome death in the whole of Game of Thrones, which is really saying something.
Look away, Khaleesi.
No.
Daenerys shows absolutely no remorse. She absolutely despises him, and there is no love lost between them.
She watched him die, and I'm not going to say she enjoyed it, but he deserved it.
A crown for a king.
It's brutal.
Even the noise he makes as he lands, I can hear it now.
I love that sound as well. You know, it's dunk. His head hits the floor. It's so good.
It's almost been like the Night Kings have planned this. They have waited for the dragons for this very moment.
And also, poor little dragon.
At number 16, it's a moment we thought could never happen. Daenerys and her precious dragons have ventured beyond the wall to rescue Jon Snow.
You know, she wants to go and help him and fight.
He and his band of men are surrounded by the Night King and his army of the dead.
One of his generals just sort of hands him this, almost like a javelin.
It was like, yeah, cheers, mate, for that spear.
The Night King, so calm. This is why he's so scary.
We've learned to love those dragons because we've seen them from these little tiny babies who were just hanging out on Daenerys' shoulder.
And then she finally gets them to these monsters. You kind of think nobody was going to be able to kill a dragon.
Don't kill the dragon.
It just seemed really easy for him to just kill the dragon. He just got this, he got that spear set up and lined it up, and that was it, gone.
I'm sure Daenerys' heart just drops.
I thought it was amazing to see and really sad. Yeah, it was horrendous.
You've seen the dragon since they were, like, you know, really young.
And it's so sad when you see him disappearing.
He just went down and you saw the eye close, and Daenerys, she felt it.
It was heartbreaking. You really feel for the dragon.
And you think, right, well, we won't see him again. Oh, you do.
I didn't even think about him then turning the dragon. It was only when the dragon was being pulled out of the ice, I was like, well, of course now, because now we can turn it.
The Night King killing this dragon. And then bringing it back to life in order to kill.
There was another moment where I kind of looked at the Night King and was just like, yeah, this guy's a real problem.
This dragon has gone over to the dead side.
When Viserion reveals the blue eye, you kind of figure something's gonna happen.
I find the White Walkers very interesting. What do they want? Why they've been dormant for such a long time and suddenly they're starting to come out of their zone.
You've got a wall that I think's been standing for 8,000 years.
I still thought that there would be a battle to be had at the wall.
No battle, just demolition, swift and icy.
And then you hear something.
Well, for me, it was obvious that he then was going to be riding it. He's the Night King, he gets dibs on the dragon.
He didn't show much emotion, the Night King doesn't show any emotion, but I know deep down he was like, awesome! I hate horseback! Ah, yeah! Woo! That took that wall down fast.
Wow.
The dragons would appear to be the ultimate weapon.
Oh, that's just changed the whole ball game here.
When that happened, you thought, oh yes, this takes us on a whole different journey now.
Wow! And breathe. And come back for more trial and retribution after the break.
I almost cried.
You're watching Game of Thrones' greatest moments, as voted for by you, the fans.
It's the first time that we really see Dany take control. You start to see, like, you know, proper badass Dany.
At 15, it's the mind-blowing moment Daenerys completes her transformation from innocent girl to warrior queen. All by stepping into Khal Drogo's funeral pyre, along with 3 dragon eggs.
She has just burned one of her enemies, but it underlines Daenerys' newfound ruthlessness and willingness to wield her power.
At the point in which she walks into the fire, she has no family left. So she's lost her brother, her husband, she's lost her child, and she's made a decision, and she's like, it's almost her walking into her, like, destiny, I guess.
She, like in cold blood, really strapped the witch and completely emotionless, watched her scream, and I think she quite enjoyed it. I think that showed that she is a force to be reckoned with.
Obviously, walking into the fire, it looks suicidal, and in a way, a part of her is dying, her innocence is dying.
I think there's a possibility she's walking into her death. I think if you've watched the show closely, there are moments, even from early on, when she's in a really hot bathwater where she doesn't feel anything. When she sees her brother die by having molten gold poured on his head, she's actually quite scornful.
He was no dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Even though you suspect she might live, you don't suspect that dragons are suddenly going to come out of it.
I thought for a split second she was going to turn into a dragon. But of course she was going to make it.
Thanks to the Targaryen dragon blood running through her veins, Daenerys survives the inferno. And when she rises from the ashes, she's not alone.
What was very important when we were staging that scene is that these creatures are extraordinary creatures, the likes of which have not been seen in hundreds of years. And so when they're born and you see that look on Ian Glenn, who plays Jorah Mormont's face, that look of just astonishment, and it's as if the dinosaurs were roaming the earth again. It's as if you and I saw, you know, a Tyrannosaurus Rex just right there. That's what this is.
It drops hints all the way along that, you know, the dragons are where the real power lies. So when they emerge, you know that this is going to change everything forever.
I was on set for some of those scenes that we filmed in Malta. It's all done with computer animation, so I'm seeing Amelia acting out these scenes with like a green tennis ball and a stick. But seeing them when the CGI wizards had gotten hold of him crawling over her shoulder and all that, it was perfect. Yeah.
Blood of my blood.
They're frolicking on her naked body. 3 of them clearly her children. You couldn't get a more powerful emblem of the strength of this woman, and that's why all the men bow down in front of her.
You don't see if she's naked or not, because you just see the power and the pride in her eyes.
It was such a powerful scene. To see her standing there with the clothes have been burnt away, she's completely unharmed, her beautiful little baby dragons. You know, it was a powerful moment.
You see this adult woman in the most vulnerable position, but with this growing strength from inside, and everything's been left behind, it's been burned away.
They worship her.
When she's with the dragons, she is the mother of dragons, and a pretty scary mother.
It was just as powerful watching it in the flesh as it was seeing it back on screen.
It's such a difficult scene to watch because I love Tyrion. I mean, he's one of the good guys. He is the good guy.
It was so emotional. We, all of us, should feel guilty what we have done and what we are doing to him.
It's the trial of the century. Tyrion Lannister, wrongly accused of regicide, is about to take a deal which would save his life, but see him living out his days at the Wall. But then the prosecution wheels out its star witness.
I almost cried. I didn't want to do it.
This man stands accused of murdering King Joffrey. What do you know of this?
I know that he's guilty. He and Sansa planned together.
Silence! Well, it's completely unjust, of course. You know, none of the audience believed for a minute that Tyrion is responsible for Joffrey's death.
I talked to the producers and I said, please, could you just change it somehow? She really loved Tyrion. And now she's there and lying.
I was his whore.
I beg your pardon? You said you were his...
His whore.
I cried in that scene. I get emotional just thinking about it, because seeing her come in and betray him like that and calling herself a whore when you know that she's so much more than that to him is so difficult.
Shay. Please don't.
I am a whore. Remember?
For Tyrion, his lover's betrayal is too much to bear. It triggers an outburst which leaves the court and us reeling.
You admit you poisoned the king?
No. Of that I'm innocent. I'm guilty of a far more monstrous crime. I'm guilty of being a dwarf.
You are not on trial for being a dwarf.
Oh, yes I am. I've been on trial for that my entire life.
It's absolutely right. That is what it's about.
He finally has an opportunity and an audience to address what everyone has been thinking about him his whole life. And, you know, here's a man who risked his life for these people, who's always fought against the prejudice that he faces from his family, probably from everybody that he meets, and he's innocent.
I did not do it. I did not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had. Watching your vicious bastard die gave me more relief than 1,000 lying whores.
Seeing him at last saying what he really thought, which we know he must have been thinking for the whole of his life. And to hear him doing that at that scene was almost orgasmic to watch.
I wish I was the monster you think I am. I wish I had enough poison for the whole pack of you. I would gladly give my life to watch you all swallow it.
Cimarron!
It's so moving and it's so powerful. It just sort of pours out of Peter's heart. And it's an amazing, amazing moving scene.
At number 13, it's the moment that had fans obsessing for a year over the fate of one of Westeros's greatest heroes.
Jon Snow is one of my favourite characters. He's the dude.
He's the ultimate good guy, the guy who's fought so much, who's loved and lost, who has maintained his honour, his dignity.
A lot of people watch it for Jon Snow's stories. I think Jon Snow's one of the most likeable characters in the show.
He's the most likely for a teenage girl to have as a poster. He's the One Direction of Westeros.
I feel like he is a good leader and that everyone should listen to what he says.
But not only did they not listen to him, they turned on him for making a deal with the wildlings.
The fact that he's done that and he's gone against like all the Night's Watchmen that have died over the years defending the wall, the core of them are hurt by that and they wanted to see him suffer. They see him as a traitor, which you see.
If it was the 50th episode of Game of Thrones, we should have known better than to think that Jon Snow was safe.
When I saw the cross with traitor written on him, I thought, oh, no, this isn't going to happen, is it? They're not going to kill him.
And then he just gets stabbed.
Well, see, who saw that coming?
I was shocked.
Well, they stabbed him 6 times in the heart. Horrible, horrible people.
For the watch.
Even though they were calling him a traitor, actually, they were being traitors by what they did to him. I was very upset by that.
I mean, that was dark.
I found it really upsetting. He wasn't allowed a brave death. It was a tragic betrayal. He gave his life to the Night's Watch, and they repaid him by killing him.
Why, Night's Watch? Why did you kill him? That really hurt me, as it did with, you know, most fans of the show.
As Jon's watch ended, fans anguished over whether or not he would return, eagerly anticipating the start of season 6.
That, for me, as an actor and as a person, was the hardest secret I've ever had to keep for an entire year.
I love how they left it on a cliffhanger from season 5. You had to wait a year to find out. I think it was great how they did that.
It's about the Lord Commander.
The former Lord Commander.
Does he have to be?
It was possible to bring people back, but we don't know if Melisandre can do it or anybody that's in close proximity to Jon Snow is able to do that.
I never had this gift.
Have you ever tried?
You can see it in her face that this God that she's believed in for many years, she's starting to kind of disbelieve in.
And so it's a conflicted Melisandre that carries the hopes and dreams of everyone.
Just seeing his naked body just laid out with cuts and bruises, it was really a lot to take in, a lot to take in.
And Persis and Kir Persis. And more God Gleison.
I think she's starting to question everything that she's ever believed in.
But when her attempt fails, the viewer's agony is prolonged.
That little moment of defeat that Melisandre has, you know, you see the defeat travel down from thought into hand as she thinks, no, I haven't been able to do this. It's lost.
The brilliance of the whole sequence of everybody leaving, it is over. It's failed.
And you're kind of thinking, well, that was a waste of time. That was a waste of time, wasn't it? Jon being there with Ghost, it was a nice kind of reassuring moment, the fact that he's there guarding his master, even in death.
We finally realise that it's going to work when the wolf goes, hello.
And that brilliant overhead shot of him.
You just sit there hoping that it's going to happen, but I did not believe that he would come back to life. And then it's just like that moment of just like, and he draws breath and you're just like, yes!
And he goes, what the fuck am I doing alive?
There he was. Jon Snow has returned.
There's nothing we like more than saviours coming back from the dead.
When he made his vows to the Night's Watch, he was theirs until he died, and now that he's died, he's free of those vows, and he can support whoever he wants to, and he can fight for whoever he needs to.
Coming up after the break, a dragon and a wolf, a snake in the grass, and one man and his dog.
Good doggy.
Welcome back to Game of Thrones' greatest moments. We've already seen some corkers, and there's plenty more to come. At number 12, it's decision time for Sansa, as the Stark family reunion threatens to turn sour.
Have my sister brought to the Great Hall.
The Starks are finally back together, but you feel like they're about to get torn apart by Littlefinger. He's been whispering in ears and very clearly plotting something.
Where did you get this?
Littlefinger gave it to me.
Littlefinger is so evil. You'd see him in the shadows turning up and you just see his little moustache. And he would just be there seeing him.
He pretty much set in motion everything that's happening in the Seven Kingdoms right now.
He thrives in chaos. And I think it's been his strongest tool in a way.
And he used to own a whorehouse.
And his latest scheme is to turn the Stark women against each other.
I thought it had worked when Sansa called Arya into the courtroom.
They sowed enough doubt about Littlefinger splitting the sisters.
You do believe that Arya may be in trouble at that point.
They've been sparring and they've been at each other's throats since they got back, pretty much.
Are you sure you want to do this?
It's not what I want. It's what honor demands.
Don't let this happen. They've only just got back together. Are you kidding me?
You stand accused of murder. You stand accused of treason. How do you answer these charges? Lord Baelish.
What?
Yes!
It's that great moment where for once, he's at a loss for words.
He couldn't believe either.
What I liked about it was they pulled the wool over his eyes. Oh, they had him!
We've seen him continually again and again lie and betray and accuse, and suddenly, finally, the spotlight is turned on him and there's nowhere for him to run.
Ah, Peter, Littlefinger.
I'm a bit confused.
Which charges confuse you?
That was so well set up, it was so well executed, and came as a complete and total surprise.
You murdered our aunt, Lysa Arryn. You pushed her through the moon door and watched her fall. Do you deny it?
Sansa lays it out ruthlessly and clearly.
The conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters, it was you who started it. Do you deny it?
It is thrilling to see a character who's been kind of put upon the whole way through start to take control.
I deny it. None of you were there to see what happened. None of you knows the truth. My favourite moment in the trial of Baelish was when Bran gave his testimony.
You held a knife to his throat. We see that shock and surprise play out on his face, and that's the nail in the coffin for him. There's no way that he can escape now. You said, I did warn you not to trust me. Bran's ability to see into the past becomes really crucial.
Peter Baelish is like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's awkward. Please help me.
Sansa, I beg you.
He just immediately went to begging. He just stops and just goes on his knees and goes, oh no.
Oh, please. You know, that kind of, like, right at the back of the throat begging. You know, when there's nothing, please, this has to work.
Part of Littlefinger is even when he's doing that, you still feel like he's trying to work an angle.
I loved you more than anyone.
Ease and transpire, and maybe in love's too strong a word for Littlefinger, but he's certainly obsessed with her.
And this whole fancy Sansa's mother and now fancying Sansa, I mean, come on, dude.
But Sansa is finally ready to cut herself free from her abusive protector.
Sansa and Littlefinger has been enigmatic and frequently disturbing.
She was listening, she's taken all that on board, and she knows how to play a few tricks and games of her own now. The pupil becomes the master.
Thank you for all your many lessons, Lord Baelish. I will never forget them.
That must have felt so good.
Well, Arya's got pretty ruthless, hasn't she, now? It's a shocking death. She just slashes his throat and he's still trying to talk, and all that blood is coming out on the floor. It's horrific.
She watched her dad being executed, and now she's an executioner. There's a scary circle completed there.
Oh, gosh.
He's finally not going to be whispering in any ears anymore.
At number 11, we celebrate the unlikely and whirlwind courtship of two great leaders.
Jon Snow, Daenerys, it had to happen.
They're both good people. They're both doing things for the right reasons.
I think they make a good power couple, but it's going to be interesting to see who's really going to rule.
I was born to rule the Seven Kingdoms. And I will.
You'll be rolling over a graveyard if we don't defeat the Night King.
It began with a power struggle.
And they're also good, aren't they? They seem to be they're the good guys, and you sort of want them to come together and to rule the world. But they can't. It would be too perfect.
Little did we know sparks were going to fly and they were going to start, finding themselves attracted to each other.
And after she supported his quest to fight the dead with great sacrifice, Jon was smitten.
She lost the dragon for him.
Now, you know, his heart is involved.
But this is a love story with a sting.
It's just typical of the show, isn't it? That you've been wanting them to become lovers, and you get the loving moment as you're totally given the information that you're watching incest right now.
It's a brilliant twist because it's so wonderful to see the two of them come together. And then, of course, you've got this revelation that they're related.
The sex scene was intercut with the story being kind of like unearthed.
What a fantastic reveal it was through Bran as the medium.
Bran turns love detective and reveals to us that Jon is actually the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, the older brother of Daenerys.
And it was like, okay, what's happening here? And then like, hang on a minute. Oh no. Of course, yeah, incest again.
You're sleeping with your nephew, girlfriend.
That's the thing, because it gets even sexier. So he's having sex with his auntie, and then his little brother's watching. The whole thing was weird.
How will Daenerys react when she finds out? She's got a nephew. She's got a fucking nephew. You know what I mean?
But the interesting thing is, of course, we the viewers have discovered this via Bran, but Jon himself doesn't know it yet.
And the fact that Jon Snow is actually legitimately in line for the throne now.
He's never been a bastard. He's the heir to the Iron Throne.
They might need a lawyer present for that sit down. That's going to be a bit awkward for her. It's like, yeah, by the way, it's me.
It does have certain implications, possible implications on can he control Daenerys' dragons.
Actually, you should be humbling yourself to him because he's the king. Oh, and by the way, he's your nephew.
It is one of the best moments of Game of Thrones. It is one of the best moments. I think a lot of cheers went up around the globe.
At number 10, it's the glorious moment that Sansa plays judge, jury, and executioner.
Sansa. Ramsay Bolton, the stuff he did to Sansa, he took psychotic nature to another level.
Though defeated in battle, Ramsay is still cocky, still goading.
Is this where I'll be staying now?
He's got brilliant survival instinct, try right until the very end. And he says some really horrible things to her, absolutely still trying to get into her head.
You can't kill me. I'm part of you now.
I think he had such belief in his power over her that he thought that she wouldn't be able to.
But Sansa's done with being damsel in distress.
She has the most incredible character arc. She starts as an innocent girl. She gets taken as a captive.
Samarin. The fairy tale has been beaten from her by successive tormentors.
Sansa has learned some painful lessons along the way. Things aren't like she's been told in songs and stories that meant so much to her as a kid coming up.
She escaped Joffrey and the Lannisters, only to be duped into marriage with a greater monster.
It's horrible what happens to her. I think it's brutal, horrible.
Some pretty awful stuff at the hands of Ramsay, and finally, she and we get our revenge on him.
Now Ramsay's time is up.
Finally, she got control and she was able to say, I'm a strong woman. You know, this is what you've done to me. It ends here. It ends here.
Your words will disappear. Your house will disappear.
She really has suffered a lot, and I think her core now is as hard as stone.
All memory of you will disappear.
There was only one way to kill him, and Sansa found the right way to do it.
I'm thinking that is sweet. That is sweet.
It shows a lot about how Ramsay's mind works.
My hands will never harm me.
I just think he has this weird arrogance that
He just doesn't, he feels invincible. He doesn't think he can die.
They're not going to eat me. They're not going to eat me. They're my dogs, yeah.
They're loyal beasts.
They were. Now they're starving.
And then the dogs come in and you can hear the panting and the sniffing. I mean, that was just beautiful. And I've still got that image in my mind.
Very fitting, I thought. Very, very fitting.
Down. Down.
He could have turned into a whining coward, of course, but it was better that he wasn't, actually. It gave him a little bit of nobility, didn't it?
Stop. Down.
It's a pretty sweet moment when the dog takes a chunk.
Ned Stark told her, you're not allowed to turn your head, and she's ruthless.
She's her mother's daughter and she's her father's daughter. She's a Stark through and through, and her strength is finally coming to the fore.
It's her being a Stark, but it's also her saying power is muddy.
His best friends consumed him.
People all over the world, it's like, good doggy.
Not long enough. Not long enough. Personally, I would have liked to see the dogs, I don't know, get down to the bone, maybe. Or from above, in a wide shot.
She's a character that will surprise people because she's not what she seems.
She's hardcore. She's gonna do some damage because she's had a nightmare.
Boom! Yes, Sansa, it's your time.
Let's take a break to refill our goblets and toast our enemy's demise. But do hurry back for some out-and-out carnage.
All the characters, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
We're counting down your 25 greatest moments.
Tune in.
From 7 tumultuous seasons. A glimpse of these creatures is where it all began in season 1.
We see them before the titles in the very first episode. And people talk about them as if they're just mythical creatures.
But we've had to wait until season 5 to see the White Walkers unleash their full might. At number 9, it's a big moment for the Night King. It starts oh so quietly. Jon Snow has ventured north beyond the wall to Hardhome to urge wildlings to join him.
Jon Snow's trying to get all the wildlings out of there. And then we come.
Shut the gate!
There's no way that just shutting the gate is going to keep us out.
Went from 0 to 100 miles an hour in the space of a second or two.
The battle scenes were just so vicious and real. It was quite savage.
So during the attack, the Night's King is up high on a ridge watching it with some of his commanders. Not fighting, of course. He wouldn't need to, not with his best soldiers down there.
And it's now that our hero finally comes face to icy face with the enemy he fears above all others.
It's the battle that we've all been waiting for. And there's this amazing fight between the pair of them.
It's just his stillness, it's just how rigid he was as he jumped down. I thought, oh my God, he is terrifying.
They're bursting through doors and walls, and they end up outside.
And I think it's very rare we see a scene on anything, movie or TV, where we really don't know what's going to happen next moment. Every moment is completely unexpected.
And it's that moment of realization that the viewers have at exactly the same time as Jon Snow has. Longclaw, his sword, that Valyrian steel can kill White Walkers. That is a monumental moment in Game of Thrones because that changes everything.
The Night King sees Jon kill one of his best men. He's observing what's going on. I think it's with a look of curiosity. There's a curiosity and intrigue with who this Jon Snow character is.
But it is a fleeting victory. Jon Snow is about to witness the full might of his enemy's arsenal.
They're not just wandering around killing. They really are battling. They're fighters.
They pile and pour over the cliff like it's just this absolute avalanche of bodies.
As soon as you see the undead pouring over the cliff face, you think, this is it for everybody, or they're going to put up a hell of a fight.
There's real horror in that, but what a spectacle it was too. And then all of a sudden...
They're crucial to the White Walkers. I mean, terrifying. An army that will do anything. Has no fear, even of death, obviously, because they're dead.
I watched it about 4 or 5 times in the period of a week and held my breath every single time.
Heavily outnumbered, 1-1 the Giant smashes a path for Jon and the wildlings to escape.
He just picked up the biggest flaming log he could and started using it. hitting whatever he could as fast and as hard as he could.
Then, as Jon is forced to beat a retreat, old Blue Eyes ventures down for his curtain call.
That great moment at the end where I raised my arms. When I read that in the script, it gave me goosebumps. It's a great moment. It's one of the greatest moments I think I've ever been involved with.
He very deliberately is looking at Jon Snow when he does this.
Come at me, bro, kind of moment where he raised his hands.
It was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
What more terrifying thing can you see than a whole new army suddenly come from the bunch you just killed? It's a challenge to Jon, and look what I can do.
How do you fight that?
He's seen the real enemy, and there's a lot of them, and they're coming.
You don't have a chance.
If you're gonna deal with Cersei, you've got to take her out. High Sparrow wanting to have this whole trial to get her to be judged, that's just not happening. That's not happening.
You saw her walk of shame. At number 8 comes the Exocet payback.
You know, you make her walk naked through the street, you kind of have to watch her back. To be prepared for her to strike back.
Cersei's meant to go to her trial. You see Tommen looking really nervous. Marjorie getting ready.
It's just so elegant and so intelligently structured.
They are the bells of doom. It's like a heartbeat banging against our eardrums. It's daunting.
Gathered in the High Sept are the Tyrell family and High Sparrow. In fact, all who have crossed Cersei. Then the no-shows begin.
Tommen wanting to leave.
I'm late for the trial.
The Iron Giant that's like, no, not going, kid. Even he must have known at that point that something was up. And there's only one person who could construct something, and that would be his mother.
Once the Queen Mother's trial is concluded, Brother Loras is free to leave.
Where is the Queen Mother?
High Sparrow obviously didn't know who he was dealing with.
Go to the Red Keep and show her the way.
That whole moment when Lancel spots the kid. The score as it gets sort of operatic.
And the creepy kids. Killing Pycelle, I was just riveted, and I was riveted by every aspect of it.
Beautiful. That whole moment was beautiful. That quiet menace that she had.
Love her. Love her. Hate her. Love her.
But also, everyone in the Sept, as they gradually started to realise
there's something wrong.
Marjorie knows what's up in an instant.
Cersei is very clever. She was always going to have a way out.
The trial can wait. We all need to leave.
And that was when my stomach was like, Oh, man.
She always was going to have some sort of dastardly plan.
Because we're told it's wildfire, we accept it is. Of course, the flame is green. It's another brilliant invention. There's fire, but there's wildfire and wildfire explosions. It's just worse.
I got goosebumps, actually.
The moment they wouldn't let her leave, that's when everything got settled and she was like, oh, here we go.
Oh, man. This is gonna go down.
That was brilliant.
The Lannisters, they do revenge in a big way. It's Rewenge plus.
Bravo, bravo.
Pure victory, isn't it? Pure victory. And I think maybe after that she thinks she's unstoppable.
But her victory has a terrible price.
She thinks Tommen's still safe up in his bedroom. She's wiped out pretty much all of her enemies in King's Landing. She loves it, and she's just drinking wine, big smirk on her face. She's a bad mother. She's a bad mum.
Ugh. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming.
The king is dead, but now it's long live the queen.
She accepts very swiftly her fate once she loses her final child.
Absolutely gutted about Joffrey, like inconsolable, then really, really upset about her daughter. And Tommen was a bit like, oh, well, now I'm queen.
It doesn't matter the nature of the behavior, the fact that a woman has managed to achieve that position and get that much power against all the odds. If Tywin had been around, he would probably have been reluctantly proud.
You best buy a new hat, because after the break, it's wedding season in Westeros.
A royal wedding is not an amusement.
Welcome back to our celebration of death and destruction across the Seven Kingdoms as we count down your 25 greatest moments.
One of the ongoing themes, I think, in Game of Thrones is, you know, you're happy to see somebody's comeuppance, but at the same time, nobody would wish that on their worst enemy.
I think everybody who watches Game of Thrones was hoping this day would come. There must have been great cheering across the realm the day that Joffrey died.
At number 7, it's the wedding, which is everybody's happiest day. Except for the bridegroom. He won't make it to the last course.
Very good, very good. Off you go.
I love the people that you hate. He was so good at what he did, he just made you despise him so hard.
I've never hated anyone as much as I've hated Joffrey.
A gold dragon to whoever knocks my fool's hat off.
I hate you so much. I want you to live and do more stuff so I can hate you for longer.
Probably one of, if not the greatest television villain of all time.
He's a bully. He's a miserable kid with absolute power.
Everyone, silence!
Just when you think that it can't get any more ridiculous and he can't be any more rude and awful, he then brings on his dwarf show.
I give you King Joffrey, Renly, Stannis.
It's awful because you're watching him being a total arse and nasty, and you know all that, you know, the theatre play that he puts on beforehand.
Yes!
Marjorie's just playing that game of Joffrey. She's playing up to it and going, yeah, I love it when you kill loads of things or when you do your weird stuff.
Uncle, you can be my cupbearer, seeing as you're too cowardly to fight.
Your Grace does me a great honor.
It's not meant as an honor.
The way he treats Tyrion is totally despicable.
He sees it as an opportunity to wield his power because he can. You know, be my cupbearer, pick that up.
The way he treats Tyrion and everybody at that table, he's just hideous.
I said, kneel!
The kind of evil that Joffrey and the kind of pain that he'd inflicted on everyone, on Sansa, on Tyrion, on all people in his family, the whole lot, he needed to be punished.
After 3 and a bit seasons of Joffrey's evil antics, his chickens, or in this case pigeons, have finally come home to roost.
My hero. He was pushing it far too far, but then, of course, then you realise why. It's because they're setting it up for this wonderful moment where he begins to choke.
It's nothing.
He's choking!
Help the poor boy!
When I saw it, I saw how brilliant it was. It wasn't a slashing of a throat, it wasn't anything like that. He didn't have his hand cut off or anything like that. It was a very, 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 very painful 45 seconds for him.
Well, the death of Joffrey was really exciting.
I thought it was absolutely magnificent because it obviously really hurt.
Jack Leeson did an incredible job with that scene. The look in his eyes, it gave the scene a poignance.
I was like, why wasn't he punished longer? Why was it so short?
Maybe we weren't meant to be satisfied by his face turning purple and Cersei weeping over the corpse of her dead son. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
Personally, I would have liked his death to have been slightly more drawn out. I mean, it must have been painful and he did bleed from the eyes, but, you know, you could have given me another full minute of Joffrey, you know, choking on his own blood. I would have been happy with that.
At number 6, it's the moment where Daenerys throws a surprise barbecue for the Lannisters.
It just reminded you of why you really want dragons.
After sacking Highgarden and stealing all its gold, the Lannister loot train is homeward bound, ready to pay their debts.
It starts off so sort of slow and, you know, peaceful with Jaime and Bronn chatting.
Listen.
Bronn first hears the noise of the Dothraki. And the horses come over the hill with the Dothraki, and you think, oh, wow.
You see Jaime going, oh, shit.
Get back to King's Landing.
I'm not abandoning my army.
You're the commander, not a damn infantryman.
It's the moment where you go, I told you so. Only a fool would take on the Dothraki in an open field.
The screaming hordes of Dothraki.
Spears!
Those poor Lannisters, I really wanted to feel for them. I wanted you to know that they were the best kind of Roman army. They were organized and they were strong. And then those Dothraki come.
Well, it's alarming. I mean, that lot comes over the hillside, you know, hundreds of them whooping and yelling. They're coming at tremendous speed, slaughtering everything in their path.
And that's just the Dothraki. That's without a dragon.
Over the top of the hill comes this bloody dragon. You think, oh my God.
What is this?
Wow. That is an intense scene.
It was so bad, I actually started to feel sorry for some of the Lannister soldiers. Because I don't think they were that aware that there was going to be a dragon.
It's just a 1-2 punch that these poor guys can't take.
And they're running, but there's nowhere to hide because the dragon is just slaying them with all this fire.
Daenerys attacking the train shows her cunning and her strategy, and it's a brilliant move, but it also takes her into danger.
I love Daenerys. Targaryen. She's one of my favorite characters. It's almost like the further people are pushed, the more they stop thinking about the individual consequences of their actions, and they start going, oh, well, maybe we're gonna have to kill all these people to get where we need to get to.
When I saw Daenerys, I'm like, that's my girl.
Everything literally going up in smoke.
It's like bringing an F-16 to a World War I battle. You know, it's true. It's a weapon of the future.
This is one of the first times we're right down there in the middle of battle when there's dragon fire everywhere.
But the Lannisters have a special weapon of their own.
Goblin Scorpion is over there. Go get it then. I can't shoot with one hand.
Tell you who the MVP was? Bronn.
Bronn was the star of the show. Bronn gets on the Scorpion.
Which, to be honest, looked like it should have been manned by maybe 10 people. It was so big.
I'm like, I don't want Drogon to get hurt, but I don't want Bronn to die. It's real edge of your seat stuff.
Come on, you fucker.
You care about members of both sides in that battle.
Boom!
Daenerys' dragons are not invulnerable.
They didn't kill him, but his bloody nearly did.
When Tyrion arrives mid-battle and looks out on this incredible scene of carnage, he's all of us at home watching.
He wants to root for his queen, but then his brother's down there too.
I don't think Tyrion has been in a more difficult position in his entire story than watching Jaime during this battle.
Daenerys is there next to the dragon, and then Jaime Lannister sort of thinks, oh, this is the moment.
Flee, you idiot. You can see the pain on Tyrion's face, fear, as Jaime charges Daenerys. And what he says to him.
You fucking idiot.
He's terrified and he thinks he's going to lose his brother.
He's there riding, and Daenerys just looks at him, and the dragon's like, not today!
Whew. It was fantastic.
Jaime, what are you doing, mate? Like, I wouldn't have even done that if you had two hands.
At number 5, it's a cold-blooded ambush of the great and the good.
I remember getting on the tube. The whole first page 2 and 3 were pictures of the Red Wedding, and everybody on that carriage was reading about that. It was amazing.
I came out of the room I was in, and I just kind of walked through it. Everyone's like, what's wrong? I was like, I've just watched the Red Wedding. We're like, we're about to go on stage.
I watched it in my room, and it was pitch black. I think I went outside because I just needed sunlight. I just needed some daylight to sort of cleanse me.
Having broken his pledge to marry Walder Frey's daughter, Robb Stark makes amends by offering his uncle Edmure to marry in his place.
Caitlin and Robb and his wife and all the others, nobody saw it coming.
There's almost like a seed of hope within her heart at that point, that possibly they've taken a turn for the better. The first moment that initiates the change of thought for Catelyn is when the band strikes up. If she was an animal and she smelled blood, this was the start of it. What is going on here?
The tension is built so brilliantly in that scene. It really is. There's something not quite right.
I feel I've been remiss in my duties. The more bonhomie he exudes, the better, and the hospitality, and underneath is bubbling this, he can't wait for the moment.
He almost taunts Caitlin, doesn't he? He knows it's about to happen.
Roose gave her the weirdest, like, kind of like,
And he's reveling in that, actually. So that's his cruel, sadistic side. He knows all along as he's chatting to Caitlin before that what's going to happen. Just casually glances down at his sleeve as if saying, I dare you, go on. And she peels it back.
My king has married, and I owe my new queen a wedding gift.
Why would you wear chainmail to your wedding? And what is the purpose of chainmail? It's to prevent you getting killed.
And it all kicks off.
I knew what to expect, and yet I watched it like...
I was screaming at the television. Absolutely screaming at it.
Just that first move. Bosh. Loads of times. No one's safe. All the characters, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
It's insane. Everything that we've come to expect and love from Game of Thrones.
The whole goal there was for me to build it up to the point of most jocular, most happy, and the most powerful moment, and then pull the rug out from under the audience and actually hit them in a way that they'd be emotionally scarred by that, and that was my goal.
It was a bit of like dinner time theatre for him.
It's the cruelty of it, and it's the relishing of it, and it's the fight for survival right up until the end. There's still something honourable and powerful and wonderful in that grief.
Lord Walder! Lord Walder, enough!
She's just visceral, isn't she? She's wild.
For her, it's not even about her own life at that point.
Let him go, or I will cut your wife's throat.
At every stage of this scene, you think there is going to be some kind of bargain here.
Maybe there's some hope, maybe there's some redemption.
I'll find another. It's as easy as that for him, just as simple as that. It's just wonderfully heartless, but it has a certain wit about it.
Mother, the Lannisters send their regards.
Yeah, one of the most famous lines in the whole show. I'm just going to let you know this information just before I kill you. And it's swift and it's brutal.
And the only point that she goes, fuck it, is after she watches her son get killed.
The horrible caterwaul that comes out of her, it just sticks with you. I mean, it's very real.
Her resignation when she's standing there, it's just a beautiful stillness, a peace, a sort of surrender. Extraordinary TV.
So much loss, so much pain. And we've got absolutely oodles more for you after the break.
It's anguish. Utter anguish.
Welcome back to the cruel world of Westeros and your greatest moments from 7 series. At number 4, it's Arya's face-off with Walder Frey.
She's been waiting for such a long time. Such a long time for her revenge.
The mountain.
Walder's a big scalp on the orphans' kill list for hosting the Red Wedding's slaughter of the Stark family.
Walder Frey.
She's there at the Red Wedding, she's outside.
Powerless that night, it would take 3 seasons of savage schooling before she'd be back to play assassin.
Arya was arriving when her family were being murdered at the Red Wedding. Arya was on the back of the Hound's horse when she saw her brother's body, topped by a wolf's head.
She had to basically take this anger and keep it. And she had a lot of time to think about how she was going to do this.
The faceless man gave her the power of disguise to ambush victims.
Arya is one of my favourite characters. She's gone on this mad journey, becoming a badass assassin.
She doesn't seem like a kid from a kind of royal family anymore. She's definitely been on a different path.
And now Arya's cooked up something extra special for Walder.
Revenge is a dish best taken cold, and she did it coldly and calmly and coolly, and it wasn't like, I've been wedged to do this. And I thought she did it brilliantly.
Where are my damn moron sons?
Black Walder and Lothar promised to be here by midday.
They're here, my lord.
You wonder if you're hearing it, and where are my sons? They're here. They're here.
To get Walder Frey back in the same place, you know, where the Red Wedding took place, and to feed him his sons in a pie, that takes a lot of planning, that takes a lot of time, and that takes a lot of hatred.
It's very Shakespearean, of course, as so many of these things are.
They weren't easy to carve. Especially Black Walder.
It really ties it up to feed him his children in the hall where her mother was killed.
It was a fantastic twist and a bit of Mission Impossible in there as well. Yeah, and he couldn't believe it. He was just thrown, a doddery old man, and he didn't know what hit him.
My name is Arya Stark. I want you to know that. The last thing you're ever going to see is a Stark smiling down at you as you die.
Do it, Arya. Do it.
I was delighted when Arya finally got to Walder. I wasn't expecting it, but it was like for like. There's no doubt about that.
I liked the fact that there was so little dialogue. He didn't get to do a farewell gurgling, ranting speech or anything.
The thing about Game of Thrones, even the really good people become quite twisted and psychotic.
I literally cannot wait now for her and Cersei to face off. I can't wait.
I'd never heard the term trial by combat, but I didn't realise you could have other people fight for you.
Trial by combat, you can get someone to fight for your honour, so whether you're wrong or not, as long as they win the fight, that's what matters.
At 3, a masterclass in the perils of taking your eye off the prize. It's the Mountain and the Viper.
Tyrion is on trial for killing Joffrey, which we all know he didn't do, right?
Tyrion's life now rests in the hands of his champion, Oberyn Martell.
He's the Red Viper. He's an amazing killer.
I always drink before a fight. It could get you killed. It could get me killed. But I mean, if I didn't drink, I wouldn't have I wouldn't have been agile. Today is not the day I die.
Ilaria has total faith in the Red Viper, her lover's powers as a fighter. But the minute she sees the Mountain, she doubts it.
You're going to fight that?
I'm going to kill that.
With the Mountain representing the crown, the odds are stacked against Tyrion.
He was enormous!
I think she suddenly has a sort of a flash of what could happen, what might happen.
Don't leave me alone in this world.
Never.
Then you've got this great little fight against this little guy who's a little bit too cocky, and this giant guy who's a little bit too angry.
Have they told you who I am? Some dead man.
Oberyn has a massive grudge against the families.
I'm going to hear you confess before you die. You raped my sister. You murdered her. You killed her children. Say it now and we can make this quick.
The one thing that he's ever lived for is to avenge his sister's death. And he knows that now that the opportunity is presenting itself, there's no question that he will get what he wants. And he does, kinda.
Well, he moved like a snake. The whole thing was very sexy and also very terrifying.
You killed her children!
And he wants to expose, these criminals publicly.
Oh, no, you can't die yet. You haven't confessed.
That's far more important to him than killing the Mountain.
Say her name. Elia Martell.
It was very much like David and Goliath. If David was overly cocky and didn't just get the job done.
Who gave you the order? Say her name!
I know you're angry about what he's done to you, your family, but please, can you stop with the spins and just kill him?
Say her name.
He just got cocky. In that last minute, he got cocky. You know, and I think the problem is they were cocky. They are cocky.
If this was nowadays and he would have pulled out like a selfie stick and tried to take a selfie with him, like, hey, I beat him. Like, he was doing all of that sort of stuff.
By this stage, you know very much what show you're watching, so you're expecting it not to go well for the Viper because he's talking too much. So from that point on, I thought, oh God, just shut up, get him, kill him, please stop, please don't do it.
Say it! I'm like, no, I can't watch. I'm like, no, I can't believe it's going to happen. Please, please.
Yes, this smashing his head.
We all know what happens next.
Oh, God, it's awful.
For him to actually tell me what he did to her right before he crushes my face.
I killed her children. Then I raped her.
It's that darkness that it sends you to bed with at night that we all seem to love.
It culminates in a piece of excessive violence, you know? I mean, a man's head being squashed like a melon.
Then I smashed her head in like this.
That's quite a lot of energy to do that disgusting thing.
And then they messed it up. He messed it up. And that, it's anguish. Utter anguish.
That's one of the fantastic deaths, I have to say. I'm sorry.
You're hereby sentenced to death.
It wasn't the wine, it wasn't the helmet, it was the blah, blah, blah.
Grab a quick snack, but come straight back because we're about to reveal the #1 greatest moment in the whole Seven Kingdoms.
That was the most cinematic thing I've ever seen on television.
Welcome back. We're closing in on the top spot. But first, let's find out what you voted the second greatest Game of Thrones moment. At number 2, dig deep for pain. It's the big loss of a huge fan favourite.
Hodor has been such a great person. He's been a great character. He's been a great servant to Bran.
Obviously, Game of Thrones is a world of sort of hate and fight, and Hodor's just Hodor. It's just all for the love. It's great.
He's the only innocent character there, I believe. I think he had no agenda.
Hodor.
It's all right, Hodor.
There's a character that is wholly good and deserved absolutely nothing of what happened to him.
But Hodor wasn't always known as Hodor.
Willis, come here.
Which we discover when Bran is taken back to Winterfell of the past by the Three-Eyed Raven.
Hodor?
Not always a man of few words, he was once the Stark stable boy.
If there's any character that needed further delving into their backstory, it was Hodor. And what a backstory it was.
And lures it when he's going to dodge a lady. Hodor talks.
It was so compelling because we've been tracking that relationship for so long, and those two have really been this beautiful allegiance.
But while Bran is enjoying his history lesson, the White Walkers have come for him and have arrived en masse.
They have evolved and they are getting bigger and stronger, and there are more of them against us, and it's terrifying.
Oh, I don't like the Night King. Does anyone like the Night King? He's a bastard. Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible character. So scary. Get Bran and run!
It's got action. It's got gore. It's got sadness. You know, it's got pretty much everything that we watch Game of Thrones for in that one moment. It is literally my favourite moment of the whole show. I mean, it's wicked, and it reveals a big secret.
You have to wake up! We need Hodor!
Hodor!
Bran is unaware of what's going on.
Bran, we're all gonna die!
I think that's just terrifying.
Skeletons falling from the ceiling, as White Walkers killing the Three-Eyed Raven.
Leave me.
One by one, Bran's companions lay their lives on the line to protect him.
I felt sad for them, especially Summer. Summer's been with us right from the start. She makes a huge sacrifice as well.
It's just madness. Madness.
Go!
Leaf just was like,
They're coming so fast that she needs something. She needs to do something to delay the process. She realizes that if it means that he could survive, I would do it. Everyone has basically just given in order to give way for Bran.
But it is Hodor's final selfless act to ensure Bran's survival that leaves a gaping hole in the viewers' hearts.
For a lot of people, especially the real loyal fans who've been following it from series 1, that payoff was a huge one.
I didn't realise what it was going to look like, and then when I saw it, it kind of hit me.
Hold the door! I practically had to drag my jaw off the floor because it was such a huge moment, and that was, you know, real honour to be the one who's kind of indirectly, you know, gives Hodor his name.
With Bran simultaneously straddling 2 timelines, he unwittingly gives Willis a glimpse of his own fate, altering him immeasurably by shattering his young mind.
The way it's shot and the way it keeps cutting into Bran back with young Hodor. It's really traumatic.
Even though I knew it was going to happen, I found it so sad.
It was a completely pure act of protection. His life becomes a circle at that point, which is an unbreakable loop in time, which is tragic.
Suddenly, it's like a jigsaw moment that everything makes sense.
Brilliant symmetry, brilliant symmetry. Hold the door! Hold the door.
The bit where they sort of disappear into the snow, he realises, I think at that moment, that's it. I mean, they've gone, I've done my job, but I'm still not going to let go.
It just showed, like, just pure love. It was so heartbreaking, especially because Bran's really one of the few good, innocent characters. And then it turns out that inadvertently he's caused his best friend's breakdown and then his death. It doesn't get sadder than that.
And now, drumroll please, it's the moment you voted #1, the ultimate Northern showdown, Bastard v Bastard.
This is what Game of Thrones does. It sucks you in. It builds up because you knew this moment was going to come. It's the classic good versus evil. Jon Snow versus Ramsay Bolton.
They've always been after their father's acceptance. They've always been looked down at as being a bastard. So I think they really understand each other, and they've both risen very high in the world when really the odds were against them being bastards.
You invested in Jon Snow. He's died and he's come back to life. Ramsay Bolton is a crazy, evil, demented, wicked, wicked person. He's the biggest bastard of all time.
I hate the character. You know, his presence really does overcome you, even just watching it through a screen.
The thing is that Ramsay's a lot more cunning than Jon.
And Jon's instantly outmaneuvered with Ramsay's opening gambit, setting the tone for the battle to come.
Ramsay has his own way of doing things, doesn't he?
Run to your brother.
But then that's the Boltons. They're not physical fighters, but they're in your mind. They're absolutely in your mind.
He was deliberately missing the first 4 or 5 arrows to give the young kid and Jon Snow some hope.
Zigzag! Zigzag! Dude's shooting arrows at you and you're running in a straight line.
It cuts you off at the most passionate point.
It was devastating, really devastating.
It was just great to be able to be a part of something that was obviously so filled with passion and emotion.
With yet another Stark lost, Jon realises he's played right into Ramsay's hands and is stranded in no man's land without his army.
And then he's like, well, you know what? Fuck it. And I loved that moment of realization.
I'm not normally a fan of action sequences, but this was hands down my favourite bit of TV that I think I've ever seen. It gave you a really amazing sense of what it's like to be Jon in that battle.
they're ripping heads off, they're stabbing each other. Horses are coming at Jon Snow.
That was the most cinematic thing I've ever seen on television. You could really understand what battle meant.
You read about big battles where the bodies are piled on, piled on, piled on. And it's just like, for me, it was like the idea of being in a battle like that. It was just a nightmare. I'm sure a lot of people perished in that way.
And then, terrifyingly, the Bolton forces outflank Jon Snow's and enact the crush.
When they surrounded them, and then they started crushing them, I thought, this is it. How is this going to end? This can't end in any other way.
Epic TV.
They were being driven into the mud. Jon Snow was being suffocated under the bodies of his own men.
Jon Snow is almost buried alive. He's almost trampled, and it's so fantastically shot.
I don't think I've ever seen a battle done like that. It was totally intimate.
The suffocation of it, you couldn't not engage with it emotionally.
The audience feels it with him. You just feel like utterly kind of claustrophobic.
The mud, covered in mud, and it was all blurry. And I was like, well, it's over then. I don't know how he's supposed to get out of this, because I know that he should do, but I don't know how it's going to happen.
But then when he does burst forth and take that huge gasp of breath, just as he did when he was resurrected, it's a nice little mirroring there. It's him almost being reborn for a second time.
And then, when all hope is lost, the cavalry arrives to snatch victory from Ramsay's clutches.
Sansa!
I think what was genius about that finale was that no one saw it coming.
Jon Snow wouldn't have won the Battle of the Bastards without Sansa leading the Knights of the Vale, along with Littlefinger, to Jon's rescue.
Defeated on the battlefield, Ramsay retreats to Winterfell to cower behind the walls. But he hadn't reckoned on the might of Jon's battering ram.
Hodor was famous for holding the door. One is famous for banging them down. He knew he wasn't going to make it past that battle. But if you're going to go out in a hail of arrows.
After all the loss, there is one final satisfying moment as Jon gives Ramsay a stark reminder of who rules the North.
Ramsay was eventually going to get his comeuppance. He'd lost all credibility by then and still trying desperately to cling on to some semblance of strength in front of Jon Snow.
Jon Snow just flattens him, smashes his face in. It was just a moment of pure, kind of unbridled joy, and that's not the kind of thing that Game of Thrones delivers very often.
I thought that was it for him. I thought he was going to kill him right there and then.
He's still got that wry smile on his face, which is so frustrating.
He was a bastard to the end.
Well, there you have it. The 25 greatest moments. The good, the bad, and the ugly, just the way you voted for them. Queens squared off, whispers were silenced, and a dragon was lost. And now, like all of Westeros, we wait for the glorious coming of Season 8.
All these guys are gonna walk out into the wilds of the North together and try to do something extremely dangerous, and you realize that everybody has a good reason to hate everybody else.
It does feel like a kind of dirty dozen. These kind of misfits who are sort of pushed together by chance. Jon sort of turns around and, you know, how the hell did he end up going north of the wall with this band?
It was really fun to have all these crazy killers together on this mission and force them to do something kind of insane. And then how do they react when it all goes sideways?
I can't believe the scale of this thing. This is an hour of television. I started in September. I won't be done till February. That's nuts.
When Jon comes with the plan of going back to the north to capture a white, to prove to the rest of Westeros that this is the real enemy, I think that's the stupidest idea Tormund has ever heard.
How many men did you bring?
Not enough.
We were hoping some of your men could help.
We've been shooting in Iceland, and yeah, it's just a brutal environment, and the great gift it gives you, it just feels very untainted by human development, you know? It's a very, very clean, clear landscape.
Winter is here, and winter is here north of the wall, and we knew we wanted snow. You don't want rain, and you don't want green, you want blizzard conditions. So Iceland in January seemed like a pretty safe bet.
It's a special place, so we always really love going there, and no matter how great your visual effects are or your art department, there's just nothing quite like the real thing if you can find it. You know, obviously we can't find dragons and we can't find massive castles like the Red Keep, but Iceland exists, and it's real, and it's cold as hell, and it's beautiful, and there's just nothing like having that reality on screen.
In the world of Thrones, it's great coming to these landscapes that just really kind of arc back in time and take you to something very, very brutal and barren, and that's the journey that we're on in this episode. We're trying to kind of achieve the impossible, and Iceland gives you the landscape that kind of supports that storyline.
It's very challenging to shoot in Iceland. Everybody has to pitch in, like our actors. They'll get ready in the hotels, be sent off to location, and pretty much as soon as you land, you're on the set, waiting for the sun to rise. Once it rises, you only have about 5 hours to shoot, so we try to shoot as fast as we can.
It'll always be less light in the winter here. So the light is a problem because at the time we lose in shooting, the weather is just a variable. You're never sure what you're going to get.
The first day took us all by surprise. I mean, you know, we're not idiots. We know that if we come back to Iceland, it's probably going to be cold and there's going to be a bit of wind. But, I mean, that first day, we were struggling to stand up. I guess nothing prepares you for it.
You can't get to this location without getting on standard four-wheel drive Land Rovers kind of thing, but then you've got to switch to literally monster Jeeps. I mean, even just getting to the first base, I counted 15 rivers you've got to go through.
There's a lot of flowing water that comes with the snows in Iceland, so you're definitely driving through some rivers that seem increasingly less likely that you're going to get to the other side of the river. And then if it doesn't work, I'm looking at my phone and I'm thinking, okay, there's actually no cell phone service right here. What happens when this car just stops in the middle of this river?
It is challenging. It's cold, and that's hard. Guys are pulling focus with their freezing fingers. I don't know how they do it. You're still using, you know, your computers and things like that for recording. Battery life is sucked out because it's so cold. So there's just a lot of logistic challenges there.
The fact that we come up here every morning and there's an entire unit base set up, I mean, it's some task every single day. Just being able to film in a place like this is monumental.
I feel for the prosthetics guys, the guys being White Walkers, or Michael playing the captured White, because they start at 2 in the morning. You know, they're up the crack of dawn.
We probably stick about 20 to 30 guys into prosthetics each day, and then we'll have our White Walkers and our Night King on top of that as well.
They do an amazing job. It takes about 4 hours for some of them. The part that I'm doing at the moment, which is the captured White, is 6 hours. So it's hard, and you've got to sit still, but at the end of it, you look amazing, and they do such a good job of it.
I think in Iceland, with the sub-zero conditions, I think obviously the temperature is always a big issue with our performers. When we have what we call our green screen whites, which are our guys in our green leotards, we're going to have to do the best we can with like layers and layers of thermals and keeping them warm as much as possible in between setups. All the silicone rubber that all our prosthetics are made out of, they don't conduct heat very well, so the guys will be pretty cold. When he's first captured by our guys, the hound grabs him by the face, and as he pulls his hand away, he takes part of his skin away with it. So we've got just a couple of different layers of prosthetics on Michael Birch, and he's got his main silicone appliances, then he's got some dentures which cover his upper and lower lips, and then we have this exterior layer which sits over his dentures, which he's just temporarily applied with like KY jelly, and then as Rory takes his hand over his lips, it all slides away with his hand. When we're shooting a sequence like the frozen lake, we've got a lot of atmosphere around us with smoke and snow and dust and all kinds of stuff everywhere. You can lose quite an awful lot on camera. So it's almost borderline theatrical, but we need to be quite punchy with all the forms and colours and shapes. So we thought this year we're just going to pimp it all up a little bit and rev it all up.
We had dummy bodies to make up and skeletons for the army of the dead when they're attacking, and just to make up the numbers. I think we made something like 120. There were all the different levels of how long they had been actually dead and how decomposed they are, and just to make them kind of quite as scary as possible.
Every season for the last 3 years, there's been a little tidbit in one of the outlines showing the appearance of a zombie polar bear. And it's been punted, and it's been punted, and this year there was going to be a zombie polar bear.
We were going to be in Iceland, we're going to be in the north. The groundwork was all there. The location was there. It made perfect sense that you could have one of these things out there. And we really put our 4 feet down, and we said, God damn it, we want a zombie polar bear.
We thought they'd be so excited to do a zombie bear, and it was kind of like, oh my God, they're serious about doing this fucking zombie bear.
The polar bear attack, there was a lot of challenges with that. I mean, the main thing, of course, is that there is no polar bear whatsoever.
It's a big CGI polar bear. We did it in a big CGI box. And they said to us at the start, this is going to be quite confusing because you won't have any sense of direction. It's going to be weird. And it was a bit weird.
It's a man in a green suit and green Wellington boots holding what looks like a bizarre wheelbarrow. So you're fighting that, which is pretty terrifying in its own way.
I've had people going, oh, when I'll come towards you, I'm a bear. No, you're not. Your name's Toby.
They're using a winch system to yank a stuntman around to make it look like the polar bear is really yanking somebody around and dragging them around.
We actually started with the wire work. We did some guys being as if they'd been hit. We did guys being mauled on the floor with wires and guys being picked up and shook as if they were being shaken and thrown by a polar bear. And then that kind of drove the sequence to a degree.
A lot of the initial creativity had to come out from just figuring out a polar bear is going to be 9 foot tall and where its mouth would be and how the kind of the arc that mouth would swing when it was grabbing someone, the size and strength of a polar bear paw and the arc that would throw someone in. So we're throwing ideas to try and make it look real.
Creating a new creature from scratch is a design, it's a skeleton, it's a muscle system. And then how does it behave? What is the interaction it has with its environment? What is the interaction it has with people? Sam Conway and his special effects team built this mechanism that is kind of a puppeteered head and shoulders of the zombie polar bear that can be operated by one of his special effects guys, and he's really physically holding it like a cage in front of him and fighting with the actor who's holding up the sword against him.
Then ultimately we've got to have something that the guys are hitting and Jorah can be stabbing with his knife, so we've then got a separate kind of polar bear back that is built with a rubber patch that can be stabbed.
The show is about people, not zombie polar bears. That said, it's fun.
Iceland's always been north of the wall since season 2, so this was always a good start, and we've chosen to come to Iceland for those scenes that are easy to do logistically, basically walking and talking. But we had a huge sequence on an ice lake. As soon as I read it, I knew I needed to do it in a quarry.
Most of the heavy lifting of the sequence, the army of the dead on the frozen lake set, which is where most of the climax of the sequence takes place, that was all in Wolf Hill Quarry in Belfast, which was a place that we could control.
It looked like it was a potential disaster. And then slowly I talked to Deb, the production designer, and every time I came back, we were doing more work and we were sort of, positioning where the island would go and where the Night King would hang out. Slowly it started to materialize.
The frozen lake sequence is so ambitious. When you film something in another location and then you're responsible for finishing that location off somewhere else, You have to really do your homework and try and make sure that you match it as best you can.
We built some walls to take us from Iceland into this lake to sort of make believe we were in the same environment.
We had a really tricky time trying to work out what a frozen lake looks like and how we can achieve that. And that went from compacted quarry floor to putting concrete down, a nice flat finish, and then there had to be hues of colour that had to be added to that. Then we had to work out how the ice would look on a two-dimensional board, as if it was transparent ice. It's hues of blue and other colours just to try and blend it all in.
We laid some ice-looking material. It was like a plastic resin for certain areas of it so we could get that sheen.
We painted the quarry walls. We built the island in the middle. Hopefully it looks like an organic island. Actually, it was very carefully conceived. There's specific hero action moments, and they all needed to be contained within the island. Like the area where the captive wight is put, that was a very specific area. Where Tormund is, where the Hound is, where Jon Snow is. Those areas all had to be kind of worked out.
You can't talk about that set without acknowledging the snow team, who have been there for weeks and weeks just snowing that entire location.
I believe it's the biggest snow set ever. It could be a Guinness Book of Records. 36,000 square metres of snow.
3,500 bags of snow through 6 machines with 15 guys, constantly. And then when we get here, of course, we're constantly redressing it and adding to it, and every day we have to scrape it off and start again the next day. And
sometimes I walk out there and I think we're crazy people. The amount of money and effort that's gone into this, we could have built the Taj Mahal a couple of times and be shooting there, but no, we built nature.
When I first read the scene, I imagined it on a green screen stage with us building an island in the middle of it. But Game of Thrones pushed to have it in this quarry, which is half an hour outside of Belfast, with all of the unpredictable sort of nature of the weather that's thrown at us and everything in between. But it's worth it to get those characters out there where it really is freezing cold. And when we were building the space, we had issues with it being so cold that the paint wasn't drying. It was a very, very difficult space to work.
When it gets cold and when the wind blows, it's not a place you really want to hang around in because the wind just whistles through there. It was very, very hard work.
basically when the cloud comes in, we can shoot in the cloud, but the cloud goes, then we have to match the cloud, which is not so tricky with the smoke machines we've got. When the wind picks up and it goes through very fast, then it doesn't quite look right. So there is a few tricks that we have up our sleeve with driving vehicles in circles.
Wolfville is challenging for obviously weather conditions, but the feeling that we wanted to create was a certain amount of layer of atmosphere, which we have to actually add smoke to the background. This gives the set a more rich layering, because often when we're framing the island without that atmosphere, the island kind of blends into the same rock face. So by adding the smoke behind, it also makes the island stand out and creates almost a false sense of perspective, making the rock face actually feel a bit more distant and larger in scale.
The frozen lake sequence is big and really hard to shoot, but on the other hand, it's a very tiny story. Our characters are so confined, they're on a postage stamp of real estate that they are trying to defend, but there's chaos because whites are involved and they tend to, crazy zombies that tends to devolve into chaos immediately. Many times you set up a shot and you think, okay, this is about them forming a line, and you watch the first take and it's just pure chaos. It's, herding kittens. It's, you can't see anything except people whacking each other. And so trying to focus the story so you understood the terms of the battle was the main challenge.
My action is to be chased up and then fall off the back end of the rock and the guys catch me. So big trust thing, because I'm falling into the guys, opposed to where you'd normally do falls into boxes or an airbag.
It's about a 10-foot drop, but it's all stunties down there who catch the guy and envelop the guy at the same time. So it looks like he's being caught by all of the whites and gets devoured.
The fighting with this is not really a classic kind of clink, clink, clink sword fight. You're mowing down meat. We've got a certain set of moves. So you've got like a 45, a slash, a block stab, a down and an up. And each of those has a number and you just put them together in any different order. And that seems to work very well.
After a while, we got so much into it that we just improvised. So I could have 20 whites coming at me, and they didn't know what kind of kill they would get, and I didn't know what to do just the second before I killed them. So we became so coordinated that we could do whatever. It felt like real fighting, and that I've never been a part of before.
He's a big Norwegian, and we're both looking at you. Even the extras are so into it. They're on.
Poor old Rich, like, Richard Dormer is a genius. He's an amazing actor. And he's, like all of us, having to deal with the elements, but he's got an eye patch, which means he's only got one eye, and a flaming sword. That's a tough gig.
The tricky thing is here is the burning swords. They've got the gas sword that ignites, which doesn't really like the wind so much. So we made an LED sword, which gives a great lighting reference, but doesn't quite work the same as the real flaming sword. We soak that in a fluid, which will normally stay lit, but that's been quite challenging here, especially on the windy days.
They're very delicate, so fighting with them is always an issue. We have to be careful about, you know, who they hit, whether it's sword on sword, or axe on sword. We've got to be careful about the absorbing material that doesn't get brushed off. We've got to be careful about the fluid that doesn't come off the sword. So, yeah, they are quite complicated.
Whoever he hits, technically he burns, you know, and he falls on the spot. And then he has to carry on burning for a certain length of time before he would be out. So we have many different bodies that we can bring in and place in there, and we can set them on fire. But it all starts off with the stunt guys. Stunt guys, we use a gel mix that we gel them up with and give them their own button, an igniter, and they set themselves on fire on cue. They're run off camera, we put them out, and then replace them with one of our bodies, one of our, what we call the crispy critters.
You know, we got all these heroes together. There are people who might die here, and it was important to create a situation where I'm hoping the audience will think that one of our beloved characters is gonna die.
There is one moment in there, thanks entirely to Alan. We'd scripted something where Tormund is in jeopardy and then Tormund is out of jeopardy. And Alan shot a moment of jeopardy with Tormund where he's getting dragged under the ice by these things. I mean, we wrote it and we were watching it, and I was thinking, I was like, oh, Tormund's gonna die. For a split second, I forgot, wait, Tormund doesn't die because we didn't write that. Somehow, he managed to override my rational brain and make me think that this was how Tormund was gonna die.
The original intention was to dig out the areas on location where people would need to fall through the ice. And then it became clear to everyone that probably the temperatures were going to be so terribly cold that the heating of the water to make it bearable for the stunt people and the actors would not only be awfully expensive, but it would also create columns of steam. So then it was decided, well, we're going to have everyone fall through the ice some other way. We figured out, you know, if we use motion control and do a number of passes so that we can make a break much bigger than the tank actually is, then, you know, we could achieve it on stage. And then there was a hydraulic drop rig so that the stunt people dressed as whites could go out onto the ice, and their weight is what would cause them to fall through. And then we used the motion control and with the offset so that we could say, you know, even though we've got 10 guys falling in while the camera's moving, by the time we're finished, we've got 100 guys falling in and the camera's moving 5 times as far.
I'm being dumped in a tank of water for a whole day. I was laughing at Alfie Allen because he had to do that, and I was literally on set laughing at him until someone came up to me and said, "You've got to do that in January." Oh, I always laugh too soon.
The frozen lake sequence has more moving parts and more shots in it than anything we've ever done before. We have an environment that's being extended in every direction using photographed elements, sometimes shot from a helicopter, sometimes shot from a drone, sometimes shot from the ground in Iceland. We've got whites multiplied from hundreds to over 100,000.
Fortunately, we had done the smaller skeleton white fight in season 4 in front of the Cave of the Three-Eyed Raven. And then in season 5, we did Hardhome, and of course that was a very grand scale. And then we had the cave battle last year, so we've had a lot of practice doing the White Army. And we have a technique that combines costume and prosthetic and stunts. You know, everybody kicks in. The volume of whites is largely what we bring to it, as well as, you know, the negative space of the skeleton whites, which are very heavily digital.
I would say probably this episode, out on the lake, the visual effects guys are really on every single frame of the show in a way that they've never been before, and especially once the dragons show up.
At a certain point, they're just fighting for their survival. They retreat as much as they can, but once they retreat all the way to the middle of the lake, there's nowhere farther to run, so their backs are up against the wall and they've got to fight.
At that point, it's a matter of time before we're dead, unless Daenerys shows up, which she does, luckily, at the last minute, as always.
She does arrive just in the nick of time, which is you just have to. There's no other way that this scene could be written.
One of the main dramatic events of this is, of course, the dragons coming to the rescue, and they're north of the wall, and so you get the direct, you know, explosion of fire against ice, which is the central sort of motif of this whole story saga. And so when we shoot it, we use airplane landing lights or things that are just crazy bright with the filters on over them to make them look like firelight. We also do some explosions to set a kind of reference for what that fire would actually look like. The trick with the dragon fire is that it sweeps across in about a 30-foot swath, and that's all it does. It doesn't linger, there's nothing to burn, so it just sort of sweeps through like a flamethrower, and then the ice has to explode behind it.
We wanted to make sure that it looked like a cutting torch, and it's exploding the ice. So we worked with Sam's team again, and they had a bunch of mortars set up, and we really dialed in exactly how high they flew, so that it was an explosion of flame, then all of these pieces that look like pieces of ice shooting up behind. And when you see it, it really is awesome.
I didn't see riding a dragon coming up. So when I read it, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. The day we came to set and this huge green thing was standing on our island, and then you can get a feeling and an image of how big the dragons now have become. So it's just enormous, and that was just a small part of it.
It occurred to me early on that we were going to have to figure out how people fit onto him. So it seemed the right way to go was to take the digital model, define an area that they were going to be interacting with, and then send it out to be laser cut from the actual digital model. So we did that in two poses. We did one with the shoulder down, which is the way that our heroes climb onto Drogon when he's on the island. And then we had another one, which is a flying pose. And that really is primarily for Emilia, because she'll spend, 80 shots on the front piece, flying and attacking and, doing quite a bit of motion.
It's been a real challenge, especially for Emilia, who has to bear the brunt of this kind of work. Like, it's one thing to act in a room with somebody and to draw on your considerable resources as an actor in an emotional situation between two people. It's another thing to have a situation that's supposed to incorporate the same level of emotion, but you're in the most artificial environment you can possibly be in. And I think there are plenty of people who are very, very good and gifted actors who, put in that situation, are unable to deliver what she's able to deliver.
Being on this theme park ride is kind of what it is, and you're strapped in, and it's pretty violent. And then looking like you are controlling it, when there's so much going on, you just got to harness every single bit of imagination you have and just use it. So it's kind of intense.
We knew that killing the dragon, I would think, is going to have a tremendous emotional impact.
Losing one of her dragons, I think it's just everything. Not only is it her power, it's her source of all power. It's a source of what makes her different, what makes her special. But the emotion of losing a child on top of that, it is everything that you know her for in one moment, taken. And given to this enemy that she didn't even know existed. It's extraordinary.
When the dragon dies, it's kind of a nice 1-2 punch, because on the one hand, you're just seeing the horror of one of these three only unique, amazing beings like this in the world going under the water and not coming up again, and you're processing that. Then you're processing something that's even worse, which is when it comes back out from under the water again, and we see in the last shot of the episode what it becomes.
We always knew that the episode was going to end with the dragon's eye opening and realizing that the Night King has finally gotten his own weapon of mass destruction. And what does that mean for the rest of us? And this was always the episode that was, in some ways, we're most excited about and also the most nervous about, because so much of it is dependent on the final set piece actually working.
We created like quite a large chain that, you know, could pull something very heavy. And it was all about figuring out the size of the links for the chain and how it was actually going to be pulled and how we'd get enough tension on it.
We had to create and manufacture our own chain, which was lightweight yet durable. Although within the finish scene there would be hundreds of White Walkers pulling lengths and lengths of chain, we still needed to manufacture almost 400 feet of chain, which I think was about 1,000 links in total.
The eyes of the White Walkers and the Whites have been such a prominent feature of the show, and a lot of work has gone into the specifics of how the eyes look, and to see that hopefully iconic image at this point blown up to the size of, you know, a beach ball, that seemed like it was an inherently crowd-pleasingly oh shit moment for everybody.
Welcome to Westeros, where the fight for the kingdom is on.
Anyone can die.
Where great families live and die for the Iron Throne.
Your heart is in your mouth.
Those scenes are breathtaking.
Some are noble.
Jon Snow's everybody's hero.
Some are not.
Oh, it's so bad. I haven't.
So many kings and queens, but only one can rule.
You cannot deny her strength.
The wall is down, and the dead are coming.
You can't have a cliffhanger greater than that.
When's it start?
This is what Game of Thrones does. It sucks you in.
So let's fly through the saga to date and get you ready for Season 8. As Season 1 opens, it's the calm before the storm. King Robert Baratheon rules from the capital, King's Landing, but his days are numbered.
To be king or queen in Westeros, you sit on the Iron Throne and you rule over the 7 kingdoms from King's Landing.
Start the damn joust before I piss myself.
He is locked in a loveless marriage and only chose his queen for her family's name to hold his kingdom together.
On Robert's part, there's no love involved.
Don't you get tired?
Every day.
It could have been anybody. It happens to be Cersei.
I felt something for you once, you know.
I'm very sympathetic to Cersei.
I know.
She was completely in love with him. She was in awe of him almost. And he turned into this semi-abusive drunk.
Was it ever possible for us? Was there ever a time, ever a moment?
No.
You may think initially, oh, that poor lady married to that terrible man, but don't underestimate her.
This unhappy couple have 3 golden-haired children to their name. But Cersei keeps a deadly secret from Robert. The children are not his. The truth will be discovered on a royal trip north, and it's here that our story really begins. The king has asked his old ally Ned Stark to help him rule. Ned and his wife Catelyn govern the north, fiercely loyal to the crown.
The Starks stand for loyalty, integrity, bravery. They are really the moral compass of the show. They're the good guys, and they're the ones that you find yourself rooting for from the start.
The couple have 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, and the decimation of this happy family will reverberate throughout our tale.
They're almost too innocent for that world.
King Robert arrives with his queen, Cersei, and with them is the whole Lannister clan.
That's Jaime Lannister, the Queen's twin brother.
Oh, the Lannisters. They're blonde, they're beautiful, they're arrogant. So fuck them.
And it's really the Lannisters who are going to introduce a lot of trouble into the lives of the Starks from this point. King Robert has decided to ask Ned to be the hand of the king.
9 years. Why haven't I seen you? Where the hell have you been?
guarding the north for you.
Robert realizes that too late, that he's surrounded himself by enemies, really. The only person he can trust is Ned.
I need you, Ned. Down at King's Landing, not up here where you're no damn use to anybody.
More importantly, during the visit, Bran Stark goes climbing one day, gets to the top of a tower, and discovers the Lannisters' deep, dark secret. The secret is that Cersei, the queen, is actually sleeping with her brother, Jaime.
The Lannisters, oh God! They are... I have never seen a family, I mean, talk about dysfunctional.
Stop!
It's incest, which even in Westeros is generally frowned upon. It also means that King Robert's children are not actually his children.
It's all right, it's all right.
He saw us!
I heard you the first time.
He knows what it means, too, and he knows that if the incest is discovered, not only will he and his sister be put to death, but their 3 children may very well, too.
And so, for Jaime Lannister, the greatest swordsman in Westeros, there's only one solution.
The things I do for love.
Here's a convenient way. The kid'll die, it'll look like he fell, and our kids will be safe.
First in a coma, Bran will later awake with no memory of how he fell or what he saw. The royal secret is safe for now, and only the viewer has seen what the Lannisters will do to keep it.
Everything went pear-shaped after that, and really, that's the whole chain of events starting.
King Robert still wants Ned down in the capital, so this will be the last ever time we see the Stark family all together. A family which includes Ned's son out of wedlock, the bastard Jon Snow. Ned must now leave his family and follow King Robert south, taking his daughters Sansa and Arya with him.
The reason I think that the first season of Game of Thrones works is it's essentially about this good family that just wants to essentially be left alone and serve their king and their country. This good family is ripped apart and thrown into situations that they never anticipated.
They are bound for the capital, King's Landing, where Ned's new task will be to protect King Robert from those who would unseat him. And in Season 1, viewers learn the greatest enemies live in exile overseas, the Targaryens.
They were dethroned by King Robert in the last war. The only surviving members of the family are a brother and sister called Viserys and Daenerys.
The siblings are the children of the Mad King, who was killed in war. Viserys dominates his younger sister.
Viserys has more than a touch of the Targaryen madness, and you know, sometimes he's protecting her, but he's also trying to treat her as a bargaining chip.
Come forward, my dear.
In search of an army, Viserys makes a pact with a savage tribe, the Dothraki, offering his beautiful young sister in marriage to their leader, Khal Drogo.
She's the only bargaining chip he has. He doesn't have any wealth anymore. He doesn't have any armies, but he has her, who he can trade to this horse lord.
I would let his whole tribe fuck you. All 40,000 men and their horses too, if that's what it took.
He's power hungry, but to a nasty degree. Doesn't really care how or by what means. He just wants to be important and looked up to.
But his plans backfire. Daenerys and Khal Drogo fall in love and become quite the power couple.
Suddenly she finds herself with Khal Drogo empowered. People are obeying her.
Tell him I want what was bargained for, or I'm taking you back.
He just completely underestimates not only Dany, but Khal Drogo.
What's he saying?
He says yes. You shall have a golden crown.
It's a real coming-of-age story throughout the first season. She really grows into herself.
Look away, Khaleesi.
No.
This is one of the turning points for Daenerys. I think this is when you realize that she's prepared to sacrifice anything for the greater good.
A crown for a king.
He was revolting. He was utterly, utterly revolting. And that was the moment that she escaped from her shell, when she became the woman and not the kowtowed girl.
And as the Targaryens grow in power, we learn that King Robert faces another challenge to his northernmost borders. Threats which led past rulers to build this giant wall of ice to keep out wild things beyond. It's protected by the legendary Night's Watch.
The Night's Watch are a small army who guard the northern border of the country. In Season 1, there's lots of fighting for the throne, but actually in the background there are these creatures appearing north of the wall that nobody has seen for thousands of years. And no one quite wants to believe that they're there, but they certainly are.
We hear the characters saying that this is all folklore, that this is all made up. But for the viewer, we see that basically these characters do exist. They are there. I think the White Walkers are really terrifying, mostly because you're not 100% sure you know what they're capable of doing or what their motives are.
They are a serious threat.
In Season 1, in search of a purpose, Jon Snow ventures to the Wall and joins the Night's Watch, a leader in the making.
Jon Snow's everybody's hero. Jon Snow's one of my favourite characters. He's the dude.
He's also in search of answers.
The question of Jon Snow's parentage has been one of the burning topics amongst not only the show fans, the book fans, for many decades.
Jon Snow is Ned Stark's bastard son. He brought him back from a war, and we never really learn who the mother is. Understandably, Catelyn, Ned's wife, isn't too fond of Jon for that reason.
Try as she may, she could never make peace with the fact that Ned was unfaithful.
But down in the capital, King's Landing, Ned Stark has a much greater challenge to face. His daughter has fallen for Prince Joffrey.
She's presented with marrying the future king, live in a beautiful castle, go to banquets, have beautiful dresses to wear, a fairy tale story.
Ned has discovered the Queen and her brother are lovers, and this will be his family's undoing.
When the king returns from his hunt, I'll tell him the truth. You must be gone by then. You and your children. I will not have their blood on my hands.
But before he gets a chance to talk to King Robert gets himself killed on a hunting trip.
Joffrey is now king, and without Robert to protect him, Ned is tried for treason. He confesses, believing it will save his daughter, but misjudges the new ruler.
He's just been stuck up in the north too long and has no idea how the real world operates, how to really deal with the politics of Westeros.
Bring me his head.
That's when you realise nobody is safe in this world at all.
When I saw Sean being pushed down, that was the only scene that really has brought a tear to my eye.
It's cruel, it's heartbreaking, but there's a point to the children witnessing this. If they want to survive, they have to start to be resilient. They have to learn from this.
It was at that moment you realised what Game of Thrones was really about.
It's here that the Stark family splinters. Arya is whisked away by a Night's Watch brother loyal to Ned, leaving Sansa at the mercy of Joffrey.
Robb Stark reacts with murderous rage to the news that his father has been beheaded.
Robb is the heir, and he's not only picking up his father's mantle as Lord of Winterfell, but he's picking up a much older mantle, the crown that no one has worn for 300 years, the Kingdom of the North.
It will lead to all-out war between the Starks and the Lannisters, who are led by its patriarch, Tywin Lannister.
Tywin Lannister is one of the great warriors and battle strategists of the age.
His legacy is uppermost in his mind all of the time.
In these next few months, we could establish a dynasty that will last 1,000 years. Or we could collapse into nothing, as the Targaryens did.
All of his hopes are in Jaime.
As well as his twins, Cersei and Jaime, he has a son he despises, Tyrion, known as the Imp.
You're wounded.
Good of you to notice.
Tyrion doesn't look like a warrior. He doesn't look like a kingmaker. There's no way that he could assume the position of Tywin.
I hear we won.
I would say Tyrion's one of my favorite characters. How he's managed to last this long is amazing to me.
As war rages in Westeros, over the Narrow Sea, Daenerys loses a husband, but gains astonishing new powers. She walks into Khal Drogo's funeral pyre with fossilized dragon's eggs.
Ugh, what an epic scene.
Season 1 ends with the sight of Daenerys emerging from a fire unscathed with her dragons hatched.
These creatures are extraordinary creatures, the likes of which have not been seen in hundreds of years.
Blood of my blood. You see these 3 dragons around her and you're just like, okay, they're gonna be awesome when they're grown.
The innocence is gone. She's it. And she's the force now.
As the dragons are born, she comes more and more to her own until the power becomes innate to her.
It's about a new era. The whole first season is essentially the old era dying out, the new era beginning. And by the end, she has a sense that she knows that she's bound for greatness.
And after the break, watch those dragons grow in season 2. Welcome back to Game of Thrones, the story so far, where season 2 marks a new reign of tyranny in the capital, King's Landing. Joffrey is brutalizing his subjects, as well as his bride-to-be, Sansa Stark.
You can't! What did you say?
Sansa has learned some painful lessons along the way. The chivalrous knights and gallant princes that she dreamed of. She got a gallant prince, and he turned out to be Joffrey.
Killing you would send your brother a message.
She's a prisoner in the worst place imaginable, enduring all kinds of psychological and sometimes physical abuse from these captors.
Leave her face. I like her pretty.
He's a bully, and we don't like bullies.
Joffrey is a character throughout the series that the audience loves to hate.
I had a disgusting lie about Uncle Jamie. And you?
He's a despicable human being.
Cersei's smart enough to realize that Joffrey is perhaps not what she might have hoped for. He's getting out of her control now, and he's a danger, in part, even to her and even to other members of the family.
What you just did is punishable by death.
Joffrey's enemies are everywhere. Chief amongst them, and just across the bay at Dragonstone, is Stannis, brother of the late King Robert, who believes the throne should be his. Stannis has learnt that Robert's children are Lannister bastards, which means that it is Stannis who is next in line.
So Stannis Baratheon, who knows that King Joffrey is a product of incest, decides to send ravens out to all the corners of the Seven Kingdoms, letting them know the Lannister secret.
In order to claim the throne, Stannis enlists the Red Priestess, Melisandre, who is on her own mission to find the right ruler for Westeros.
She believes Stannis is the savior of the worlds, basically. He's supposed to be on the Iron Throne. And her magical powers have no limits, I think. There's so much that we don't know that she can do.
However, Stannis isn't the only one after the throne. His younger brother Renly also believes he has a claim, and so war is inevitable.
The Iron Throne is mine, by right. All those that deny that are my foes.
The whole realm denies it from dawn to the wall.
They both think they should be king, but I'm on Stannis' side, so screw Renly.
Rather than fight it out on the battlefield, Stannis finds another way to kill his brother, because family ties don't mean an awful lot in Westeros.
The powerful sorcery of the Red Priestess is revealed when she gives birth to a sinister weapon.
The Shadow Baby is basically just a way to kill Renly, and it comes out of me in a great way.
I think Melisandre, she's always lived by this religion. If she's got something to do, she's going to do it, and she's not going to let other people stand in her way.
What I think is brilliant about Game of Thrones is it lives in a fantasy world. It's a completely realistic depiction of how power works, what power does to people, what people do to get power, and what happens when they fall short, when they miss the mark. And that's why it's so brilliant.
When Renly is murdered, it leaves behind his widow, Marjorie Tyrell, who belongs to the Tyrell family, who are very rich and powerful in their own right.
Calling yourself king doesn't make you one. And if Renly wasn't a king, I wasn't a queen.
She knows how to play the game. She really knows how to play the game.
Do you want to be a queen?
No. I want to be the queen.
As one would-be king is extinguished, another rises up as Season 2 sees a small but vicious family enter the fray. A seafaring house that commands the greatest fleet of ships in Westeros. It is led by Balon Greyjoy, whose son, Theon, a captive of the Starks since childhood, has finally made it back home.
We take what is ours. Your time with the wolves has made you weak.
Theon Greyjoy has grown up with the Stark family. He was a sort of a prisoner from a war in the past. He now returns to his motherland, which is the Iron Islands, and decides to betray the Starks.
You'd have our father bow down to your other family.
I have no other family.
Theon's sister, Yara, a battle-hardened warrior, is now heir to the Islands.
Yara is strong and fierce, so when Theon comes back and stakes his claim, she's worked too hard for this and is not giving that up.
To prove his loyalty, Theon invades Winterfell.
Send a raven to Pike informing my father of my victory here.
This leaves the Stark family home in chaos, and he takes the younger Stark brothers captive.
Prince Theon.
I've yielded Winterfell to Prince Theon.
Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen is learning valuable lessons in her quest to return to Westeros and seize the throne.
She is desperate to be a good ruler, that she can, go to bed at night saying, I think I'm doing things the right way.
As Daenerys' power grows, so do her dragons. But as news of their existence spreads, they become highly sought after.
When she's in Qarth, everybody just kind of thinks, like, who are you? We'll just take your dragons. We'll take your dragons and you're not powerful anymore.
Dracarys.
People have underestimated her the whole way.
And it is in Season 2 that we finally see the dragons kill for Daenerys. As Daenerys gets stronger in exile, Jon Snow and the Night's Watch are on a mission beyond the Wall, where the true scale of the threat to the kingdom is revealed.
Blow the horn. When will he come?
The army of the dead is on its way, and it's going to kick off sooner or later, and really, they've got to get out of there as fast as they possibly can.
One blast for friends. Two for foes. And three for White Walkers.
The threat of winter coming is very much a myth to the people of the South. They're not really taking it seriously. They don't know about the undead and all the horrors that are coming towards them.
Three blasts.
So what we learn in Season 2 is that the White Walkers are very much real.
They're nothing like we've ever seen before in television. They're not just zombies, they're not just statues, they're walking ice cubes, basically. They're really bad and they're really scary. And it's literally, I think it's going to be a fight of ice and fire.
We have all these kingdoms wanting to fight for the throne, and they think that that is what ultimately the battle is about. But really, at the end of the day, they're not looking at what's the real problem here, and it's the White Walkers.
And it's in Season 2 in King's Landing where we see that Tyrion may just be an asset to the war, when Stannis launches an attack on the city.
I'll lead the attack!
Battle of Blackwater was his moment. He was the best person to speak to the people of King's Landing and to get them to protect their city. Because he knows what it's like to fight. He knows what it's like to have your back up against the wall.
We like an underdog, and when that underdog manages to come out on top, it's a cause for celebration.
There's a brave men knocking at our door. Let's go kill them!
Tyrion manages to get the troops fired up by giving a good speech, and then heads out with them to fight Stannis on the bay. He doesn't last very long. He gets knocked out after a couple of minutes.
Tyrion is upstaged by his father, Tywin, who arrives with his own massive army. He's been bolstered by the Tyrells, who firmly joined the cause, and they crush the Stannis attack.
Certain people have luck on their side, other people don't, and possibly Stannis is one of those very, very unlucky characters who are destined not to achieve their goals.
Tywin's pretty lucky. Fortune tends to smile on him when it should damn him.
Father.
And yes, against all the odds, that battle is won.
The battle is over. We have won.
Season 3 begins, Daenerys has set sail on a mission. She and her dragons may have grown in power and stature, but securing an army still eludes her, so she ventures to a place where she can buy one.
She knows she needs an army, a powerful army, if she ever wants to reclaim the Westerosi throne. And the best bet for that are the Unsullied.
I have dragons. I'll give you one.
She appears to want to trade the dragon for slaves. She seems to have made this daft agreement to give away her best dragon. She hands over the dragon. Next thing you know, once she's got control of the Unsullied, then it's very easy to say to the dragon, who still will listen to her and not to him, burn him.
Dracarys.
Because you would take power if you have the force of a dragon. They're pretty impressive creatures.
She's been the mother of dragons, and you knew she was destined for greatness, but now she really is a queen with an army.
To then see that she has thousands of people on her team, and then you get like this swoop past. She's got these like fire-breathing mythical creatures that are just gonna tear shit up.
As this young Targaryen gains followers, in King's Landing, a young Tyrell is gaining influence. Marjorie has replaced Sansa in Joffrey's affections, a reward for her family's military support at Blackwater.
I imagine it must be so exciting to squeeze your finger here and watch something die over there.
Marjorie is a woman who's on top of her game. She's controlling where she's going. She's a proper feminist icon.
But the Tyrells' ambitions are not going down well with Cersei Lannister.
Olenna is the matriarch of the family, and she advises her granddaughter on how best to play the political game so that she might take power in King's Landing.
To make matters worse, her soulmate Jaime is a prisoner of war. He is held first by Brienne of Tarth, then both are captured by a northern faction.
Looks like your woman's getting the better of you.
This is all bundled up in when Jaime begins to start thinking about other people.
You're only making it worse.
His efforts to stop Brienne being raped are the beginning of that.
You know who she is, don't you?
It's good when those little bits of goodness come in those characters that are so devilish as well. Just to give you a little light in there.
Lord Selwyn would pay his daughter's weight in sapphires if she's returned to him.
I mean, of course, it being Game of Thrones, it doesn't get him anywhere. Another one of those Game of Thrones moments, which has so much more going on in it than just him losing his hand. He's the greatest swordsman in Westeros, we're told, so he can't do that anymore.
He's now made a good friend in her, and he's seen a lot of things, and I'm sure he's questioning what being a Lannister is about as well.
Yet without his hand, we see Jaime Lannister at his most heroic. The heartless knight who pushed Bran Stark from the tower finds new honor in Season 3.
He's left her behind, he's abandoned her, and he's on his way to King's Landing, and then his captors mention that what's going to happen to her. And then he decides to return and save her.
And it is in Season 3 that we witness the fearsome work of another powerful family, the Boltons, who are scheming to take control of the North.
I think the Boltons want pretty much what everyone else seems to want, is power and status.
Kill me!
You're no good to me, dead. We need you.
Ramsay, a bastard son of the family, enjoys torturing his enemies, including Theon Greyjoy, who he took prisoner when sacking Winterfell after Ned's demise.
Historically, the Boltons have always been just under the Starks. Kind of the Starks have always been on top of them, so I think they feel that now is their time to rise.
You don't look like a Theon Greyjoy anymore.
It's unbelievable what Ramsay's capable of doing to people.
Freak.
He's just all about the mind. He's all about making you doubt yourself. He's all about getting in there and making you insecure and making you feel like you can't go up against him.
Another hostage at large in season 3 is Arya Stark, kidnapped by the Hound. The disgraced knight plans to find Arya's family and trade her for cash.
Remember what happens to children who run.
One of the great double acts of Game of Thrones is the Hound and Arya.
Don't kill him!
There's something so perversely magical about that pairing, sort of warped mentor-protege relationship that develops.
In his desire to claim a ransom, the Hound heads for the Twins, where he knows that Arya's mother and brother, Catelyn and Robb Stark, are attending a wedding. The Twins is a strategic river crossing controlled by the Frey family, and the Starks need them on side for their war effort.
Walder Frey is a very bitter, nasty old man who controls a small but significant area in the kingdom.
I was pledged to marry one of you, and I broke that vow.
If he's been let down by Robb Stark after this promise, if he shows any kind of forgiveness or just let it go, he didn't want to marry my daughter, he's married someone else, he would lose face in that world. It's a vicious world he's operating in.
The Stark family offer Robb's uncle to make amends and are here for that wedding. A terrible mistake. Also at the wedding is Roose, head of House Bolton, traditionally loyal to the Starks, but not for much longer.
Robb's decision not to marry Walder Frey's daughter, he knows he's alienating and going to upset a very, very powerful house and a very, very powerful man. So he changes his allegiance.
Catelyn, in her heart, knew that you do not break a promise if you are the King of the North, and also you certainly don't break it to Walder Frey.
Your Grace. He's probably laid awake for nights just planning it and timing it and working out just how it's going to work out.
In a moment where Cat sees that Roose Bolton is wearing chainmail is a powerful moment.
Why would you wear chainmail to your wedding? And what is the purpose of chainmail? It's to prevent you getting killed.
Catelyn and Robb and his wife and all the others, nobody saw it coming.
The Red Wedding is the event that pretty much decimates an entire generation of the Stark family.
Within the Game of Thrones, Walder Frey's not playing the Game of Thrones. He's not attempting to be the king. He's actually perfectly happy with what he's got. He has his own little fiefdom, and it was all sitting in the chair and watching terrible things.
Robb is such an amazing character. I think you kind of want him to be the king.
Mother.
And to win.
The Lannisters send their regards.
It's brutal, and I'm just going to let you know this information just before I kill you.
It's just another illustration of what Tywin Lannister is prepared to do. And in that case, he's got somebody else to do his dirty work.
It's the cruelty of it, and it's the relishing of it.
Everything goes to hell in the Red Wedding.
Arya Stark arrives at the Twins to witness her brother's desecrated body and loses any last shred of innocence.
She's there at the Red Wedding, she's outside. And she was so close. You know, she was so close to seeing them again. She was so close.
The path that she goes on, she learns to become stronger and fight. And also, she's after revenge.
And when she comes across her family's killers later,
Oh, shit.
she matches their brutality.
She's had to go over to the dark side. That's what makes her interesting.
In order to survive in that world, you've got to match what is given you.
And so, by the end of season 3, all the elder Starks have gone from the Game of Thrones. Only the children remain, orphaned and scattered across Westeros, including Bran Stark, still paralysed from his fall. He's fled Winterfell with a loyal band of followers heading north.
So Hodor we know as a very loyal character.
It's all right, Hodor.
He lost the use of his legs, and Hodor's the person that carries him around and takes him everywhere, being the big giant of a man that he is.
It's all right. The walls will protect him.
Him and his brother Rickon are the two last male heirs to the Stark household. And yeah, it's fast depleting. We're running out of Starks.
I think it's all about, for Rickon and Bran, kind of sticking together and, you know, seeing how their adventures and their journeys play out to kind of find this lost happiness and this lost family that they're searching for.
Bran Stark is very much on his own journey to discover the root of this ancient magic that's reappearing in the kingdom throughout the seasons.
And yet, amid this loss comes a small victory. Unlikely hero Samwell Tarly stumbles on a weakness of the White Walkers. Samwell reaches for all he has to hand, an old dragon glass spear he once found in the ground.
To his astonishment, it works. The spells are shattered and it's melting before him.
And stay with us to see wedded bliss vanish after the break.
He's choking!
Welcome back to Game of Thrones, The Story So Far, where in Season 4, a royal wedding in King's Landing unites two great houses of Westeros, the Tyrells and the Lannisters.
Season 4 begins with the wedding between King Joffrey and Marjorie Tyrell. And as we know from experience in Westeros, weddings are not happy occasions.
It's full of injured parties with scores to settle. Chief among them is Oberyn Martell and his lover Ilaria Sand.
In that first meeting with Cersei and Tywin,
Ilaria Sand.
My lord, my lady.
they see Ilaria as being sort of scum.
I can't say I've ever met a Sand before.
Oberyn has a zest for life and all the beautiful things that the world has to offer. None of it is as beautiful as his own rage and taste for revenge.
Oberyn is seeking vengeance for his sister's brutal death at the hands of the Lannisters.
The rape and murder of women and children is considered distasteful.
Oberyn has a massive grudge against the Lannisters and is sort of coming to the wedding to just sniff out what's going on and to get justice.
There's been too much amusement.
Joffrey really uses the wedding as an excuse to be as horrible as he can.
Uncle, you can be my cupbearer.
And the way he treats Tyrion and everybody at that table, he's just hideous. You're watching him being a total arse.
And so, when an unseen hand poisons the newlywed king...
Idiots, help your king! Move away!
It's the moment of retribution that the whole of the Seven Kingdoms have been waiting for.
I think everybody who watches Game of Thrones was hoping this day would come.
I wanted to kill him in such a way that the viewers were reminded that here's a 13-year-old boy who's dying.
Though it is actually the Tyrells that have poisoned Joffrey, it is Tyrion who is blamed.
This is really the point where Tyrion's fragile bonds with his family begin to unravel.
Take him! Take him! Take him!
In plot terms, the death of Joffrey is another shaking of the board where the pieces are scattered. And also, it's one of those things that elevate the whole series from merely a story into a saga.
As the royal family grows weaker, news from Westeros reaches Meereen, where Daenerys has conquered the city, but she is not yet ready to capitalize on her enemy's weakness.
King Joffrey Baratheon is dead. Murdered at his own wedding.
This would appear to be a really good time for her to finally make her play for the Iron Throne.
She has the dragons, and she has the army, and she has the strength of character.
But actually, she has new responsibilities now, and she has unfinished business where she is, and she's still trying to learn how to rule.
And to compound matters, her dragons have grown so big that Daenerys has started to lose control of them.
As they get bigger, as her power increases, the harder it is for her to manage. And that's where the story then has to go. All they're going to bring is complexity.
And when one of the dragons kills a child and abandons her, Daenerys is left with no other choice but to chain the other two.
She's just locked up her dragons, so can she unleash them again? And will they forgive her?
Without the mighty force of her dragons, Daenerys is faced with a dilemma as to what to do next.
She's definitely going through a sort of a dark night of the soul, I think, where she's trying to determine, have I got what it takes?
And so in season 4, as Daenerys remains in exile, across the narrow sea, Sansa Stark has fled the capital and taken refuge with her aunt Lysa, who has been seduced by an arch schemer.
Littlefinger's playing a very chaotic game, and he thrives on that.
Oh, my sweet wife.
For Littlefinger, it's all about getting power, I think, and using Lysa as a pawn along the way.
Sansa is witness to Lysa's murder and covers for Littlefinger.
Sansa's one of these poor characters who's been mistreated all through the series. She's seen a lot of horrible, horrible things happen, and she's never been able to take control, and this is the first time that actually she's got nothing else to lose.
He tried to reason with her, promised her she was the only one he had ever loved, but she stepped through those doors and she was...
What you discover is that she's been learning this entire time. She's been listening, she's been watching. She's been taking Littlefinger's lessons to heart.
So from one Stark protege to another, Sansa's sister Arya is still the Hound's hostage, but they're now on an equal footing.
Who would pass the bloody gate? The bloody Hound. Sandor Clegane.
He's her captor, but he's also her protector. And, you know, she's seen his own pain and his own fear at times, and they've shared some dangerous situations.
But when the Hound is gravely injured in battle, Arya is forced to strike out on her own.
Fuck it. I'm ready.
Now he's wounded and he's dying, and she's remembering all he said about mercy, and he's asking for mercy. And by mercy, he means, a quick thrust to kill him. And she doesn't give it to him.
Kill me.
She won't put him out of his misery. She won't give him the easy way out. She's going to leave him there to suffer.
Another wandering Stark is Arya's crippled brother Bran, who has made it north of the Wall in search of the three-eyed raven, who he believes will help him walk again, all the time aided by his loyal travelling companion, Hodor.
I think Hodor's been more than just Bran's legs. I think he means a lot to Bran. You know, he's always been there through absolutely everything, you know? Even though he can't speak, he can only say one word, he's always someone that's looking after him.
You know, in a world of evil, he's probably one of the only good ones.
Clearly Bran is very important because he's trekked all the way up north to a cave where this raven has been summoning him for the past couple of seasons, and now he's in this cave with the three-eyed raven. Really, we're going to find out what the grand scheme of things is for Bran.
You'll never walk again. But you will fly.
His powers, he's getting stronger, and there's going to be some really exciting things happening. I think we're going to find out more and more about him.
At the Wall, the Night's Watch suffers a huge wildling attack at Castle Black. But in Season 4, they get a powerful new ally. Stannis Baratheon, who's been away licking his wounds after the Blackwater defeat, joins them with his vast army.
The Battle of the Blackwater was a huge and crushing defeat at the end of Season 2, and it's taken them basically 2 seasons to sort of rebuild from that.
And his arrival means that Jon Snow could have a new ally in the battle against the White Walkers beyond the Wall.
If my father had seen the things that I've seen, he'd also tell you to burn the dead before nightfall. All of them.
Season 4 draws to a mighty climax in King's Landing when the ultimate father and son showdown comes to a head. Tyrion is tried for murder.
I'm guilty of being a dwarf.
You're not on trial for being a dwarf.
Oh, yes I am. I've been on trial for that my entire life.
Finally, Tyrion just says, you know what this is about. It's because I'm a dwarf, you know? And it's absolutely right. That is what it's about.
He's put on trial for a murder he doesn't commit. His father deserts him and betrays him.
I demand a trial by combat.
I mean, trial by combat, you can get someone to fight for your honour, so whether you're wrong or not, as long as they win the fight, that's what matters.
He names Oberyn Martell as his champion.
You're going to fight that?
I'm going to kill that.
I think Ilaria has total faith in the Red Viper, her lover's powers as a fighter. But the minute she sees the mountain, she doubts it.
The one thing that he's ever lived for is to avenge his sister's death. And he knows that now that the opportunity is presenting itself, there is no question that he will get what he wants.
You killed her children!
And he does get what he wants by forcing a confession out of him. It's not exactly how he expected it.
I killed her children!
He still technically got what he wanted, you know?
Then I raped her! Then I smashed her head in like this!
She's lost the man who was her protector, who was her champion, who was everything that she believed in her world.
Tyrion Lannister.
With his champion defeated, Tyrion's life now hangs in the balance.
You're hereby sentenced to death.
In Westeros, the pursuit of justice is as futile as anything else.
Oh, get on with it, you son of a whore. Is that any way to speak about her mother?
Tyrion is released from jail by his brother Jaime and told to go and board a ship and run away. Instead, he decides to check in on his father.
But it's his former lover, Shae, that he discovers in Tywin's bed.
Tyrion then kills Shae in a sort of fit of jealousy and then takes a crossbow and goes to find his father.
Tyrion, put down the crossbow. Tywin really has had it coming to him. I don't know how much more Tywin could have got away with, really. Especially after what he's put Tyrion through.
You're no son of mine. I am your son.
This is someone who spent his whole life trying to win his approbation. As much as he hated him, he really wanted that, you know. Obviously, that's never going to happen now because he put a crossbow bolt in his groin.
What it means is when a big character like that goes, there's going to be a power vacuum and there's going to be hustling and jostling to get into his place.
I am the queen! I am the queen! Have you lost your mind?
Join us after the break, where in Season 5, a new power rises in King's Landing. Welcome back to The Story So Far, where in Season 5, a royal wedding unsettles Cersei. Her son, Tommen, is now king and has fallen under the spell of his new queen, Marjorie, much to Cersei's dismay.
When Marjorie come in his life, I think he was just enjoying life so much.
Judging from the king's enthusiasm, the queen mother will be a queen grandmother soon. Wouldn't that be a lovely day?
Him being king was just a whole new excitement, a whole new life.
Cersei empowers religious fanatics to help her topple her rival, Queen Marjorie.
You can't do this. I am the queen.
Cersei brings back the faith militant because in her mind, this is her wiping the slate clean. This is her taking an opportunity to just claw back a little bit of power.
But Cersei's engineered her own downfall. Royalty is no longer above the law, and fanatics come for her next.
It's hard to see how anybody would be able to get the power back from the High Sparrow and Septonella.
Move.
There's another contender to power in Westeros, and it's religion. It's the power of the faith.
They want to remove all the excesses, to strip Cersei of all her finery and encourage her, in inverted commas, to become clean.
It's such a sexualized form of humiliation.
A sinner comes before you.
Watching Cersei do the Walk of Atonement, something happened that I thought would never happen. And that is I felt compassion. No matter what she'd done previously, she didn't deserve this.
And so Season 5 sees her left naked before her subjects to atone for her infidelities.
Who would have thought we would have felt sorry for Cersei until the Walk of Shame?
was very, very tough for her. Very few women could have done what she did, complete that walk.
People love to hate her, so you see her trying to maintain this regal presence, but she can't.
Stripped down to her, literally, physically, and emotionally and psychologically stripped down to her most vulnerable, and then swept up into the arms of the beast that she invited into the world.
The strange creation that is her new knight.
It's just a brilliant twist.
When Cersei is picked up by the mountain and Qyburn tells her what's happened, the brilliant look across Cersei's eyes of whatever happens, I will get these people.
Also getting a new ally in season 5 is Daenerys, in the form of Tyrion. After killing his father, he's fled across the narrow sea, a fugitive on the run.
He was a Lannister, and he had all the money in the world. And a noble name and a big bag of gold can buy you a lot. All that's gone now. He's totally at the mercy of the people he's traveling with.
Who are you?
And then the unthinkable happens.
I am the gift.
He is captured and handed over to his family's greatest enemy, the Targaryen Queen-in-Waiting, Daenerys.
My name is Tyrion Lannister.
And between them, they are an extraordinary force.
Protect your queen! She appoints him as her political advisor. But when a civil rebellion begins, Tyrion gets to witness Daenerys transform into a true Targaryen.
The symbol of the Targaryens coming to claim their power is on the back of a dragon, because, I mean, there's not much you can do when you're standing on the ground and a dragon's coming at you.
Daenerys has had these dragons for quite some time now, but that moment that she gets onto Drogon and rides him for the first time, that is her claiming her birthright. The dragon riders are what the Targaryens are all about. That is how they wielded their power.
Everybody painted that picture of Daenerys flying her dragon. It never really happened. And they've waited so many years to see that, and she finally does, and she does it in a wicked way where she's escaping death.
Daenerys, she's got the greatest name ever. Stormborn, mother of dragons, Daenerys Stormborn Targaryen. I love that name. She's got these dragons as backup. And then she's got Tyrion, who knows King's Landing, who knows the political side of things, and he's been through battles as well.
Yet as season 5 ends, Daenerys' dragon delivers her to an uncertain fate.
The last thing we see of Daenerys season 5, she's surrounded by Dothrakis, back where she bloody started.
And season 5 is one of vengeance for Arya. The young Stark follows her mentor to Braavos to become an assassin.
To serve well, a girl must become no one.
Arya's relationship with Jaqen is fascinating. He is utterly mysterious, and she is seduced by his power.
I didn't come here to sweep floors.
No? Why come then?
You said I could be your apprentice.
The power of death, the power to choose who dies.
And Arya uses her new skills to slaughter Meryn Trant, a name on her kill list of people who've destroyed her world.
Arya's just a wee assassin. She made him suffer in the best way possible, and she thoroughly enjoyed it. But you must remember what Arya has been through. There is a sense of vengeance rather than a sense of justice.
As Arya explores vengeance, back home the battle is on for the Stark family home. Stannis Baratheon is marching on Winterfell, now held by the Boltons.
But sometimes sacrifices must be made to ensure victory.
He's going after something, and it's increasingly futile.
In a desperate move, Stannis follows the advice of the Red Priestess, who promises him victory if he makes an unspeakable offering to the Lord of Light.
She managed to convince him to burn his own daughter.
That's one of the most chilling scenes, I think, of season 5. When he burns his child.
She's believed in this god for so many years that I think that if it's not to do with the god, she kind of just blocks everything out. And I think that's what happened, is she blocked out the fact that she was going to be sacrificing a child. She was sacrificing the king's blood.
Melisandre really did believe that Stannis was going to be the one who would bring everything together, and he was going to be the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and she's put a lot of her heart and soul into helping him.
But it proves to be his undoing. His men desert him, and Melisandre, realizing all is lost, flees to Castle Black,
Great.
leaving Stannis to advance to Winterfell on his own.
Speak up. Can't be worse than mutiny.
He's had a rough old time, Stannis, hasn't he? Because really, he should be the king from after Robert Baratheon died. Every battle he loses, he becomes further and further involved with this kind of fantasy.
And awaiting Stannis at Winterfell are the Boltons, who try to cement their position in the north with a tactical marriage to Sansa Stark. Orchestrated by master manipulator Peter Baelish.
She shouldn't trust Littlefinger. I mean, why are you going to trust Littlefinger? I mean, it's... Jeez. He is the dodgy car salesman in Game of Thrones. Offers you everything and gives you nothing.
May I introduce my son? Ramsay Bolton.
Now that the Boltons have kind of established themselves at Winterfell, bringing in a Stark will really solidify their position in the north.
But it's a huge miscalculation that traps her in another brutal relationship.
Ramsay is a horrible, cruel, evil, power-hungry man.
He took psychotic nature to another level. I mean, he went there and he went some.
Oh, no. You stay here, Reek. You watch.
Fellow prisoner Theon Greyjoy, aka Reek, is too terrified to help.
I think we all thought he should have stepped in on the wedding night, let's be frank.
With Ramsay distracted by battle,
You're leaving it to me.
Sansa is caught attempting to escape, and it's only then that Reek finds the courage to become Theon again.
I think that was a moment that we all needed to see. Theon again had been so much at the mercy of Ramsay that finally he had a moment where he could do good.
And so, by the end of season 5, Sansa has jumped either to her death or to her freedom.
It's someone being pushed in every way to the absolute limit of their will to live. And having come through that, she's obviously going to be quite a different person.
As Sansa and Theon leap from the walls of Winterfell, nearby Stannis is facing defeat by the vast Bolton army.
I think Stannis had given up. I think even before they'd gone into battle, I think he was going there to die.
Fate finally catches up with Stannis when he comes face to face with Brienne of Tarth, who sought vengeance for Renly's death since season 2.
She is probably the toughest person going about Westeros.
But as Stannis bows out, Jon Snow comes up against a greater foe when he ventures to Hardhome to make peace with the wildlings. This alliance is sacrilege, but when the White Walkers launch a full attack, Jon sees his hunch is right. All humans must unite to fight them.
What's so great about the whole White Walker mythology is the way it has been building throughout the series.
Who knows what they want? They would bring death and destruction to absolutely everything. Up until this point, they've been semi-mythical characters. It's been the White Walkers in those cold lands that no one ever goes to. And here they are in front of the heroes, and they're very real. And it's a very real danger.
I don't think the White Walkers are afraid of anything. I think fear is just not in their vocabulary.
And then Jon and the viewers see the Night's King reveal that he has a greater power. He can raise and recruit the dead.
It's a challenge to Jon, and look what I can do.
Forget all the other battles that are going on. You know, battles for castles and kingship. You know, he's got to focus his army.
But on Jon's return to Castle Black, in the final minutes of season 5, viewers witness the cruelest blow of all in a gut-churning finale.
When I saw the cross with traitor written on it, I thought, oh, no, they're not going to kill him. And then they did.
For the watch.
you root for him. But the great thing about Game of Thrones is your heroes can die at any second.
For the watch.
They're all members of the Night's Watch, and no matter what one of their brothers has done, what they did was worse than what he did.
And so season 5 ends on betrayal and death. Is this really the end for Jon Snow? Season 6 begins at the scene of a crime. Jon Snow lies slain at Castle Black, and all hopes are pinned on the Red Priestess and her magic to bring him back.
Game of Thrones needs Jon Snow. We do. We need him to finish what he started.
As viewers hope for Jon's resurrection, we learn that Melisandre harbours a great secret.
The reveal of ancient Melisandre was definitely one of the most stunning surprises in season 6 of Game of Thrones.
It shows how much older she actually is and how much longer she's been believing in this god for.
Then we see her use this power for Jon.
She tries to bring him back, tries to resurrect him. It doesn't work.
When the wolf started to sort of make some noise, that's when I thought, I think everyone thought Jon Snow's alive.
And then it's just like that moment of just...
Jon Snow has returned and all Westeros rejoices.
And after the miracle of Jon's rebirth comes a partial reunion of scattered Starks when Sansa arrives at Castle Black, and together they'll gather forces in a bid to retake the North.
Sansa's become majestic, but she's also become savvy. She's lost that naivety.
A monster has taken our home and our brother. We have to go back to Winterfell and save them both.
She's a queen, really.
In terms of being from a powerful family and being able to make decisions and tell other people to do stuff, I think she's going to tell other people to do stuff.
As one former Bolton captive looks for revenge, another looks for redemption.
I am Theon Greyjoy, last living son of Balon Greyjoy.
Theon returns again to the Iron Islands, but following his father's mysterious death, renounces his claim.
And she is your rightful ruler.
Theon, by backing Yara, shows that he's learned from his massive fall and humiliation and castration, and he's learned who is the more powerful person.
I'm Euron Greyjoy. I claim the Salt Throne.
But it's not all plain sailing for Yara. Her uncle Euron arrives and immediately scuppers her plan to rule.
Euron comes in, and we know he's killed the father, and Yara announces that he's killed the father, and you think that's going to be the end of him.
He led us into 2 wars we couldn't win. I apologize to you all for not killing him years ago.
He is just the most insane creation. He's cocky, he's arrogant. He could start a fight in an empty room.
I wasn't born to be king. I paid the iron price, and here I stand.
Or the men will still side with another man because he's shown such ruthlessness and cunning.
With Euron crowned king, Theon and Yara flee, taking part of the fleet with them.
They stole our best ships.
They are headed across the narrow sea to join Daenerys, who's been a hostage of the Dothraki. But now burns their leaders and converts the tribe.
The huge Dothraki horde.
We're going to finally get a lot of different power factions coming together in a very scary, explosive way.
And she bags herself a navy by forging an alliance with Yara, who pledges her fleet of ships. But as great houses unite for war, beyond the wall we learn more about the deathly foe which threatens them all. While time training with a three-eyed raven, Bran Stark uncovers a great secret. White Walkers were created from the first men.
The Children of Forest invented the White Walkers to help protect their own race.
It was an innocent defense to do that, but clearly it has gone out of control.
And when the White Walkers come for Bran, there are terrible casualties.
Hodor is a goner.
Hold the door!
Completely pure act of protection. There was nothing, there was no greater goal to what he did other than protect Bran.
Everyone has basically just given in order to give way for Bran. And there must be a reason, right?
We know he's become the Three-Eyed Raven.
But how is he going to use those powers?
And as the Three-Eyed Raven, Bran resolves a great start secret when he sees Jon Snow's mother is Ned's sister, Lyanna.
You understand what Ned has been going through the whole time. He made out that it was his son, his bastard son, but it was really his nephew.
But it confirms Jon Snow is still half Stark, and in Season 6, he and Sansa march on their family seat of Winterfell to fight Ramsay Bolton, in what goes down in history as the Battle of the Bastards. Ramsay's now top dog, having murdered his father and newborn brother.
Now, if you want to say...
You're going to die tomorrow, Lord Bolton.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die, you know, and she knows it's about winning now. She's had enough of all the rest. It's time to win.
She offers her insight.
You think he's going to fall into your trap? He won't. He's the one who lays traps.
She's lived with this man for a long time, and she knows that he is cruel to the core.
Sansa's words go unheeded. Ramsay baits Jon with his hostage, Rickon.
Run to your brother.
It shows a lot about how Ramsay's mind works. He's calculating, he's always thinking about the next move. You know, it's very interesting how Machiavellian he can be as well.
I think everybody who was watching that episode for the first time, I think they all thought he was probably likely going to make it. It was just kind of cut so short, and I think that's kind of what Game of Thrones is always about.
Ramsay Bolton's like, yes, I've got you now, boy. Just in the middle of no man's land.
That's what Game of Thrones does so brilliantly, is it's constantly pitting good moral forces against bad ones, and you don't just win because you're good.
They were surrounded by the entire army. They were being driven into the mud.
Ramsay should have won. He was much more conniving, much more cunning. And if it hadn't have been for Sansa coming in at the last minute, then he probably would have won.
She's a strong, independent woman. She's really powerful, and she saves the day, and I think that's brilliant.
This was probably their first major victory in 6 years. They're suddenly inside the castle. Winterfell.
It seems Jon will kill Ramsay. But he then leaves Sansa to take the scalp.
There was only one way to kill him, and Sansa found the right way to do it.
She knows what she's going to do, and she knows he deserves it.
All memory of you will disappear.
If you were face to face with your nemesis and you had the opportunity, you'd take it.
She's hardcore.
She has the makings of a Cersei.
But it's Jon Snow who becomes king as the season ends, with the Starks controlling the north and Sansa is by his side.
She's a character that will surprise people because she's not what she seems.
And neither is Sansa's sister, Arya. Blinded and stabbed in her training as a faceless man, she's now back in Westeros to deal with Walder Frey.
She's gone on this mad journey.
Arya comes in disguise, having chopped up Walder's sons.
They weren't easy to carve.
She wanted him to see who she was.
The face comes off and there's a knife.
The last thing you're ever going to see is a Stark smiling down at you as you die.
She's been caught up in it so young that she's turning into this child soldier.
Revenge is a dish best taken cold.
I literally cannot wait now for her and Cersei to face off.
In fact, Cersei elevates revenge to an art form in season 6, as the Lannisters fight for their family's very survival. These royal lovers are united in grief after the Sand Snakes killed their daughter.
The Lannisters are all about power. They're all about revenge.
We're the only ones who matter, the only ones in this world. And everything they've taken from us, we're going to take back and more.
It doesn't matter how long it takes, they will get you back.
With Jaime sent away to fight revolt, Cersei is left alone to face judgment by the faith militant.
We are told that Cersei is going to turn up for a trial, but we know perfectly well she's not going to.
But it's now she plays a game-changing hand.
She was always going to have a dastardly plan.
The mountain was sent by Cersei to hold Tommen in that room.
There's something wrong.
Marjorie knows what's up in an instant.
The High Sept is packed with those who've wronged Cersei, the Tyrells, High Sparrow, and Faith Militant.
The amazing thing about Game of Thrones is the spectacle is always incredible, and you never know it's coming.
This isn't going to end well.
Cersei has, of course, unleashed wildfire.
She's wiped out this fantastic building. She's destroyed all her enemies.
That's what makes Cersei so brilliant. She's been to the absolute lowest place that you could possibly go, and she still comes out on top.
In the moment where she gets her revenge on everyone else, she loses the only thing that she has left that matters to her.
Knowing that his mum's the one that's pretty much murdered his wife. What has he got to live for?
Tommen's death leaves the Iron Throne empty, so a new reign begins.
A witch told her that she was cursed and that all of her children would die. It didn't stop her from loving her kids and trying to protect them at any cost. But she accepts very swiftly her fate.
And so Jaime returns to a new world order, courtesy of his sister.
She's devastated the Tyrells. Now the Lannisters are once more a force to be reckoned with. You've got Queen Cersei sitting on the Iron Throne.
The fact that a woman has managed to achieve that position and get that much power, Tywin, he would probably have been reluctantly proud.
Then you go, okay, well, what are you going to do with this Iron Throne? And to Jaime, I think he knows not a lot of good. And he's wondering who she is going to become now that she has the power.
As one queen takes the throne, another sets sail to challenge her for it. Finally, Daenerys, the Targaryen queen, is on her way to Westeros with a vast alliance she spent 6 seasons amassing.
We're now getting to crunch time.
The dragons flying overhead. Everybody on the boats. We're coming.
Join us after the break for the Targaryen invasion. Welcome back to the story so far, where in Season 7, Daenerys finally lands on home soil, her birthplace, Dragonstone. Along with her huge alliance of power players.
To see this female character rise to power and get to the point where, you know, she's commanded thousands of men, it's so magical.
Her allies want immediate invasion.
We have an army, a fleet, and 3 dragons. We should hit King's Landing now, hard, with everything we have. The city will fall within a day.
Ilaria wants to take Cersei out and all the Lannisters. That's what she wants. And she feels that now that her and the Tyrells and the Greyjoys, they're all there together, just go and
rip them out.
Tens of thousands will die in the firestorms.
It's called war. Who can win against these dragons?
But to avoid being seen as foreign invaders, Daenerys' hand Tyrion has a more cunning plan.
You can't have everybody hating you. You've got to have some people on side, and I think that's what Tyrion is there for.
Then comes a fateful meeting. In need of more allies, Daenerys summons the king in the north, Jon Snow. He comes, but with his own agenda. He's learned there is dragonglass there.
Jon's biggest goal is to prove to the southern part of Westeros that the Night King is real and that this threat is coming.
The dead are the enemy.
The dead.
The overall battle for humanity itself is the greater battle.
Daenerys allows Jon to search for this natural treasure.
Beneath Dragonstone is more dragonglass than they'll ever need to defeat the White Walkers, and it is key, in fact, to defeating the White Walkers.
And they find ancient cave paintings.
Because the enemy is real.
Proof of White Walkers.
It's always been real.
He's taking the first steps towards convincing Daenerys that that threat is real and looking for the ally that he needs to fight it.
I will fight for the North. When you bend the knee.
Aware of the impending invasion, in the capital, Queen Cersei's more than up for a fight, amassing weapons and allies to face down the enemy.
Cersei is ruthless, but she's incredibly canny and clever, and that's why she's lasted so long.
I think I listened to Father for 40 years and learned nothing.
Cersei is very much a chip off the old block.
We must stand together if we hope to stop her.
The powerful Tarleys reluctantly join them.
Randall is the most successful general in Westeros, and considered invincible.
She has 3 full-grown dragons, Your Grace. The same as Aegon when he conquered the 7 kingdoms. How do you propose to stop them?
He acknowledges their power. It's like saying, they've got nuclear weapons and we don't.
In fact, Cersei has 2 secret new weapons, a giant anti-dragon machine and an approaching wildcard with his very own fleet.
I love Euron Greyjoy. He set his heart on Cersei.
You invited the Greyjoys to King's Landing.
Not all of them.
Well, looks like all of them.
He wants power. He wants to marry Cersei Lannister.
So here I am, with 1,000 ships and 2 good hands.
So he says, well, okay, I'll bring you a present.
I won't return to King's Landing until I have that for you.
So he goes off with his fleet.
Euron.
He delivers a victory for Team Cersei, knocking out her enemy's armada.
They get invaded by Euron and his madness.
So swashbuckly. I mean, properly swashbuckly.
He manages to encircle Theon and Yara's much smaller fleet, and he takes Yara prisoner.
I have her. Come and get her.
Theon escapes in a really embarrassing and cowardly way.
Poor Theon. I mean, he abandons his sister, jumps overboard early on in season 7. Theon's scared of everyone.
Euron also captures Ellaria Sand and her daughter, and that is the gift that Euron presents to Cersei because, of course, Ellaria murdered Cersei's daughter, Myrcella.
I'm a prize to take back to Cersei so she can get her revenge on me, which I don't want.
I give you what no other man could give.
Justice.
He's pushing and pushing and pushing.
There's only one reward I want.
A wedge between, you know, these kind of star-crossed lovers.
You shall have what your heart desires when the war is won.
In a double bluff, Cersei lets her enemies capture her family's ancestral home.
So they're able to take Casterly Rock surprisingly easy, and of course that puts them a little bit on edge.
In fact, it's a strategic distraction, allowing Jaime to take his army south to conquer House Tyrell and steal its fortune.
The Lannisters, led by Jaime, have very cleverly gone to Highgarden.
I remember when the Lannisters did go to pay their debts by basically stealing a load of gold from Highgarden.
That is where the money is, and of course they owe the Iron Bank not an insignificant sum. And Jaime goes to confront Olenna, who is, you know, kind of like the last Tyrell of any consequence. She's almost sitting there waiting for him. She knows what's coming.
How will it happen? It's like almost like a business appointment, wasn't it? It's like, oh, hello, and now you need to die. As a viewer, you were just winded.
But in her very last breath, Olenna reveals she killed King Joffrey.
Tell Cersei. I wanted to know it was me.
Boom. You know, it's like Game of Thrones just delivers, doesn't it?
When news of the Lannister victories reaches Daenerys, she furiously abandons Tyrion's softly, softly strategy, and she finally invades Westeros.
She's just had enough. She is raining down her aggression on top of them.
She's tired of being, you know, bottled up and being told that she shouldn't do this. This is who she knows she is.
As the Lannister and Tarly troops are eviscerated, Jaime is confronted by the true scale of the Dragon Queen's army.
He's looked into the face of the future of war, and they're on the losing side of it.
They might have held against the charge of the Dothraki, but not when you've got a dragon flying towards you.
Jaime makes this absolutely ridiculous decision to have one final joust and be the Queenslayer, forgetting that there's a gigantic dragon just over her shoulder.
After Jaime escapes, Daenerys gives the survivors, along with Randall Tarly, a brutal ultimatum. Join her or fry.
Randall is captive at this point and resigned to his fate.
Step forward, my lord.
He's unimpressed by Daenerys co-opting a foreign army of savages and laying waste to those that she encounters in battle.
You will not kneel?
I already have a queen.
She needs to stake her ground here, and she needs to make examples of her enemies when they refuse to bend the knee so that she can do what she ultimately needs to do politically in this country.
Dracarys.
What sort of leader will Daenerys be? Will she be the fair ruler, or will she be the Mad King?
Away from the fighting, the remaining Stark family is reunited in Season 7, as Bran and Arya finally make it home, to the delight of Sansa, the new Lady of Winterfell.
They're not the people that they were. You know, they're not the kids that you know, had those cute little wolf pups back in Series 1.
You came home.
But it's not as harmonious as one would hope.
They hadn't been together for so long, and they viewed the past in entirely different ways.
I remember you standing on that platform with Joffrey and Cersei when they dragged Father to the block.
They are sisters, but they could, in a blink, become sworn enemies.
You should be on your knees thanking me. We're standing in Winterfell again because of me.
You were expecting, you know, sisterly love and tears and all of that, and it was quite the opposite of that, wasn't it?
And in the shadows, Littlefinger is stoking the tension between them.
What do you think she's after?
And you think, is this all going to implode from the inside?
You stand accused of murder. You stand accused of treason. How do you answer these charges? Lord Baelish.
But it all backfires for the arch-schemer as he's finally outwitted and beaten at his own game.
The youngest wolves of the pack have found their way to unite and use all their skills together.
None of you knows the truth.
You held a knife to his throat.
Bran has now been replaced by this three-eyed raven.
You said I did warn you not to trust me.
Who is this kind of all-seeing, all-knowing, kind of slightly sinister power.
He just didn't see it. I mean, he is the puppeteer. I was expecting him to be much more clever.
Turn family against family, turn sister against sister. That's what you did to our mother and Aunt Lysa, and that's what you tried to do to us.
He's got his comeuppance at the hands of Ned's kids.
And even farther north, a vital quest has begun. In order to unite the warring kingdoms of Westeros against the true enemy heading their way, Jon Snow leads a mission beyond the wall.
It's the plan to go north, capture a white, and bring it down south and just show people, for once and for all, that there is this threat.
After bagging a white, they are surrounded. And it falls on Daenerys and her dragons to fly to the rescue.
She's there to save Jon. There's a mad battle raging on all sides, but the moment the Night King just very slowly picks up an ice spear.
This is a pretty massive moment. Not only does he kill the dragon, the Night King has gained one of the most powerful weapons imaginable.
They escape with a captive white in tow, but it comes at a great cost, as the army of the dead swarm in to claim their prize.
When you see him kill the dragon, you're devastated and you think that's it. When he revives the dragon and it becomes one of them, it's more than a turnaround. It's pretty devastating.
Which leads to a dramatic reveal as Daenerys and Jon bring their deadly evidence down to the capital. Against the odds, Jaime's persuaded Cersei to meet her enemies at a peace summit. They plan to beg her for a truce and to join the fight against the dead.
Cersei and Daenerys coming face to face for the first time, that's, you know, the clash of titans.
There are so many of them at play there. You've got the Greyjoys, you've got the Lannisters, and suddenly Euron's so volatile.
We are all facing a unique...
Theon! I have your sister. If you don't submit to me here now, I'll kill her.
When there's that first face-off and you've got Cersei and Daenerys over here.
You have my word.
The word of a would-be usurper.
There is no conversation that will erase the last 50 years. We have something to show you.
When the Hound releases the white...
And the dead come out and go straight for Cersei.
It is the visceral payoff that we've all been waiting for, and it is the theatrics that Jon and Tyrion intend.
This is the only thing I've ever seen that terrifies me.
It seems Euron Greyjoy is turning tail and deserting his queen.
They call you bluff. They don't actually have anyone get killed in that scene. It becomes something else entirely.
The darkness is coming for us all.
And Cersei appears to support a truce.
We'll face it together.
When she agrees, you just think, oh, this is just going to go horribly wrong.
In fact, nothing is as it seems.
We'll meet at Lord Harroway's town and march together to Winterfell.
So, Jaime.
Your Grace.
He's organizing the troops, saying, we're going to go north, we're going to help people out, let's get it together. And then she's like, you're stupid, we're not doing that.
Do you really think Euron Greyjoy turned tail and sailed back to the Iron Islands?
You see Cersei not sending the Lannister troops, but instead sending Euron Greyjoy down to Essos for the mercenaries.
You plotted with Euron Greyjoy.
She will stop at nothing, Cersei.
Even though Cersei's revealed she's pregnant with a Lannister baby to bolster their dynasty, Jaime now leaves her.
Those Lannisters, man, they have a complicated relationship. He's a man of honor, and in the end, he's going to be true to his word.
As one incestuous pairing hits the rocks, another is setting sail. Jon has now bent the knee to Daenerys, and they can no longer deny their love.
It's almost like seeing a god and a goddess.
You've been wanting them to become lovers, and you get the loving moment as you're totally given the information that you're watching incest right now.
In fact, Jon's fallen for his own auntie. In a vision, Bran sees that Jon's father is Dany's older brother, Rhaegar Targaryen.
Prince Rhaegar married Lyanna Stark in a secret ceremony, which makes Jon, Aegon Targaryen, true heir to the throne.
He's never been a bastard. He's the heir to the Iron Throne.
Even if culturally Game of Thrones can handle incest, you know that Jon and Daenerys probably won't be able to handle that.
But eclipsing all developments and personal struggles, in the North, the season ends on a cataclysmic event that changes the game for every living human being.
This is the moment that we were told could never happen. The wall can never come down.
You see the army kind of coming out of the forest. And then you hear something.
Oh, that's just changed the whole ball game here.
It didn't occur to me that we would have a dragon White Walker. But then, when that happened, you thought, oh yes, this is inevitable. Now this takes us on a whole different journey.
That's when you know that it's on for next season.
There's nothing to protect them in the South anymore.
I mean, you can't have a cliffhanger greater than that.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I can't wait.